I'll try mine real quick. Yeah, they can hear me, but it's not coming through our speakers. Guys, we're going to set up a couple of technical issues here to get ready for our Zoom meeting, make sure the board members can hear you all, and we should start in just a few minutes.
John Curtley, can you hear me now?
Jennifer, they can hear you, but we cannot in the boardroom. Oh, try that again.
I can hear you.
Well, okay, Jennifer, how about now? Jennifer, can you hear me in the boardroom? Can everybody online hear me? Okay.
Yeah, this is his greetings.
Let's see if that comes through your speakers. Jennifer, no. Guys, my apologies. We apparently have speakers in the boardroom that will not let us hear you. So we want to be sure the board members can hear you before we start.
Can you hear me? I don't see you, John, but can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're trying to see if the boardroom, if that's working.
We can hear you, Lena.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, here you go.
All right, guys, we should be good to go if everybody can still hear us. Yeah, all right, good deal.
Okay, good morning. I'm Becca Mitchell. I'm the current president of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It is 9:05 on Tuesday, June the 7th. Thank you for your patience while we work through those technical difficulties. Quick roll call here in the board office. We have board members Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lenore Newsom, myself, Dr. Ronnie Richmond, Ms. Amy Poor, and Dr. Debbie Mack is actually joining us virtually. And we're also joined by our board staff, and I will turn it over to them.
Right off the bat this morning, I want to be sure everybody met Joe West. Joe West is joining us in our Attorney General's office while we are between meeting council. So Joe, thank you for being here today and for pinch hitting for us for sure. Right off the bat, second off the bat, we'll do just two quick things with financials in our minutes for previous meetings, and we'll go into reciprocity, and as time allows, we'll get consent agreements. Mrs. Whitmore.
Okay, so first thing to do the financial report. Our total fund balance, including the treasury fund and money management trust fund, is $3,289,037. And this is the balance after the $400,000 that we provided to the colleges of pharmacy in Arkansas for our rural loan and scholarship program, which is what that is. So, anyone have any questions?
We take a motion to.
Hearing no questions or discussion from the board members, I'll accept the motion to accept the financial as reported.
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Dr. Richmond. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Let the record show the motion unanimous.
And then the next thing on the agenda is the minutes. We have the minutes from the February board meeting as well as a meeting we had in March.
We're just scrolling through them real fast. So that
Let's see.
when we call for votes, I can see the vote. Oh, man, I killed it. Sorry.
No, it's just like.
Board members, if there are any questions, comments on the minutes? Do I have a motion to approve? So move. All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Ms. Ford. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries, let the record show it was unanimous.
And then, the only other thing I have is later on today, I have the travel preferences for you guys for the, District 6, Multibon, and the interview meeting. And I'll just put that on the table later on, and you can just mark the preferences 1 through 3. And I'll put that for you. Thank you.
All right, it is not letting me take that. It's actually not even letting me scroll into who else is on here. So we will get started with reciprocity. Looks like there's a good number of you. We have you set up into different groups by time. In the 9 o'clock group, what we'll do is we'll call you up one at a time in alphabetical order. We're going to want to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you are getting a license in Arkansas. The board members have your reciprocity questions in front of them. We'll see if they have any questions as well. Please stick around until the end of your group for a board vote for consideration. So first off, we have, is it Adhira Hurricane? That sound familiar to anybody?
Here.
There you go. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Prera Kaduria. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I work with Roman Health, and I'm getting licensed as PICA for Arkansas.
And where'd you go to school?
Pecan, Georgia.
Any questions for me? What? All right. Next up, Maya Al-Shawat.
Good morning. My name is Maya. I am a pharmacist with SelectRx Pharmacy in Indianapolis, Indiana. I am getting licensed as the PIC for our pharmacy as our previous one has left for another job. So to replace him, I attended Butler University for pharmacy school.
Any questions for her? And you said it was simple meds?
Correct. It's Simple Meds doing business as SelectRx.
Okay.
She said you said you're in Indianapolis, but the address that we have shows Connecticut. How's that work?
It should be 6862 Hillsdale Court in Indiana.
Okay,
It didn't have the city. It looks like Connecticut on the way that it's printed on your sheet that was sent in.
thank you. I'm gonna drink my coffee now.
Yeah. Any other questions for her? All right, next up, Andrew Body.
Good morning. My name is Andy Beatty. I am the PIC for Mail Order Pharmacy in Greenville, South Carolina. I graduated from Albany College of Pharmacy in Albany, New York, way back in 1991. We picked up a contract, so I need to be licensed.
And with advanced pharmacy, what's unusual about advanced pharmacy?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What is different or unusual about Advanced Pharmacy? I'm sure I'm familiar with it.
We are an independent mail order pharmacy, and the owner works with small, medium-sized businesses for prescriptions. And he also does some minimal essential care coverage.
All right. Next, Jasmine Ball.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine Ball. I graduated from South University School of Pharmacy in 2016 in Savannah, Georgia. I currently work at Walmart Specialty Pharmacy, and I'm getting licensed in Arkansas to be the backup pick.
Questions, Dr. Ball? Okay. Sarah Bell.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Bell. I live in Ruston, Louisiana. I graduated from University of Louisiana Monroe in 1999, and I work for LifePoint Health. Our company was just completed a merger, and so we picked up some Arkansas facilities, and we will be covering those facilities at night.
Have you already got approval to do that?
Today's the day.
Well, I mean, from LifePoint, is that the one later today? Okay, my apologies. Got too many pieces of paper in front of me. Any questions for her? All right, Aaron Broadwell.
Morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Broadwell from Fort Worth, Texas. I work at Walmart mail order in Carrollton, Texas, seeking a license in Arkansas as a backup to the PIC. I went to school at Midwestern University in Glendale, Arizona.
All right, Mallory Brown. All right, we will. That's for her test.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
There we go.
Okay, sorry,
Yes,
I had to double mute.
my name is Sinusa Taiwo. I haven't heard my name.
I'm sorry.
I'm here.
Brown right now.
My name is. Okay.
Do we have Ms. Brown?
Sorry
still?
about that, Yes, I'm still here.
There we go.
Everyone, sorry about that. Got caught by the double mute. My name is Mallory Brown. I am currently in Dallas, Texas. I went to Texas Tech University School of Pharmacy. I have a little coworker with me today who's homesick from school, so thanks for letting him be a part of this. I'm seeking a license with Arkansas Board of Pharmacy as the backup PIC for a new facility with Optum RX that we are currently under construction, that I will be relocating out to Arizona for.
Any questions for Dr. Brown or sidekick? All right, seeing none, we will keep moving. Jennifer.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, I couldn't hear if you said my name.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Jennifer Cardenas. I am from the Des Moines, Iowa area, graduated from University of Iowa, and currently getting a PIC license so that we can get a non-resident license for Arkansas. And I work at New Cara Pharmacy in Pleasant Hill.
All right. We're looking over your compound. Are you planning on sending compound into the state of Arkansas?
Yes, one specific one, actually.
What compound is that?
It's called wart peel. It's for warts.
Patient specific?
Say that again?
Is it patient specific?
Yes.
Questions for her? morning?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Sorry I'm late. Apologize for being tardy.
You're here now. The board needs to know who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas.
Yeah, hi, I'm Pradeep Chilakapati. I went to school in India in Gulbarga University. That's in a southern part of India, and I'm licensed in multiple states right now, working for Safeway Compounding Pharmacy. We compound vet and human compounding, and we do ship to New Jersey and Maryland at the moment, but now we're seeking licenses in all 50 states. So as a part of that process, I'm seeking license in Arkansas.
As I recall, yours is all patient specific.
Yes, we are.
Trying to tell Brenda Poland that Becca said hello.
I'm sorry.
Brenda Poland is one
Yes,
of the,
she's our sterile operations director at the moment.
Well, be sure and tell her that we gave you a really hard time for being late today.
I will.
She's a friend.
All right, Paulina. And Paulina, you're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce your last name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my last name is Koinatska. That's not how you would think to pronounce it. So I am from Brooklyn, New York. I went to school in University at Buffalo School of Pharmacy. I work for K Pharmacy located in New York, and I'm getting licensed in Arkansas as backup PIC.
Any questions for Paulina? I'm not going to attempt that last name. I was getting a message that they can barely hear us, so we've got to speak up. Any questions for Paulina? All right, I'm going to back up my apologies for Miss Choi.
Hello, my name is Mi-kyung Choi. I am from Dallas, Texas. I went to University of North Texas for pharmacy school, and I recently moved to Little Rock, Arkansas for my fellowship at NCTR, and I'm seeking a license, hoping to practice as a pharmacist in Arkansas.
Fellowship with NCTR.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Brandon Conti.
Good morning, everyone. Like you said, my name is Brandon Conti, long I at the end. I live in Pensacola, Florida. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I live in Pensacola, Florida. I work at Everwell Specialty Pharmacy here in Pensacola. The previous PIC has went to another company, so I am seeking licensure to assume that role. And I went to Auburn University.
Any other questions for him? All right, Jeffrey Krause.
Hi guys, I'm Jeff Krause. I'm in Denton, Texas. I work at Denton Prescription Shop. We are a compounding pharmacy, patient-specific, veterinary and human. I'm doing licensing redundancy for all the states which we are licensed in, and I went to school at UMKC School of Pharmacy in Kansas City.
Any questions for Dr. Krause? You mentioned that you do central fill compounding.
We have a central fill process for a couple of the states that we're still awaiting licensure in. Part of Apothecary Health is our umbrella company, located here in Texas as well. And there's a central fill process for compounding patient-specific meds for them. They're an outsourcing facility mainly at their location, but they do carry a patient-specific license as well.
Before you do any of that for Arkansas, we'll need to have a conversation.
Okay. Central fill isn't happening for Arkansas. It's only New Jersey, New Hampshire.
I'm saying, like, if you want to get into that for Arkansas, we'll have to have a conversation about it.
Okay. Yeah, that's not happening for you guys.
Okay. Alan Kurtzinger.
Hello, my name is Alan Kurtzinger. I'm from Lexington, Kentucky. I went to the University of Kentucky, and I work for a company called Adelaide Apothecary. It's a mail order facility, and I'm seeking licensure to be the backup PIC.
And what are the products of Maine Pharmacy?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What are the products that you mainly dispense stuff manufactured by Maine Pharma? Is there a relationship?
We're technically owned by Maine Pharma. We dispense their products specifically. It's a lot of dermatology products and women's health products.
Okay. Anything else? All right, Jason Davis.
Hi, my name is Jason Davis. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I went to the University of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, and I currently work for CVS Specialty. I'm the backup PIC here, so just getting a license in Arkansas for redundancy purposes.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, Anastasia Devore.
Good morning. My name is Anastasia DeVore. I live in Cleveland, Ohio. I went to the University of Toledo in Toledo, Ohio, and I work for Lee Silsby Compounding Pharmacy. We do both sterile and non-sterile compounding, and we do ship into Arkansas, and I'm taking over as PIC for our PIC that is retiring after 42 years this year. So big transition.
And all patient-specific compounds?
Absolutely, yes. Only patient-specific.
Anybody else? All right, Nadia DeFronzo.
Good morning. My name is Nadia DeFronzo. I'm in California. I went to the University of California, San Francisco for pharmacy school. I currently work for CVS Specialty, and I'm seeking licensure as a backup PIC.
All right. Thomas Domney.
Good morning, everyone. Thomas Domney. I'm from Plattsburgh, New York. I went to Albany College of Pharmacy. I graduated in 2012. I work for Cerix LLC. We are a registered 503B outsourcing facility, currently registered in the state of Arkansas. Our PIC is due to retire at the end of this year, so I'm seeking reciprocity in order to become the PIC for my facility.
And last FDA inspection?
Last FDA inspection was from 9/21/21 through 11/4/21, not consistent in those dates.
I remember that.
They were, yes, yeah, I remember talking to you about that. They were here a couple weeks at a time sporadically. They were also inspecting another outsourcing facility across the lake from us.
Any questions for him? All right, Catherine Donahue.
Hi, my name is Catherine Donahue. I currently live in Angola, New York. I graduated from St. John Fisher College near Rochester. I currently work at Immunity Bio as a PIC. We are hoping to be an outsourcing facility. Currently, we are not licensed, but as soon as we are, we'll let you know.
All right, Madison Edwards.
Oh, here we go. Hi, my name is Madison Edwards. I am from Pittsburgh, PA. I went to school at West Virginia University. I work for Panther Specialty Pharmacy, and I'm obtaining a license for alternative PIC. Woo-woo! Mountaineers!
All right. How about Nadine Edwards?
Hi, I'm Nadine Edwards. I recently moved to Cabot, Arkansas from Springfield, Missouri. We moved here due to my husband's relocation. I graduated from St. Louis College of Pharmacy and don't have a job lined up yet, but I'm starting to seek a job here in Arkansas.
Any questions for her?
Welcome.
All right, well, that is our first group. You do have one representative group, but they'll be at the end. You guys want to consider voting on these reciprocity applicants?
A motion to approve these candidates for reciprocity.
All right, I have a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Dr. Jolly. Any opposed? All in favor? Said that backwards, but the motion carries. Let the record show it was unanimous.
So for everyone who is finished meeting with the board today, we will be mailing out your permits as long as you've got all of your other requirements complete. A couple of quick notes for you. We do have a fairly active pharmacist Q&A group on Facebook about Arkansas issues, where a lot of pharmacists in the state ask questions or share information as to what's going on here. A very active Arkansas Pharmacists Association that also gives a lot of current event information out regarding issues in the state of Arkansas. Your CE requirements, most of you have recently passed our test. We do a full CE audit every 2 years unless the board at some point tells us not to. So please pay attention to that and get your CE. Anything? Yeah, and don't forget to get your live CE. It is a requirement. Anything else for this group? All right, 9 o'clock group, you are dismissed. You're welcome to continue watching the meetings today, but if you want to, I would ask that you move over to the YouTube channel so we don't have quite as many people in our Zoom meeting. Thank you. Before we move, it won't let me scroll to see who else is on here either. It's something's not. All right, next up we have our 9:30 group. So everybody, if you were in the 9 o'clock group, you should be signed off. If you want to keep watching, you can do so on YouTube. That way we've got our bandwidth on our screen a little bit clearer. For this group, what we'll do is we're going to call you up one at a time, basically in alphabetical order. If I skip somebody, my board members are definitely going to let me know, so I will back up and catch you. The board is going to want to know the same 4 things that most of you went over during your hall test who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you are getting a license in the state of Arkansas. So we will start off with, let's see, Stevens at Parlous.
Yes, sir. So I go by Nick, but first name's Steven. So, all right. So I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. Graduated from Lipscomb University, and I currently work for Fresenius RX. So I'm just getting licensed for backup pharmacist.
Question for you. All right, Fields.
Hi, my name is Shayna Fields, and I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana. I graduated from Butler University in 1998, and I currently work for CVS Simple Dose Pharmacy. So we do multi-dose packaging, and we ship to all 50 states. So I have a pick right now who is also in the process of kind of phase out and basically retire. So I would be taking over as pick for Arkansas.
And guys, I forgot to say, stick around until the end of your group and then we'll dismiss you.
Okay.
Amy Fortune.
Hi, my name is Amy Fortune. I'm from Monroe, Michigan. I went to Ferris State University many years ago. I work for Cardinal Health and for a new startup company with Cardinal Blue Robin Pharmacy is why we're obtaining the license.
What else? Stephen Freeman.
Hey, good morning. My name is Stephen Freeman. I live in Birmingham, Alabama. I went to Stanford University and I work for Optum Specialty Pharmacy, getting my license to be the alternate pick at our location to be able to ship specialty medications.
All right. How about Aslan Mark Garner? Mr. Garner, are you with us? All right, we will skip and come back and see if Dr. Garner is with us. Any comparison? For Dr. Garrison.
Sorry, my thing said someone was blocking me, muting me. Hi, my name is Jane Garrison. I'm from originally Pennsylvania. I went to school at Wilkes University, and my pharmacy that I currently work at, I've been there 10 years. We're licensed in 25 states right now. It's called Pack for You down in Orlando, Florida, and we're looking to be able to ship into all 50 states.
Any questions? Dr. Garrison. All right. Let's see. Helen, are you with us?
Hi, my name is Helen Jian. I live in Fort Myers, Florida. Went to school at University of Alberta in Canada, and I'm getting my license to be the pick at our facility in Bonita Springs.
Any questions for her? All right, Jordan Graves.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Graves. I went to Stanford University McWhorter School of Pharmacy in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm currently a PGY1 pharmacy resident at the Tuscaloosa VA in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas for a PGY2 with UAMS.
And who's your preceptor going to be at UAMS?
Casey is the RPD of the program. I'll be in the West campus, so I'll be at the clinics up near Fayetteville.
Okay. Karina, are you with us this morning?
Yes.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Verena. I'm originally coming from Cairo, Egypt, and I am living in Florida. I am currently licensed in Florida, Kentucky, Nebraska. I'm registered in Idaho, and I'm waiting for my license from Michigan. I want to be a pharmacist in Arkansas because my pharmacy is working, it's a mail order pharmacy, so we're working on shipping to multiple states. And when I came to Arkansas, I loved it there, so maybe one day I would relocate and be a pharmacist there, who knows.
Any questions for her? All right. Kayla? I don't see her. Kayla Hagan? There you are.
Hi. Hi, my name is Kayla Hagan. I grew up in Cabot, Arkansas. I currently live in St. Louis. I went to St. Louis College of Pharmacy and have lived here and been working here for the past 8 years. I'm relocating to Mountain Home, Arkansas, and I have accepted a position with Walmart in Mountain Home.
It's a busy Walmart.
That's what I hear.
Any other questions for Kayla? All right. Next, I've got Myrna Hannah.
Yes, good morning. My name is Myrna Hanna. I'm the pharmacist in charge of Hikma Pharmaceuticals in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. We are an injectables manufacturing facility. However, we just started a 503B outsourcing facility as well. So that's why I'm on, and we are looking to do business in Arkansas.
Questions for Dr. Hannah? Seeing none. See Stephen Scott Harvey.
Hello, my name is Stephen Harvey. I'm currently in Golden, Colorado. I graduated from the University of Florida in 2009. I work at Belmar Compounding Pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure to be the new PIC here.
And all patient specific?
All patient specific prescriptions, yes.
Any other questions for Dr. Harvey? All right, we got Stephen Herbst. Stephen Herbst. Okay, we'll come back to Herbst. Jason Ho.
Hello, my name is Jason Ho. I'm from Chicago. I graduated from the University of Illinois at Chicago. Currently work at CPS Telepharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas so that I could go and verify orders remotely for our client facilities in Arkansas.
Questions for him? Seeing none. Cameron Holly.
Hi, my name is Cameron Hawley. I live in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I graduated from the University of Oklahoma College of Pharmacy. And I currently work for a long-term care pharmacy, Boomer Solutions Pharmacy in Tulsa. And we're just slowly getting some nursing homes in the Northwest Arkansas area. And I'm just going to set to be the consultant pharmacist for them.
Any questions for him? How are you guys doing emergency services all the way from Tulsa?
That's a good question. I don't know. I know we have to issue the e-kits, and there's I believe an affidavit they have to sign, but I'd assume it had to be with the drivers. They would just pick them up and replace as needed. And I know we keep logs of all the expiration dates. they're supposed to call us, before they break in and or use the kit. It's debatable if that actually happens by the process, but I know that's how it's supposed to be. But yeah, our drivers go there once or twice a day. So I think it's just a process of them checking with the home and the home notifying us and us telling the drivers to pick it up and replace the kit.
What about if there's an urgent need for a patient that's not able to be covered in an emergency kit?
I don't know specifically. Like I said, I'm not quite in Arkansas yet, but I would assume it would be, who knows? It could be a number of things of filling through a local pharmacy. And even Northwest Arkansas actually is only 2 hours from Tulsa. So we service homes and we stat orders out all the time that are 3 hours away. So I would assume it'd be the same process of, we have our own drivers. It's not a contract company. So we have more kind of leeway to get that med out there. So I'm 95% confident that that's how it would be done.
Okay. Any other questions for you? Jessica Hoover.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Jessica Hoover. I'm originally from Colorado, went to pharmacy school at the University of Colorado. Sorry. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm currently living in Boise, Idaho. I work for Amazon Pharmacy for our facility up here, and I'm getting licensed in Arkansas for the redundancy program for my PIC.
Okay. Anybody else on Dr. Hoover? All right, we will skip the next one. Patricia Hudgens.
Good morning. I'm Tricia Hudgens. I'm originally from Arkansas, grew up in Magnolia. I got my BS in pharmacy at UAMS and then moved to Charleston, South Carolina, and got my PharmD, received my PharmD from MUSC. I currently work for one of the mail order facilities with the VA, but I'm in the process of moving at the end of this summer back to Arkansas, back to Magnolia. So awaiting to hear whether I am able to continue working for the VA remotely, or if not, I will be seeking another job.
Any questions for her? All right, seeing none. Chukwudi.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chukwudi Kelly Hikire. I went to school in Notre Dame of Maryland University, originally from Nigeria. Now I live in Texarkana, Texas. Getting licensing because I'm on the state line. So pretty much may need to cover some of the stores that are in Texarkana, Arkansas.
Any other questions for him? All right.
Good morning. My name is Gwen Iyer. I am from Houston, Texas. I went to the University of Oklahoma, and I currently work for Empower Pharmacy, where I am taking over as pharmacist in charge of our, in Texas, it's a Class G pharmacy, but essentially it's a central processing pharmacy where we work remotely.
Any questions for her?
Are you at the 503A facility or the 503B facility?
So we have a 503A and 503B facility. My pharmacists work kind of in both with placing 503B office use orders and placing a 503A 503A orders as well.
Okay.
I'm not sure your specific practice would be allowed for Arkansas, so we're probably going to have to circle around of how a separate pharmacy is doing all that. So we'll follow up with you after the meeting.
Sounds great.
All right. Nicola Johnson.
Good morning. Yep, my name is Nicola Johnson. I'm in Orlando, Florida. I work for Alliance RX Walgreens Specialty Pharmacy, and I went to Roseman University in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I am going to be the new pick for the Arkansas for this facility.
Any questions for her? All right. Cordelia, Joe Levette. Got to turn your mic on.
Hi, my name is Cordelia Jolivet. I am originally from Lafayette, Louisiana, and I went to University of Louisiana at Monroe. I currently live in Sugar Land, Texas, and I work for Cardinal Health, and we do remote order entry for Arkansas. So that's why I'm trying to get a license.
Questions for her? All right, Stephen Jones.
Hi, my name is Stephen Jones. I'm originally from North Platte, Nebraska. I went to school at the University of Nebraska Medical Center in Omaha. I just recently left as a PIC for CVS Health in Lincoln, Nebraska, basically to move down here to be closer to family when I'm seeking an opportunity down here in Arkansas. John, did you have time for a quick question about the live CE, or do you want me to wait till the end?
You can ask.
So Nebraska and Iowa, where I'm licensed, does not require live CE, but you guys do. So I'm in process of getting the 12 hours on top of all the other hours I already have. Is that a problem, or will that 12 hours count towards the next licensing, or just?
You don't have to show us live CE until you renew, which will be at the end of next year, December 31st of the odd year.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Even if they don't require live CE, they'll take it.
Okay.
Any other questions for me? All right, Frank Giuliano. Frank, are you with us this morning? Frank, I see that you are in the group, but no one can see or hear you. Looks like you are muted.
How about, can you hear now? Hello?
Yeah, it looks like you're.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Okay, all right. My name is Frank Giuliano. I'm from Tucson, Arizona. I graduated from the University of Arizona in 2010. I'm a pharmacist and owner of Vectra RX mail order pharmacy here in Tucson. And we're just seeking licensure so that we can ship to the state of Arkansas.
Any questions for him? All right, I'm going to back up and once again call for Stephen Herbst. I do not see that. It looks like they are in the group. All right, then I'm going to back up and check for Asm Garner.
Hi, good morning. How are you? Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. The call dropped when I started talking last time. I apologize for that. So my name is Asm Garner. I work out of Orlando, Florida for Walmart Specialty Pharmacy. I went to school at Midwestern University in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm seeking licensure as basically like a backup PIC. We get our leadership at our pharmacy to get licensed in all the states we service.
Okay. Any questions for him? All right. Let's see. That should be all for this group. I've got everybody except for Herbst, who I will exclude on our list. I'll turn it over to board members.
Board members, any questions, discussion about the candidates, President? Hearing none, I will open the floor for a motion. Okay. Dr. Newsom has made a motion to grant licensure to these candidates, and Dr. Doyle second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries, and let the record show it was unanimous.
Real quick, guys, for all of you that have all of your requirements completed, we will be mailing out your permits the next couple of days. As a reminder, you are responsible for 30 hours of CE every biennium. 12 of those hours must be live hours, as designated by your ACPL designator. You also have to have 12 of the hours that are ACPE specifically. If you have any questions, always feel free to reach out to us. We have a pretty active Facebook group in the state of Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A, that a lot of people have linked into to see current events or announcements or just questions that pharmacists in our state are asking. We also have a very active Arkansas Pharmacist Association if you're interested in following what else is happening politically or anything else outside the Board of Pharmacy here in the state. With that will dismiss the group that was here to meet with us at 9:30. If you want to continue watching other events of the board meeting, we would ask that you switch over to the YouTube channel that we have. And otherwise, hope you have a great day.
Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
You guys want a 5-minute break or yes? Okay. We will come back for our 10 o'clock group here in about 6 minutes. Unmuting the boardroom is still a manual process. So here, back together, and for all of you that are in our 10 o'clock a.m. meeting, can you all hear us? Thumbs up. All right, I see a few, there we go. So what we will do is we will be calling you up based in alphabetical order, and as many of you heard when you took your law exam, the board wants to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're obtaining a license in the state of Arkansas. So we will start off with Stephen Kane.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Kang. I work at Costco Mail Order Pharmacy. Went to the school, Western University in California, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas to be the backup license for our PIC.
Any questions for Dr. Kane? Okay. I understand that Mr. Herbst is on now. I'll back up to his, if he is on. Stephen Herbst.
Yes, I am here. I apologize. Got wrapped up in work. Something tells me I'm not the first one who's done it, but I do apologize for being late.
You could go through your 4 items for us, please.
I apologize. What was the question?
Who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas.
Okay. I am from Wisconsin, went to UW-Madison. I'm working for Collier Drug, and I moved my family down to a place where weather is better than Wisconsin for a new and different chance at life.
Any questions, Mr. Herbst? All right, and I forgot to mention, if you guys stick around to the end of this group for the board to consider voting on everyone's approval.
Okay.
All right, Kathleen Kimball Doyle.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Kimball. I am from Houston, Texas. I went to school at UT. I graduated in 1981. I work for a small independent that we are trying to send biologics to Arkansas when I get my license.
Okay. Any other questions for her? All right, I've got Spencer Knox.
Hi, Spencer Knaus. I'm from New Jersey. I went to Philadelphia College of Pharmacy. I work for Cuva Pharma. We're a 503B outsourcing facility, and I'm obtaining licensure for backup to our PIC.
And when was your last FDA inspection?
In May of 2019.
Okay. All right, Christopher Kowalski.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Kowalski. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, attended Sanford University. I currently work for Optum Specialty Pharmacy and looking to obtain a licensure to become PIC here at our Birmingham specialty location.
Okay, any questions? All right, Daniel, and I'm going to let you tell me how to pronounce that last name.
I'm going to guess it's me, Pelletier.
Daniel with a K?
I'm assuming you're talking about me. Is it Dan Pelletier?
Oh, I think he's talking about me.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I'll wait in line.
No, my Zoom wasn't popping up for a second. I apologize. The last name is Krasankis. It's an odd one. But I guess I'm sorry. So my name is Daniel Krasankis. I'm from Fort Smith, Arkansas. I've lived here the last year. I graduated from Palm Beach Atlantic Pharmacy School down in West Palm Beach, Florida. Currently, I work at Baptist Health in Fort Smith under my temporary license. And I'm seeking a license in Arkansas to work per diem during medical school. I start in July of this month.
All right, next up, I've got Leslie Lair.
Hi, I'm Leslie Lair. I'm from Kansas City, and I went to school at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. I currently work at Animal RX Pharmacy in Edwardsville, Kansas, and I'm seeking licensure to be the pick.
Any questions for her? All right. Dean Lee.
Oh. Hello, my name is Tin. I'm sorry, I had some difficulty with audio earlier. I couldn't hear anything, and so I had to switch over to my phone. So I wasn't able to catch the questions that I needed to specify, but just from kind of gathering from what I just heard, I introduced myself. So my name is Tin. I work for Walmart, and then my market extends from Missouri, Kansas, and Arkansas. And so my pharmacy manager wanted me to get a Arkansas license to go down there to help in Pea Ridge. I went to the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and I am in Joplin, Missouri.
I think you covered everything for us. Any questions for me? All right, Andrew Lee.
Oh, Casey Lee, yes, that's me. Yeah, I'm Casey Lee. I'm from Tampa, Florida. I went to the University of Florida, and I'm seeking licensure to become a pick for where I work at a Carrier Health specialty pharmacy.
All right, Michelle Lim.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lim. I live in Lexington, South Carolina, and I graduated from University of South Carolina College of Pharmacy in 2019. Currently, I work for Nephron Pharmaceuticals, which guarantees these pharmacists to get licensed in multi-states. So as a pick backup to PIC.
You guys back in production after that most recent recall?
Yes. A lot of 503B products, but there's no problem with the finished products. It's just like processing. So we are submitting the response to FDA right now. It's a voluntary recall rate.
Any other questions?
I didn't understand her answer to whether or not 503B is or is not.
Can you clarify the 503B is in production currently?
So Nephron is the manufacturer of respiratory drugs as well as the outsourcing facilities. So we make a lot of 503B products. Yeah, it's patient non-specific. Is that what you're asking for?
We're asking, I understand there was recently a large recall from the 503B side of the business. Is the 503B side in operation sending product?
Now, since we did a voluntary recalls, we just stopping all the 503B production right now. So we are waiting for the FDA, response, whether we can restart the production or not.
Okay. That's what we were trying to figure out.
Yes, right.
Any other questions for Dr. Lim? Denise, Casey?
Hi, I'm Denise McKenzie. I'm from the Boston area. I work for a company called Unduo. We're a wellness and care management platform. I graduated from Purdue with my BS in '94 and a PharmD from Mass College of Pharmacy in 2014. I'm currently seeking licensure. We have patients that we work with in the state of Arkansas, and I'm going to provide medication and adherence and education support for any questions that come through.
Any questions for her? All right. So Ashley Mars.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ashley Mars, and I'm from Denver, Colorado. I went to school at the University of Oklahoma and graduated in 2010. I'm here to get my licensure for Roman Health Pharmacy. I'm the pick here in Denver. We're just looking for redundancy across our facilities to ensure that we can continue to service our patients in Arkansas.
Questions for Dr. Mars? All right. Katie Middle.
Hello, good morning. My name is Katie Medell. I am from Idaho. I still live in Idaho. I graduated pharmacy school in 2006 from Idaho State University. I currently work for CS Health Mail Operations, and I am applying for reciprocity to back up PI.
I think we caught most of that. Any questions for her? All right. Monica Morgan.
Hi, I'm Monica Morgan from Orlando, Florida. Currently working at Will Special Pharmacy in the Winter Park. Yeah.
Hey, Monica, we are getting really garbled sound from you.
You can hear me better.
No, and we do not see your video.
Any better now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. So let's start over. I'm Monica Morgan. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Well, it sounded much better, and then she disappeared on us. So we will, I imagine, have her back in just a moment. All right. Namita Moda.
Hi, everyone. My name is Namita. I am from Jackson, Mississippi, but now I live in like the Northern Virginia, so right outside of DC. I work for Lumi Health. It is a startup company that is essentially a care management company. So we have some patients in Arkansas who will be calling in between doctor visits to check in on them. And I graduated from University of Maryland School of Pharmacy.
Questions for her? All right. Is it Shane Elizabeth Narvaez? Jamie Elizabeth?
Sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Here you go.
Okay, you got my name right, Shemaine Elizabeth Narvaez. I graduated from the University of New Mexico. I work for Express Scripts Pharmacy, and I will be the backup pick.
Any questions for her? All right, if we can back up Monica Morgan, I believe you're back with us. Your internet dropped for you.
I am. Can you hear me?
Not very well.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It was better.
Yeah, it is a little better.
I'm so sorry. It's really bad today. Can you hear me okay right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll try to do this quick before it cuts out again. My name is Monica Morgan. I am from the Orlando area, Florida. Graduated from Florida A&M University in 2001. Currently working for Wells Specialty Pharmacy in Winter Park, Florida. Seeking licensure because I'm going to be the new pick here.
Any questions for her? All right. Sean Parikh.
Hi, my name is Ishan Parikh. I graduated from Midwestern University in Chicago, Illinois.
I currently live in Chicago, Illinois, and work for CPS Telepharmacy. We do cover some hospitals in Arkansas overnight, so I'm seeking licensure so I can work for those hospitals remotely.
Questions for him? Bhavesh Patel.
Hi, my name is Bhavesh Patel. I graduated in '98 from University of Illinois. I am seeking Arkansas license as a backup pharmacist.
Any questions for him? Divish Patel.
Hi, this is Vishal Patel. I am from Chicago. Went to Midwestern University with Ishad Parikh. I also work in a CPS polypharmacy, and I'm getting licensed because it's required by the work.
Okay. Vishal is actually one past that one. If you guys say it. Any questions for Vishal? All right. We're going to back up Divyesh Patel. All right, not seeing him, so I will mark that. Yeah, Vishal. Daniel Pelletier.
Hi, good morning. Yep, Daniel Pelletier. I'm from Tempe, Arizona. I went to college at Drake University in Iowa back in 2013. I currently work for Express Scripts mail order, and I'm here to be the backup pick.
Any questions for Daniel?
Thank you.
Right. Kimberly Peter Shalal. Kimberly, you are on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay, my name's Kimberly Peters Shahal. I'm from Parkland, Florida. I graduated from Nova Southeastern University, and I currently work at Amazon Pharmacy, and I'm also doing it for the backup pick.
Any other questions for her? All right, Tabitha Phillips.
Hi, my name is Tabitha Phillips. I work in Southgate, Kentucky, but I'm from Northern Kentucky in general. And I went to school at the University of Cincinnati, right across the river in Cincinnati, Ohio. I am getting licensed in Arkansas to be the backup pick for our pharmacy. It's GoGo Meds Pharmacy, and we do mail order delivery to Arkansas.
And I'm trying to remember, is GoGo in relation to a specific group of websites, or is it a standalone website for consultations?
It's a standalone website.
All right, Melissa Reeves.
Hi, I'm Melissa Reeves. I went to Campbell University in North Carolina. I currently reside in Greenville, South Carolina. I work for Omnicare Clinical Intervention Center, and I'm getting an Arkansas license to be one of the backup picks.
All right. Elmy Rhodes.
Hello, I'm Ellery Rhodes. I'm from Tampa, Florida. Went to University of Florida and work for a compounding mail order pharmacy. So I'm seeking licensure to take over as the pick of the pharmacy eventually.
And all patient-specific meds?
Yes.
Any questions for Dr. Rhodes? All right, John Rogers.
Hello, I'm John Rogers. I'm originally from West Virginia. I went to school in Lecom School of Pharmacy in Erie, PA. Currently work for New Factor Specialty Pharmacy in Greensboro, North Carolina. And we ship to all 50, well, we ship nationwide. So I just want to be the backup to our PSE.
Any other questions? All right, Christopher Rowley.
Hi, I'm Chris Rowley. I'm born and raised in South Mississippi. I graduated from Ole Miss in 1993. I'm currently a pharmacist for Walmart, and I love the outdoors, hiking and paddling, and I'm hoping to be able to move to the Ozark area in Arkansas sometime in the near future.
Anybody else? All right. Then we have Brandon Royak.
Good morning, I'm Brandon Royak. I'm from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. I went to the University of Pittsburgh, graduated in 2007. I work for Rochester Health Mart Specialty Pharmacy. It's a small independent specialty pharmacy, specializes in infectious disease, mainly hepatitis C and HIV and AIDS. And we have one limited drug currently, and we're just looking to expand. So we're seeking licensure in all 50 states.
Questions for him? All right, I'm going to back up to Divyesh Patel.
Hi, can anybody hear me?
There we go.
Hello? You got me? Okay, sorry. Div Patel here from New Jersey. I graduated from Rutgers University in '93, and I am the pick here at Biomatrix Specialty Pharmacy, where we do immunoglobulin for home infusion. And we are looking to get a permit in Arkansas, so this is the last pick license I'm looking for.
Questions for him? All right, that completes this group of board members.
Any discussion or questions from the board? I'll move forward for a motion to accept these candidates for licensure. I have a motion. Need a second. Okay. The motion from Dr. Richmond and a second from Dr. Jolly. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. On the record show it was unanimous.
For all of you that are in this group that we are wrapping up, please remember that you do have your CE requirements for the state of Arkansas each biennium, or the first year of the biennium. 30 hours total, 12 must be live, 12 must be ACE accredited. We also have a fairly active Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A Facebook group where a lot of information is shared about just different issues going on in Arkansas, both content for what is happening in regulatory circles, as well as heads up about potential fictitious prescriptions, things like that, if you're interested in that Facebook group. Also have a very active Arkansas Pharmacist Association that lets pharmacists that are members know a lot about just different political issues that are going on in the state or other policy issues if you're interested in that. With that, this group is dismissed. If you would like to continue watching the meeting, please feel free to do so on our YouTube channel so that we can free up our Zoom for the next group. Thank you. We have about 4 minutes till the next group is really scheduled to start. Do you guys want to see if they're here or take a quick break? We will be back on in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Hello, this is Christian Tala.
They'll be starting back up in just a moment.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that we are back on the record and ready for the next group. I can start my video so you guys can at least see who's talking, but may not pull me up the screen. I'm going to back up for Rebecca Inch, EMCH. If you want to come on up since you're here in the room with us. And for this group, what we are going to want to know, stick around until the end of your group online. We're going to want to know who you are, where you are from, who you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. And so with that, Rebecca, if you want to kick off for this group.
All right, yes, sir. I'm Rebecca Inch. I'm originally from Warner Robins, Georgia. I went to school at Mercer University in Atlanta, Georgia. I currently work at Innovation Compounding Pharmacy, and we're looking forward to do a pick change. So we currently email into the state, so we're doing a pick change.
And I'm flipping back to find your page real quick, make sure I didn't have any notes on it. And all of the patient specific for your pharmacy, correct?
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
Okay. Any other questions for her? All right. Thank you. Now we're going to continue with our final group. We'll start with Leslie Gerard.
Yes, thank you. My name is Leslie Gerard, and I went to school at Washington State University. I am originally from Washington State, and we decided to relocate here to Bella Vista, and that's why I'm seeking licensure. I currently work for Genoa Healthcare.
Any questions for her? All right, Caroline Shin.
Hi, my name is Caroline Shane. I live in Chicago. I went to UIC School, College of Pharmacy, and I work for CPS Telepharmacy.
Questions? All right. Is it Elizabeth? Is it Shapula?
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Shapula. I'm from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. I graduated from Wilkes University in Pennsylvania. I currently work for Chewy Pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas as backup pick for our mail order veterinary pharmacy.
Questions for her? All right, Ian Scholl.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Scholl. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I went to Duquesne University here in Pittsburgh as well. I'm currently seeking licensure to be the PIC for a new mail order pharmacy here in Pittsburgh, strictly anti-aging and skincare acne treatment.
And all mail direct patient?
Correct.
Any other questions for Dr. Scholl? All right, Bola, is it Sedaris?
Good morning. This is Bola Sedaris. I'm a foreign graduate. I've graduated from University of Alexandria in Egypt, and I got my license in California in 2015. I've been working in retail setting, and it's time for us to move with the family to Little Rock, Arkansas. So I'll be moving here.
You know where you're moving or where you're working here yet?
I didn't start yet, but I partially moved to Little Rock, West Little Rock, and I'm waiting for my kids to finish school maybe next week, and then we'll move by the end of this month. Then I'll be starting to work.
You probably have the neatest handwriting we're going to see today.
Thank you.
Like typeset, it's amazing.
Thank you.
All right, Leah Simmons.
Hey, my name is Leah Simmons. I'm from Tupelo, Mississippi. I graduated from the University of Mississippi in 2013. I I have a vital care infusion services pharmacy in Tupelo, and we cover the Memphis market. So just trying to get licensed so we can service referrals we get kind of out of that West Memphis, Arkansas area, along with covering that territory.
Any questions for her? All right, April Tabler. Tabler.
Hi, that's me.
Yes, my name is Inusa. Oh, sorry, I thought.
No, Miss Tabler, please.
Yeah, I'm April Tabler. Yes, hi. I graduated from University of Oklahoma in 2007. I work for CVS Specialty Pharmacy in Fort Worth, Texas, and we service Arkansas along with other southern states, and I'm going to be a backup PIC.
Any questions for her? All right. Now it's your turn, Mr. Taru.
My name is Inusa Tairu. I'm originally from West Africa, Togo. I currently live in Texarkana. I work with CVS Pharmacy inside Target. I went to school at Lacombe, Pennsylvania. So I'm getting Arkansas license to help with CVS at State Line, Texarkana, Arkansas.
Other questions for him? All right. Is it Christian Tala?
Good morning. My name is Christian Tala. I'm from Rockville, Maryland, and I'm a 2014 graduate from the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy. I currently work for CVS Pharmacy and also for CGS Pharmacy, compounding pharmacy. So I'm getting the Arkansas license and to be the upcoming PIC.
And all the compounded products are patient specific?
I'm sorry?
All of your compounded products are patient specific?
That's correct. Yes. They have to get a prescription.
Any other questions? All right, Jenna, is it Teshima?
Hi, my name is Jenna Tashima. I am from Las Vegas, Nevada. I currently work for Anazao Health, and I am seeking licensure as a redundancy. I'm not going to be picked, but just a backup.
And are you on the 503A side or the 503B side?
503B.
Okay. When was y'all's last FDA inspection?
FDA inspection was in February 23rd.
Wow. All right, Cornelius Toliver.
Hi, good morning. I am Cornelius Toliver. I am originally from Fayetteville, North Carolina. I attended Kimball University, which is about 30 minutes outside of Fayetteville, North Carolina. I am seeking PIC licensure for AdhereRx Pharmacy here in Cary, North Carolina. We're a closed door pharmacy, and we would like to start delivering to some Arkansas patients.
Any questions for him? All right, Timothy Troll.
Hello, good morning. This is Tim Troll. I'm from Denton, Texas. I graduated from Texas Tech University in 2010. I am working currently with Texas Star Compounding Pharmacy in Plano, Texas, and we're trying to just take care of any type of referrals that we may be having inside of Arkansas.
And all compounds patient specific?
Yes, they are.
And direct to patient?
I'm sorry. Direct to patient.
Yeah. So you have a note about medications used in office procedures.
John, some of them do get their prescriptions inside of the clinics.
Okay. That is something we'll probably need to discuss with you about which, there are potentially products that could be shipped to clinic, but not necessarily very many of them.
Okay.
We'll need to have a discussion with that, so I'll add a note. Any other questions for him? All right. Richard Vogel.
Yeah, hi, my name is Ricky Vogel. I am from Cincinnati, Ohio. I went to school at the University of Cincinnati, and I am getting an Arkansas license to be the pick for a local mail order pharmacy, Go-Go Meds.
Any other questions? We've already seen Go-Go today. All right. Lauren, is it Werner?
Lauren Warrener.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I'm originally from Tennessee. I graduated from the University of Kentucky, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas to be the backup PIC.
Any questions for her? All right. Allison Watson.
Hi, my name is Allison Watson. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I went to the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and I work at a specialty mail order pharmacy called Foundation Care Pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas so I can be back up to my pick here.
Any questions for her? Charles Williams.
Yeah, hi, my name is Charles Williams. I'm from Washington, Indiana. I'm a 5th generation pharmacist that graduated in 2013 from Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. I work for my family owned and operated company, and we are getting we're wanting to get our pharmacy license for our mail order and specialty pharmacies, which I'll be the pick for.
Any questions for him? All right. Ariel Zlicha.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ariel. I currently live in New York, but I went to pharmacy school at Nova Southeastern University in Fort Lauderdale. I currently work for Uncle 360 Pharmacy. We are a specialty mail order specializing in oral oncology medications, finished dosage forms, no compounding, and I'm in the process of the big transition and also to have redundancy with our other locations, so we make sure our patients are serviced in Arkansas.
Any other questions for him? All right, seeing none, that is the end of this group.
Board members, any questions or discussion? All right, and I will open the floor for a motion. Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Dr. Richmond to grant licensure to these candidates. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries and let the record show it was unanimous.
Real quick, everybody in this group, as you might have already heard, you are responsible for your CE at the end of this biennium. Please be sure you do it. We actually do a 100% audit for CE in the state of Arkansas. 30 hours total, 12 hours must be live, 12 must be ACPE accredited. We also have a fairly active Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A Facebook group where you might see different updates of things going on in the realm of pharmacy in Arkansas. And our Arkansas Pharmacists Association for their members also does a lot of updates for things that are happening either policy-wise, legislative-wise, or other things in the state if you're interested in those. With that, we are done with the 10:30 a.m. group, and you all are welcome to watch the meeting. If you would like to ongoing, please do so on our YouTube channel rather than here in Zoom to help our bandwidth. Oh, and your permits will be mailed out in just the next few days. That's another question people are often ask. So thank you guys for joining us. You do a quick question. I have one random one. All right, Mr. Stevenson, hold on, man. This is Deshaun Stevenson. He was actually testing this morning, so he wasn't in or
All right. So my name is Deshaun Stevenson. I currently live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a pharmacist for Walmart, but my family just moved to Little Rock. We're from Arkansas, so looking to transition, applying to the VA and also for our position. So.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions for him. He was just out of order because of we had pulled him in the bottom. The other couple. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, he would be talking to us.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. So if you guys want to, I guess, a
sure.
motion to approve him as well.
Do I have a motion to approve this candidate?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Richmond and a second from Dr. Newsom. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries, and let the record show it was unanimous.
Our next couple up, we can have Kurt Hall. First, you want to join us? Yes, I do not know whose phone that is, but we are going to.
And yeah, you can move it somewhere, just so Debbie can see you too.
All right, let's see. Mr. Howell is actually under a separate tab for you guys. I'm trying to get.
What is the name of the tab?
It is for Kurt Howell, Howe. He should be in a separate file for you. Okay. We're trying to figure out how to mute. Somebody is on their telephone. It's a 240 area code. I think that we've already been through reciprocity for you, and if so, we would ask that you exit the Zoom portion of the meeting. Yeah, our staff is going to just, Jennifer, you can go ahead and just push them out.
They can join on YouTube.
Yeah. So they're muted. All right, so Mr. Howell is here with his application, as you will see. He has disclosure of a couple of issues in his background. With that, you would have to meet the board. We would generally treat this much like we would an informal conference of the board instead of a full hearing. You got just a moment to look at this. For Mr. Howell, this is a little bit different because you've already seen kind of who all's talking this morning. But what I'll tell you is on this side of the table, we are staff members here at the board. Myself, Dr. Brady is our assistant director. Mr. Joe West is our legal counsel. On the other side, you have 5 of our pharmacy board members that are decision makers here today. As they are looking at this in just a moment, I'm sure that they will have some questions about your application and then come to some decision today. Yes, sir. Think about it is if you agree with their decision, that's fine. If you disagree, you would have opportunity to either say forget it, walk away, or to appeal for a hearing for the full board at a later date. Yes, sir. I'll turn it over to the board members.
And then what is your business in Arkansas? Are you seeking a license here?
Yes, ma'am. I actually am, Rebecca M. She's actually my boss. You actually saw her just a moment ago. And she is going to do a pick change, and I'm going to be the backup in the event that something would occur.
And you're gonna be in compounding pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am. We are 503A compound pharmacy.
Are there any controlled drugs there?
Yes, ma'am. We compound with testosterone. We do gels, lotions. We also do injectable testosterone. And then we also do have, we do a small veterinarian population that uses some ketamine, but that's about it.
So you're currently licensed in Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the state of your license in South Carolina?
It's no longer valid. Yeah, and yes, sir. I just never went back. When they did that, they didn't do a temporary revocation, they did a revocation. And during that time period, my mom passed away. I'm actually from Atlanta, from Georgia, and moved back and just was out of the business for multiple years. So knowing that I wasn't going back to South Carolina, I asked the Georgia board, and then they asked that I retake the NAPLEX because I had been out for multiple years. So I retook the NAPLEX, and then their state, and then as a precautionary measure, because it had been multiple years, they asked me to enroll in a consent agreement, and I was perfectly fine with that. So I am monitored through blood, hair, and urine. And I also have certain stipulations where I have to go to like 3 meetings a week, which is really a non-issue because I'm actively involved with A. And then I also we have a weekly, it's like a pharmacy group meeting with, I guess, like a lot of people call them, you guys call them impaired professionals.
PRN program.
Yeah,
That
correct.
means weekly in Georgia.
Yes, yeah, so we do that on a weekly basis, and I have an advocate. I don't know, like I said, it's been so long since I've, done anything, or had any indiscretions or drank or did anything. Really grateful for that. So.
Yeah, and we're having a sidebar, and Georgia has even lifted your ability, you can even act as a pig.
Correct, yes, yeah, I mean, they've recognized, and I'm really grateful, they've recognized that people do recover when taking the appropriate measures.
So I just want to make sure I'm.
Yes, sir.
So when you originally got your license in Georgia in 2020, you were put on 3 years probation.
Yes, yes, sir.
But your consent agreement, is that separate from the probation?
No, that is the consent agreement is yes, sir. It's a private order. That's why I guess you guys went to ask for it and they wouldn't give it to you because they don't even give that information out to the public. So they put me under a private order and, basically said that I need to go to meetings. And then initially they were like, we're just going to put the PIC restriction on your license. And then they felt that it was okay for me to actually have that ability if so warranted.
So when does the consent agreement has been expired?
Yes, sir. Now I believe it should be in about a year, a little over a year, if the consent agreement will expire in 2023. Yes, yes. I didn't know exactly what.
How long have you been working at Innovation Company?
I've been there for a little over a year, and before that, I worked for the Georgia Poison Center doing toxicology.
What's your primary role on a day-to-day basis?
I actually have 2. One, I help with some of the operations, and 2 is like staffing pharmacists, checking prescriptions, doing normal day-to-day business as like a pharmacist with answering patient phone calls, taking prescriptions, the normal.
Dr. Mack, do you have any questions?
So, there's no issue with the DEA? Is there, I don't see a felony charge or anything.
No, ma'am, no.
So it seems like we've had this scenario before. Do we rely on the state to do all the monitoring? And if there's an issue, then
Well, what we would generally ask is if he decided while he was still under monitoring to move to Arkansas, we would ask him generally to connect with our support group and would probably transfer the monitoring over to ours. As long as he's in Georgia, we're relying on theirs. If he were to move to Arkansas and obtain work here, he legally has to notify us of that, at which point we would, let's just say, you're probably going to want to monitoring you or mirror the length of their contract. As long as he's compliant with his contract there, we generally don't have. We have done that in some instances in the past, where you basically manage, or an advisory letter or something where it doesn't throw him into practitioner data bank notice. Like we're not punishing him, putting him on probation, but issuing a letter that we expect you to follow that. We can work on a letter like that.
I know you mentioned it a few minutes ago. Yes, the traffic consent order in November says no pharmacist in charge. How was that?
They have lifted that. I think
Did I miss
I guess you look before the board.
Yeah, I sent him a letter just asking in the event that, something would occur. I have like no plans to become pick. Like I said, my boss was just here months ago. So, but just, as an independent pharmacy, like she's out for maternity, she just, or something like that would occur. We just need to have
it's the very last page. Yeah.
So Georgia's the only state you're currently licensed in?
Yes, sir. I do have a temporary license. I went before the Nevada board, but I'll be getting licensure in there because a lot of similarities with you guys. They actually require that any pharmacist that dispenses a prescription in a pharmacy that goes into, not even a PIC, has to be licensed. So I had to meet before them just like I am with you guys, and they said that I needed to follow Georgia's, and if I go into Nevada, that I have to make them aware of it, and that I needed to, upon termination of my agreement, furnish that to them as well.
Let them know.
Yes.
Ours should be to issue a similar letter. I think you would, if you're considering approve his application for reciprocity with the caveat to enter into an agreement with him to follow the Georgia order.
And let us know when it.
Yeah, and notify us that it's been included.
Yeah, or if it changes. I don't think so. Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Dr. Newsom. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries and let the record show it was unanimous.
Thank you guys very, very much.
Dr. House.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Ashley Reynolds. Do you want to join us? All right. Dr. Reynolds, you guys have her application in front of you as well. Similar procedure to what you just saw. Minutes to look over that. So, Dr. Hill, do you currently under a monitoring contract with Louisiana?
No, sir.
So as part of the 2020 Board of Pharmacy issue, they did not put you back into monitoring? Right. Did you meet before their impairment committee as part of that, or just their violations committee?
I guess it was just the violations committee.
Was it just 5 of them, or was it the whole like 17 member board?
Oh, no, it wasn't 17.
Okay, so and for our board members in Louisiana, as I understand it, someone can educate me if I misspeak on this, but in general, pharmacy recovery issues go before an impairment committee. Maybe you know, I think North Rad chaired that for years, and then they have a different committee of 5 or 6 board members that will oftentimes see violations. So it sounds like in 2020 she was part of the violations committee. Prior to that, back in, were you in their support group for a period of time?
5 years.
Okay, started in 2015, but not from when you were a pharmacy technician or during pharmacy school.
And why would you want a license in Arkansas?
I'm working at Vital Care and strictly for shipping medication services. I won't be working in Arkansas, physically.
It says she has a job offer in Texarkana.
Actually on that, I'm working with Vital Care. So when I sent it in, I did have the offer in Texarkana. And I did kind of get lucky because my application got lost. And in the meantime, Vital Care offered me a position like close to home. So the application originally was to work there. Now it's strictly just for shipping with Vital Care.
And what is Vital Care?
Compounding pharmacy.
They do control it?
No,
Sterile or non-sterile?
it's sterile.
Dr. Mack?
Can she tell us more about the 2020 issue since that was just so recent?
Yeah, so actually in 2019 is when I quit working with CVS and I was the PIC there. So after that, they called me to that hearing because of loss of controlled substances. But it was, sorry, I don't know if this goes there. I was clear of that because first of all, I wasn't doing it, but there was several technicians that worked there that were fired for stealing. And when I was there, I had no partner or anything, so it was just random floaters that came in and out. But there wasn't anything I had done there. I just apparently wasn't monitoring them correctly.
So I think this one, and you'll see in her Louisiana order, which is the last page and the next to last page, it appears that this was just resolved in December for the order signed 26th December 2021 and entered by the board in February of 22. But they will not allow you to act as a PIC.
I can have it lifted if Mr. Finlay said if I, decided to do it again, I can come in and speak with them and have it lifted.
But right now, you cannot act as a PIC.
No.
So it appears that the only reason she would need an Arkansas license at this time would be to act as a PIC for us to ship in.
Yes, sir.
But her home state would not allow her to act as a PIC. So in general, we would not allow her to be a PIC for an out-of-state pharmacy. In some ways, it would appear that, the board could either deny her application, which would look like a negative action on her license, or offer the opportunity to withdraw it or table it for no decision at this time, which if she withdrew it or if you tabled it, there would be no adverse action from another state, which could actually cause her some other complications.
Do you understand what we're saying?
Not exactly.
Well, if I have I've worked here for about 17 years, a little over that, with the state of Louisiana telling you that you could not be a PIC, and that being the only reason you're applying, I would say there's a high likelihood the board would deny your application, which would look like an adverse action for you. If you decided to withdraw your application, that is not disciplinary, or if they decided to table it and make no decision, that is not disciplinary, but you have no action taken for or against it this time. It would not grant you a license today.
In other words, the way that she could see a license here would be to get Louisiana to lift the PIC restriction, and she could.
I think that cleans it up a bit, but I don't know if the board would be willing to entertain at that point either. There's a lot.
I'm not sure why we would table it. Maybe let her withdraw, but
So I think the question for you is, do you want them to make a decision today, or do you want to withdraw your application?
And then I would need to talk to Louisiana board.
I think that if you did not have those restrictions or any type of probation or anything on your Louisiana license, it is a cleaner application. But I don't know if they would approve it even if that was not on there today, just due to the amount of history that's present. That's a board discussion or decision.
I think the time since your most recent issue is also a concern, or the lack of time since the most discrepancy.
I agree that there are a number of things that are concerned, but I guess I also try to look at it another way. So she did have a problem in 2010 with her technician certification. The license was taken away, but then 2 years later, she got pharmacy school, and the same board of pharmacy apparently issued an intern license, which then they found that she was in violation. So it doesn't make any sense that the board issued the license, but then they found her in violation. So I have a question about that. But it does appear that it kind of continues, and this problem cropped up where she had to go to Palmetto, and then there's almost 5,000 tablets missing from CVS, and that's the most recent issue. So all those things, just speaking out loud, those are the kind of concerns that we would be asking you to address, even if you have clean license and reason.
Dr. Mack?
well, to add to Dr. Richmond, for her to work at CVS as a pharmacist and not watch the text good enough, that's very concerning to me, having the past that she's already had. I mean, so to me, I don't think we'd be allowing a license today for sure. And I don't know that it's just as simple as getting it okayed by Louisiana. I think it's just 2020 was just a few years ago.
I mean, in that file, there's an indication that, at least a claim that the verdict was during that law. So I mean, we don't have a current eval, we don't have the full case file necessarily from Louisiana, we just have the order on that at this time.
What is the will of the board?
Need a clarification whether she was withdrawn. Whether she wants to take a vote on her.
Dr. Jolly, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Well, you know, did we get clarification, on whether she wanted to withdraw or whether she wants us to take
I think you just asked her.
Yeah. So on your original application, it looked like you had a job opportunity in Texarkana. So you applied for your licensure. It sounds like your situation has changed, where you're now working for a company in Louisiana. Louisiana will not let you serve as a PIC. You don't have to have your licensure in Arkansas to work for the company that you're working for. So I think our question is, do you want to withdraw your application, or do you want us to take a vote on your application to be licensed in Arkansas?
I mean, I guess withdrawing would be my best option.
I would think so.
And we don't have to make a decision to allow that at all, that's good.
But she can withdraw all that. So if you'd like, I take it you would like to withdraw your license. Okay. With that, you guys would not have to make a decision. And we can thank her for voting here today. Thank you, Hannah, ready?
Debbie, this is tab number 5.
So Hannah is with us this morning with a request to take the law exam. She's seen it a couple of times and has a request for his her policy to see if the board will approve her to have another attempt at it. So Hannah, if you want to tell them who you are and where you're in school and why you're trying to get your license in Arkansas, that'll probably help kick it off.
Okay. Originally, I'm from a little town, it's called Scenic, Missouri. I currently go to school at Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. My fiance and he lives in Hot Springs. We actually get married this Saturday, so I ended up ending up here as a pharmacist. So that is where I'm headed. I talked to Walmart, and they kind of leaning towards as soon as I get the law exam passed, then I can start as an intern at the Walmart in Hot Springs. While I'm still in school.
What year are you in school?
I'm a third year.
Finishing third year?
Finishing third year. Okay. And I have rotations, APTD rotations lined up this year for around the area.
What's your GPA?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Trying to figure out, I guess what maybe about the law exam is getting you trouble.
We start rotations a little earlier at Union. We start in January. So the first time I really just came in, I didn't know what to expect. The true and false threw me for a loop. With the amount of true and false in Tennessee focuses on different aspects of their law when we were in class. And then the second attempt was only, I think, a little over a week and a half after the first, but I was on rotations and that was the only day available that I had. So this time I've had a little bit more time to go through it, and I found some cahoots made by Dr. Richardson from Harding that he has.
Richmond.
You and I communicated by email.
Yes, yes, he did. So I've been able to go through some of those as well.
So are there particular areas or types of questions that are the most problematic?
I think the types of questions more. I seen in the past, I've struggled with the true and false, and then with the schedule, controlled scheduling. In Tennessee, we haven't really been taught just strictly what schedule those are in, but with the schedule, I've gone through multiple times.
So that was the one with about 80 questions.
Mm-hmm.
You doing all right on that?
Yes.
True false questions. I guess we just give advice if you were to repeat, but just read the question. Take it at face value. Don't read anything into it. Let the question ask itself. You just answer the question. And don't think, oh, this maybe, or maybe this, or maybe this. Just think about the question, what it's asking. the K type questions, they're a little different type of thinking process. Go through the order of the options that are offered to you and decide, does this satisfy or not satisfy the question? And then depending on the way the question is worded, which of the following is, and which of the following is. And then determine which ones meet, and then go down and match up your answers. That's the best way to answer that type of question. So then you're really breaking each part of it down to what's kind of true false kind of a matching or multiple choice as well. Are there other, so controlled substance drugs, you voted up on that.
It seemed on the first exam I had more problems with the true and false, and on the second one I had more problems with the control, so I'm hoping with going back through it several times that balanced out.
Are you truly ready to take it again, or are you just ready to take a stab at it?
I think that I'm as ready as I can be with this time that I've had between the last exam and today. My first rotation starts next month. I'm at Buck's Pharmacy in Glenwood, Arkansas, so I have to have a law exam pass.
Starts in July. The talk that you do, John, is that only shared with the colleges?
No, it's shared with
She has that.
The other, I guess, piece of advice I would give is that on any short answer question, providing more detail would be good than just trying to keep it short, because there are certain aspects of each answer that we're looking for. So the more information you provide, the more detailed your answer is. Ideally, that's more potential to be positive points in the right direction, assuming that details are correct. So as a board, it sounds like we're giving her advice for when she retakes the test, so we're going to let her retake it, but we need to officially vote to do that. So do I have a motion? All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Richmond and a second from Dr. Nixon. Dr. Mack, I thought I saw your hand. Did you have any questions?
Yes, I'm sorry, but it's a little bit, the Zoom is pretty bad today. Is the issue simply that she has failed to pass the exam twice and she would like to take it again? Is there anything else going on that y'all are discussing?
No, just that.
And do we think she has prepared for the third time in a different way?
I mean, I think she answered that she thinks she has.
Okay, that's what I was trying to make sure.
So I have a motion on the floor, and we've not taken a vote. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries, and let the record show it was unanimous. We're all gonna cross all of our fingers and toes and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, under tab 6. Correct. Is that right? Yes, we have representatives from Farm Care in Phoenix. You guys want to step up? We have a request for a stat safe automated dispensing system, similar to what you guys have seen before, for use as an emergency kit at long-term care facilities in Arkansas. This specific request, and I'll let all three of them introduce who they are, is for a specific pharmacy group and a specific actual piece of equipment.
Correct, we're seeking approval for an electronic key kit that we see facilities here in the state. Kent Abbott, President CEO of Farm Care USA, location in Maumelle. I'm Jeff Rogers, the territory sales manager, sales rep for the state of Arkansas, and Malia Ritz, who's the technical training manager for Phoenix. And so I think we were in front of the board December 2020, I believe, one of your first COVID meetings. So it's the first time face to face.
So I think you've got a few slides. You wanna-
I do, yeah, I have some different demonstrations to show how we, our equipment, stat safe, our newer features, which were not available the last time we presented to you, is our stat cubes. As well as reviewing regulation 12 and all of the different ways our equipment meets the needs of regulation 12 in Arkansas. So our newest equipment is the stat safe, the stat cubes. Jeff actually has a kind of demo samples there.
I'm gonna pass these around. Now, these can't be unlocked, except for the programming station that we provided at the pharmacy. So I'll present one, lock one. I'll ask that you don't close this tab because we can't open it until we have to the pharmacy.
But just to show the security of our new cube system, it is not a refillable drawer. The actual cube removes from the drawer, and the cube ships the medication completely sealed after being verified by a pharmacist. With our cube system, we do have different places, things in place that where technicians, if they create the cube, the technician will bring the cube open to the pharmacist. The pharmacist then verifies the contents of the cube, and the pharmacist signs off of our program. And then that cube can be delivered to the facility. It cannot be delivered to the facility unless it has been actually verified or created by a pharmacist, by a licensed pharmacist, and our equipment ensures that. I was just kind of the whole open close presentation. Once it is closed, there is no opening it. They all contain a smart chip. That smart chip knows exactly the medication that is inside of the cube. It knows where that cube is located in the drawer, and it cannot be placed in the wrong location, and it allows that the wrong medication cannot be dispensed. That medication is also checked when it is loaded into the stat safe. And I've kind of got a little video we can show that just kind of shows how that dispensing process works. Our new generation does have biometric security as well, which is one of the parts of Regulation 12. It is a fingerprint login system. Each user is assigned an individual fingerprint. I can bring us the screens in a minute. The pharmacy has full control over the users in the cart through our portal, as well as the control who the facility has access to create and change users. The pharmacy has automated complete control, is automatic over who has access to the cart and who doesn't. We'll kind of show a little bit just on the actual cube operation, which for most of our customers are using this, they're using for narcotic controls. So they're currently being used mostly for narcotic controls of our cube customers, and they're out in many of our different customers being used successfully today. This one's going to show, I'm not sure if it'll show the volume or not, but we can kind of talk through it. This is a demonstration of the actual cube dispensing within the cart. It might take some to load.
Is there sound with that?
There should be, yes. Okay. As soon as it loads, I'm not sure. If it doesn't play, I will talk through it.
Okay. I think I'll have to do that.
Cube inventory system. Every cube is fully locked from pharmacy to stat safe and only unlocked for dispensing. It is ideal for controlled and high-value meds.
It's not just a video. It might be a bag. I'm sorry.
Effortlessly dispensed with large touchscreen.
It's not showing the videos. Let's see if we can get that to catch up and show it. If it doesn't, we'll go through it just some visual pictures. Let's try it one more time. It still hasn't shown me.
Changeable stat cube inventory system. Every cube is fully locked from.
It's showing on this screen, but it's not showing the.
Yeah.
Pharmacy to stat safe and only unlocked for dispensing. It is ideal for controlled and high-value meds. Effortlessly dispensed with large touchscreen. Simply select the patient, medication, and quantity.
It goes through the same slides.
The cube location is displayed on the touchscreen. StatSafe prompts the status light next to the drawer. When the drawer is open, the cube status light is illuminated and the lid automatically opens. All other cubes remain locked. StatSafe allows one correction on the blind count. If the second entry is incorrect, it allows the dispense to move forward and records and reports the discrepancy. Close the drawer to complete the dispense process.
All right, so as you saw with our stat cube dispensing equipment, they only get access to the one cube within the door of the dispensing from. All of the other cubes stay locked and they do not have access to them, they will not open. So one cube at a time, allowing access to that one narcotic or that one medication in the cart. They're fully sealed when they're delivered, they're fully sealed when they're loaded by the pharmacy or there at the facility. So nobody else has access to them even in the loading process. We notice for diversion tracking, they do a blind count every time it's dispensed. If there is a discrepancy, it allows them to conclude with a transaction, and the pharmacy or the facility will immediate notification that a discrepancy has occurred, that something has been off in the count, so they can correct it. Again, biometric security, so using the fingerprint to log in, they are choosing the patient that it's dispensed to. I know one of the questions on Regulation 12 is talking about the pharmacist having control and knowing what's being dispensed. The StatSafe system does have a security feature that we call our security codes, which is an optional feature that can be used by the pharmacy. But what the security code does is with the settings, any of our doors can be customized. So most of our pharmacies on the narcotic door will use a security code system. And what happens is when the nurse goes to pull a narcotic or any door that has a security code system in it, they get an 8-digit code on the screen. The door will not open. It does not give them access to the medication. They have to give that 8-digit code to the pharmacy. With our coding system, they could also call the pharmacy ahead of time. The pharmacy could give them the code before they start to pull the medication, or they can do it during the transaction. But one thing that's really nice about our security code system is that the pharmacist, when they get the call either before or afterhand, they can actually choose the patient and the medication to be dispensed. At least StatSafe will not allow any other medication to be dispensed, and it will not allow to dispense to the patient. Each one of our codes are one-time use. This is an example of a use code I have up here on the screen. It was designated the patient and the exact medication. They can have an expiration date or they can not have an expiration date. And then down at the bottom, you can see the actual use data. It says used by, and I can see that when one hydrocone was pulled for that patient, I can see the exact date and time that was pulled. That is the data that was sent back from the cart to the pharmacy that shows them that the order they created was used and that it was used for the correct patient and medication. So really good tracking there on the order codes, which involves that pharmacist and complete verification of the e-kit dispensing. Again, it is an optional feature, but it is there. Again, our cubes are our highest level of security with biometrics. Reporting access and loading the cart, it's all available. I know this is a report of acceptance into the cart. I know tracking of inventory being loaded is very important as part of Regulation 12. This is actually the access log for door 2, which is a narcotic door on this cart. And it shows the accept drug log. It tells me exactly the time, the date, and who it was that loaded medication in the cart. As well as we have our delivery sheets to go with the medication. So whenever the pharmacy fills the medication or delivers the medication, it can be signed off for at the facility. And then that acceptance log shows the final process and it was actually loaded into the cart. As well as we have full tracking of anything that's been removed from the cart. So anytime anybody removes anything, say out of date, or they remove it for another reason, all items removed from the cart are tracked as well as part of the policy to follow the item from beginning to end, just controlling the process flow. Our carts have full access logs anytime anybody touches the medication. So if they dispense a medication, if they accept a medication, if they do an audit on that drawer, every time that medication is ever touched, it is completely audited and controlled. We know who did it. There's no way to work around that. So. Biometrics is how they can get to log in, so there's no falsifying log information as well. Our pharmacists use the portal, so this is our portal where they manage everything within the cart. This is the pharmacy management side, so this is where it's not like my hotspot. The pharmacy manages everything here, including the medication. They'll be able to see all the orders. They get all the reports here. They manage all of their carts. Our carts work on cloud-based, so we communicate always. So this cart last communicated an hour ago, but all transactions are sent automatically as they happen to the cart in the pharmacy. But again, this is where they manage all the medication. Our cube drawers hold 30 medications of those single cubes, or it's 15 slots for the double cubes. You can see an example where that cube door looks like on the pharmacy side, and medications are loaded in it. Yellow are items that have been accepted for cart mix. There's full traceability and tracking from the time it leaves the pharmacy to the time it loads in the cart. The portal access is what the pharmacist uses, like I said, they can see all the patients, they can control all the users. If I know that this user just got transferred or is no longer at the facility, all I have to do is at the pharmacy, I can check off their access. I can say now that user can no longer access the cart. So very easy user control from the pharmacy side.
Would you guys like to ask some questions?
Yeah.
I have another question. Would you ever at the pharmacy mix the lots of the same drug in one?
That is a great question. Yeah, so we work on a card-based system. Let me show you what that looks like. So in our inventory, every cube, some of them has stickers on it. Every item, every card, every dispensing item has a sticker number, the lot number, like 1A-254. When those two pills are loaded or used, they load a new one, that'll be 1A-555. And every one of those manages the lot number, so you cannot mix lot numbers within it. So if I were to look at a specific item, and I go to edit it, the lot number is loaded specifically for every item that's loaded in the cart by card number. So there are 20 pills and they're from 2 different lots. They should make 2 different cards with so many different lot numbers.
So it'll be in 2 different.
It'll be in 2 different cubes. The way our system is set up, you manage with lot numbers.
And this is probably silly, but they're blister packed.
There are a multitude of ways to do this. These will be in a blister pack or they'll be in a strip packaging.
Okay.
They're unit.
They're really unit dose in the cubes.
Okay.
We operate, actually, I've got that thing, but over 200 of these stat saves nationwide. And in varieties from what we're showing you to a more open bingo card style. This is by far more secure. I don't know if any of you have any long-term care experience. I'm suspecting you're familiar anyway. For me as a pharmacy operator, this is much more secure than a tackle box. The tackle box, once they break into that plastic block, everything is available to them. This stops that. And even better, I like, nurses don't like it sometimes, but I like for my pharmacists to approve it. That is, they give them a code to get in to get that drug for that patient. And then it's locked back down. For me, it assures a couple of things. One, the order's valid. It's a real, the orders aren't wrong, the directions aren't wrong. But number 2, we can compare that to what they're taking. So we can look for interactions, we can look for problems that might be in their drug regimen. So by having the pharmacist involved, it's a huge step forward compared with the old systems. And there again, the tackle box, the original e-kit. Once you're in, you're in. Some of the other systems, including our original version, StatSafe, once you're in that drawer, you're in that drawer. This goes beyond that, and it locks it down to the drug that patient has been approved to take.
It looks like the security and the mechanism to dispense is very similar to we see an automatic dispensing systems and inpatient settings. Is the main difference in this that the pharmacy is off-site filling the queues and then sending the queues to the long-term care facility? Or what are the main differences between what we're used to in the inpatient side of this?
This is getting much closer to what you'd see in the inpatient side with Pixis or Omni,
Pixis, Cubex,
something along those lines. but the difference is it's not an in-house operation. So traditionally, the board doesn't allow cross-state line functionality for it to be controlled from beyond our border. So now they have a pharmacy in Arkansas, which means they would be eligible to apply. I'll point out probably the 3 or 4 main issues that the board has said in my history about this type of operation. For many years, probably for, I'd say the first 14 years I was here, every time somebody wanted to operate it, they wanted to do it from another state. And so it's an automatic non-starter that you can't do off-site order stuff from another state. We've heard a lot of this will reduce diversion, but when you really get down to it, we don't have any diversion reports. So it's, you can't reduce something that's already at nothing. But I think it's been better stated today. It prevents any potential for having full access to everything. If you open up the bin with hydrocodone 10, you have access to all the hydrocodone 10 in that, but you don't also have access to the
5.
Yeah, to the 5. You don't have access to these injectables.
Those are all locked out.
So the other things that the board has traditionally had questions about looking at different systems is how is it securely prepared in the pharmacy who gets to load it? Because we have had systems before that they want to bring all the tablets and refill the machine, which we're like, if that's it, we want a pharmacist to do it. The lockable cube is a much better approach even than a lockable drawer because the cube individually is loaded into the safe. So I mean, that they have absolutely answered many of the concerns that the board had previously with it.
Okay, sorry, what would you like to see?
The other thing that gets weird. I didn't touch it. We just lost Zoom. Hold on a second. I did not do that. Hey, Brandon, you check again. I imagine she's on it, but just in case. No, because it has to be a public meeting, and I know there are people that watch this stuff.
Okay, I'm going to run to the rest. I apologize.
It looks like we just completely lost our Zoom here.
Yeah,
Unknown
we feel very,
here.
It's an important stop.
Well, I mean, but it's whole Zoom is gone.
We can see on this. There you go.
Right. Everyone else other than us is still on.
Yeah, okay.
So the public can see each other, but not.
So are you needing all 3 of those screens up there?
No, I gotta take mine off.
Okay.
So we back up.
Yeah, you never
I guess
went
everybody
down.
but me. He means specifically, actually. Okay, well, I can fix that. But Jennifer, it looked like our recording stopped. Yeah.
I'll go and double check, but
Okay, but if it's still going to YouTube, we should still have it.
yeah.
We'll have the YouTube recording. Okay, so who loads it and how it is loaded has always been a main point, but with these individual things that are individually secured, that is a different issue than trying to say people taking random drugs or a fully accessible door that just can open and pick up. Who controls it from where, of course, but then it also, because it's long-term care, it's different than a hospital. A hospital, it's the hospital owns it, the hospital pays for it. Long-term care gets weird because the pharmacy and the home are supposed to figure out who or how they share costs and things that they both benefit from. So like Mr. Abbott can't give them a cart, but he could sell them a cart at what a cart costs or prorate it for the life of the cart or something like that. But you can't just give it away. It's not the weird thing.
Well, the meds belong to the pharmacy.
They do.
So would not the cabinet that houses the pharmacy's drugs not belong to the pharmacy?
And generally the cabinet would. If there's an additional functionality for getting to the Mars report or anything like that, where there's a shared system for the pharmacy to be able to look at it and to get scripts, oftentimes that's an actual medication handling system or tracking system for the home itself, which we would expect the home to pay for that side of the functionality. pharmacy has integration, we've got a few systems we allow integration, the pharmacy can't pay for the whole home's medication handling for their patient meds, but can pay for the integration.
And it's a facility that would have multiple pharmacies that serve different patients. This would be just for.
This for all the patients.
One kid per facility.
Yeah.
Regardless of where that patient gets the medication.
So
other pharmacies would still have the opportunity to load their medication.
no. Only one pharmacy is allowed to have a kit at home. Otherwise, you have 6 random kits.
Oh, so these are not patient specific.
No. This is the emergency
This is
manager.
okay, sorry.
And so then the pharmacy, basically, if it's if it's an A bed and he has the contract for A beds, that's very easy. If it's a self-pay and it's not one of his customers, what probably helps him more than anything, I would think. So tell me if I misspeak, but
you're doing fine.
yeah, if it's an emergency need for me and I'm not one of his clients, he's going to know and have to release it to pull that bed for me, and therefore know that he has accountability for where his medication is.
Increases the pharmacist's role, as prior to that, with the tackle box, they just.
Because all of us that are pharmacists have signed a creed that says we're going to take care of patients. Even if John is not my patient, it is not in John's best interest for me to say, no, he's not my patient. It is in my best interest and his best interest to take care of him. And we're contracted with the facility to do so. Regardless if it's, I'm from Oklahoma, so I can say this. It's Joe Bob's Corner Pharmacy down the way. Joe Bob won't, that's my generic pharmacy, but won't respond. I should have a duty to take care of the patient. So that my staff knows this. So at the end of the day, I still want control because, as you pointed out, I own it. So I do want control. And by the way, I don't want control of just the narcotics.
Yeah,
I want control of those $10 tablets that are in there too, that are for diabetes or whatever they're for. I want control of that.
So my question was, is the request before the board today specifically to approve stat Q, or is it to approve all 3 options?
I'm only, they would love that. I'm only asking that the Q version be approved. I think it's the safest way out.
So
sorry,
I'm
not going to do it.
I just want to make sure I understand the ask.
So to elaborate on that, I anticipate we will have an additional request. And they asked if they could piggyback. I'm like, we don't have time to piggyback anything else in this schedule. I mean, we've got 11:30 probably waiting on us now, but for long-term care use, the way we've approached this is a specific piece of technology for a specific function of an emergency kit in a long-term care facility. We'll have one later for another type of program we have other potential issues with that would confuse this matter greatly.
Okay.
So it's really for this technology to be used in this specific model, and this is the pharmacy asking for right now. If we approve it for this type of use in this model, I think it makes it approvable for another pharmacy to piggyback on this approval. Say, we're going to use it under the exact same model and control it from Arkansas and load it this way.
So stat Q.
For e-kits for long-term care.
Okay.
And John, I can speak for my competitors. I know they're going to piggyback.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But it's, at the end of the day, it's still safer than the other systems.
Yeah.
I can answer one other thing that I would like to answer is, just like we do in regular pharmacy, the tech's going to prepare medication, they're going to put it in there, and the pharmacist is going to check it in the cube and close the cube. Okay. Then when the cube goes out to the facility, I plan to use technicians to put it in the machine for them. It's a control, maybe it's a control issue that I have, but at least I know it got in there and take it somewhere else and hammer it to get in. So that's the way I plan to do it. I like the technology because you can't plug it into the wrong hole. It's got to be in that one. So we do have access. You did mention that we have access. We can look and see what. In fact, our policy is to look every morning and see if we weren't contacted. Look every morning and see what was used. If we look and then we don't find an order that has come to us, then we're asking questions. Where's this order for this man?
Dr. Mack has a question.
So I heard John explain about, this is safer just getting into the one drug, but did you say that it is all being controlled outside of the state? There's no Arkansas pharmacy?
Arkansas pharmacy.
Yeah, this request, he has an Arkansas pharmacy location that.
Okay.
I said in the past, for a decade, everybody that asked wanted to control it from out of state, which would not have even been legal for Arkansas, for our rules.
I have a
There
question.
is a pharmacy, okay.
There, in years past, with many boards, there's been a confusion. This is not a dispensing system. We need to be very clear, like Alexa and some of the other groups have, where it pouches it up, everything that patient A needs for their AA.
Yeah, it's not multi-dose.
This is not that. A pharmacist has to be involved, a nurse has to be involved. And it's one at a time.
We don't allow multi-dose for skilled nursing facility full care. It can be used in assisted living, but we understand the number of changes that will be back and forth to pharmacy and have not entertained it.
As you know, Texas does allow that, and it's a nightmare. It breaks down more than it goes.
Okay. And I think Brian.
What's your downtime?
Sure, so each cart comes with battery backup. That battery backup will run the cart for about 30 minutes. We do suggest that they go on to generator plugs, hopefully, so that once that 30 minutes is up, the generator has time to pick up. They also all have emergency access. So on the back of that cart are panels that are controlled by a key, which has door panels, allows emergency access to the doors and locations.
You manually pop the drawer?
You manually pop the drawer, and then there is also a secondary access to the stack cubes as well. They open their stack cubes. It does have to have power to open those stack cubes. There has to be some form of power coming to the cart. But should somebody walk up and break the monitor off, so they can use the computer, there is a secondary emergency access in the cart. So everything has secondary.
Brian, when you get to the secondary, typically the director of nursing is the only one that can go secondary. Not always, but typically. So they're going to have to call that DON, bring them in, and they're going to have to approve.
And I would assume there's an alert that goes back to the portal that lets them know that happened. It's not immediately if there's no power.
Yeah, so our carts work beautifully offline. They do not need internet to work. It will know exactly what it knew the last time it was online, provided there's power to the computer. Once it comes back online, it does notify the pharmacy of everything that happened while it was offline. If somebody were to use the key to access the back, that isn't necessarily done through our computer system.
That's all manual at that point.
Yeah.
And we're just.
But that's where you are currently.
Yes.
But it is a secure key that would be probably kept in the DON's office.
Yeah.
So it is a secure.
Yeah,
key.
it is a secure.
You have to have a downtime.
Yes.
That's going to involve a key.
That you can use.
My question was going to be, who gets that key? And is that defined in the policy and procedure? Do you guys just work with nursing homes and they're responsible for the security of that key?
They are responsible, and Brian, we have a key too.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, we may have to go to that facility and let them in when they can't find the key. And that happens so many times that I don't want to talk about it.
And we also have 24/7 technical support. So I'm one of those technicians. I'm on call at 2 o'clock in the morning, the phone rings and the nurse needs support.
We do too.
Our first line of service is always to help get them up and running first. With our new carts, our new carts in US3, I really haven't had to get anybody emergency access to do that, so.
And then I think I noticed on the queue that there's a 2 barcode. So are you guys doing barcode scanning at the pharmacy when you're filling? So you're scanning that, scanning the drug, and it's got to match up, and it's got some additional safety features.
Yes, in our case, the tech scans it, then the pharmacist has to check it and scan it again. And the delivery person ends up scanning it one more time to make sure that it's the right drug, right?
When they load it.
Yeah.
The barcode on the top of the card, top of that cube has a QR code, and that QR code is specific to that one card or that one cube or that one item, and it ensures that it is the correct item that you receive at the facility. You'll see there's another QR code on the front. That's our cube programming identifier, and there's no 2 cubes out there with the same code anywhere. So that more tells the loader what that cube is, what the contents are, and everything. But the top QR code is what the card reads as our PIN codes, which apply for security during dispensing, as well as loading to ensure the nurse has the right item.
So your delivery person is a registered technician?
We typically don't use our delivery people for this. We typically send our techs on stat sec rounds, one of our usual techs.
Well,
we could have a driver that is a tech registered that works for us.
I mean, I hear typically, that sounds like there could be exceptions, so.
No, the exception was if we happen to have a driver that is tech certified, then they might do it versus a regular tech during the daytime hours.
And right now, most homes use drivers to deliver tackle boxes, which is the difficult part is, traditionally the tackle box had a serialized tag that you would know of the pharmacy and home that tag was not tampered with by the time it got to home. Some earlier iterations of this type of dispensing system would be a drawer that wasn't necessarily tamper resistant or tamper evident as what you are looking at now. And so the caution was, I've been here long enough that there were literally people, they wanted to take a replacement, wholesaler tote and then go just refill all the little things there on site, and we've not allowed that.
I guess, going through the thought process, if they were delivering a tackle box that had a serial tag on it, they're still delivering it as a unit. They're not manipulating anything.
Yes.
Here, they're not manipulating anything, but they still are having to put it in its final resting place. It does electronically match up. I guess I'm just asking, does it matter?
I got you.
Since following all the way to its final place, is that required to be a tech duty?
But it's the nurses, who's loading it at the facility? Your technician.
Mm-hmm.
So they're using a technician to load it, which is, I could argue both sides if that is or is not a tech duty, it would have to be supervised. But the odd thing is the securable package has, or must have the final pharmacist verification on it. And then the computer recognizes it as a closed unit.
It's not going to accept that QB in that slot. It's not going to allow it to see.
Yeah.
It's not the right one.
Yeah.
It rejects it.
So whether in a hospital, technician still fixes it. So whether it's 200 feet or 200 miles, the pharmacist is not going.
The pharmacist doesn't go to the station, right? They've already
done
the final check.
And by the way, the pharmacist doesn't take the tackle box themselves to the facility like that. That is the driver most of the time that is doing that. So,
well, that's a finished product.
That's the best point, is that's a fully finished product rather than a almost finished product that has to be in the cart to be a full finished product.
Right.
I get that.
Any other questions?
I've got one question. That matrix thing, I'm not going to ask, because that's we're just talking about stuff.
So the request is to approve the stat cube for use in long-term care by pharmacies located in Arkansas, specifically this pharmacy. What is the will of the board?
So we would be approving your Arkansas-based pharmacy to by stack
As presented.
as presented
For e-kids.
for emergency kits.
Limited volume.
And then John will split here, but do we need to provide any specificity around a registered technician having to look at this machine as part of this?
I think our biggest concern in the past is that it has to be securable or secured once checked by the pharmacist, which I think this is. I don't think this is saying that you have drawers that can be manipulated before they're into the robot.
Be stolen.
Well,
They can be stolen and brought up. They're secure.
Yeah, same thing
We
with
can steal the tackle box too.
Yeah, right.
just saying non-vision.
Please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't.
I'm not saying,
Please
I'm not
don't.
saying to you. I'm thinking more somebody hit me over the head.
Anything that has to be refrigerated, not in this.
No.
So you still have a manual system for that.
We have a manual system for that. Now, we have in other states, I don't think we have here, we have set little refrigerators that lock. Which, by the way, that's one of the bigger areas that gets
Injectables.
to burglary.
Or they
use that. But that insulin costs something, well, we're doing something about that. But that's what gets stolen these days. A $300 bottle.
Dr. Doyle, is that a motion?
That was my, yeah, I'll make that.
Did you have another question?
Well, I mean, I guess to state the obvious, this is for the approved emergency list of drugs that we allow, just.
Right, we can't put anything else in it. I'd love to talk with you about that another time. But not, today's not the day. Right, today's not the day. It's just what is approved, it's all we're gonna do.
I see you, Dr. Mack.
Okay. Oh, wait, I was just gonna ask before we do the voting. So we heard that it's his pharmacist's duty to make sure that the other patients in the home are taken care of. Do we need to be that to be part of the, I guess, acceptance that maybe Dr. Jolly is saying? Because I understand they should, but we don't want to end up with patients that can't get anything because they aren't his patients.
Now that's already a standard of care in long-term care. I mean, it's,
Okay.
the emergency kit is for the use of all residents.
Okay. Good.
All right, I have a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Dr. Richmond. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries, and let the record show it was unanimous.
So we will send you guys a letter saying that it was approved as presented. Have that. So
You'll send us a letter, both of us?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Where's your pharmacy located, by the way?
If I've got the address right, 9600 North Mamou. I can't say that word very good.
It's in Sherwood.
Mamou?
Sure, Mom.
North Little Rock. Say it one more time. I can drive to it, but I can't say that. Mamou.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Goodman with us. Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I had to put it down, I was afraid I would accidentally close it. I was like, ah.
If you feel explosive, you can get it back out.
Oh, yeah, she's out here. And we do our 1 o'clock, we do have some people coming in for the 1 o'clock to help present, that I know we'll have to.
We'll eat that.
Right over here.
This good?
Hello. Is this kind of second?
Yes. So, real quick, Ms. Goodman, I'm John Kirtley, I'm the director of the board. I'll tell you who you're speaking with today. On this side of the table, we are staff members, myself, Brent McCready is our assistant director, Mr. Joe West is our legal counsel. And on the other side, you have 5 of our pharmacy board members who are decision makers here today. I'm going to give you a brief overview of kind of this product, and I'm sure you will have some stuff to correct when and how I misspeak on this. But this is a result. I know some of the board members actually saw this, that there was a letter that a prescriber group sent out to Arkansas Pharmacy saying that they were going to continue to accept prescriptions through their office, the Psychiatric Research Institute, that they had to sign up for an exchange for controlled substance called WINA. That's who Ms. Goodman is with. This is her company. It would be, in my estimation, a similar approach to what we see with EPCS currently with SureScripts, except it's not necessarily integrated into most pharmacy systems at this point. Our approach was that a system like that would have to be approved by the board. SureScripts is, I don't know when it was approved, but years and years ago. So we invited her. She had a request to see if she could get approval from the board. I know that she's been before a couple other state boards of pharmacy for you guys to consider if we know exchange would be approved for electronic prescriptions for controlled substances. That correct?
You did a great job.
So, and I know you probably want to tell real quickly who you are and about the company, and I know I have a couple of questions about the integration, which is one of those concerns we would have.
Sure. I'm Tina Goodman. I'm the CEO and founder of Lino. We've been around doing e-prescribing according to the NCPDP standards since 2011. And we operate in all the states. We didn't realize, I apologize, we did not realize we need approval in Arkansas. I get a spreadsheet of the states that ask for intermediary approval. And somehow that slipped, the company that I bought that list from, so I apologize. But I'm here to seek approval to be an intermediary. We also have, that's our core. So we compete with SureScripts. We're the very, very small company. Of course, y'all are familiar with SureScripts. They do back-end communication, sending the prescriptions from the doctor system to the pharmacy system. We do the same exact standards, but we're just smaller. And so in order to operate in all over the United States, what we do is we provided a standalone pharmacy system that would be like a bridge software in case the pharmacy has not connected, their system hadn't connected to the intermediary yet. So basically this allows the prescribers to get very cheap e-prescribing as low as $8 a month. And they can jump on and use it to satisfy the DEA rules in your state board rules, e-prescribing at least Schedule 2 to 6 according to your law. And when they do that, and it goes to a pharmacy that's not connected to WINA yet, I have in the presentation a sample of the fax notification that we send them. And basically it tells them how they can get in that bridge software free of charge. So they can get a legal electronic prescription without any cost to them. And they can use that as long as they need to get the electronic file. And if it becomes a point where they get a lot of prescriptions from these doctors that are using WINA, the prescribers, then they'll pressure their system to connect with us. So generally that's how it works. We give them a free software as a bridge.
Yeah, I think what's unusual, I think, on the pharmacy side of this one is really the prescriber led. Yes. And then push towards pharmacy, whereas for years the discussions I've been in has always been the pharmacy is ready on SureScript that is fully integrated, and then the prescriber is trying to get on board. And I know a lot of prescribers are upset about their cost for that. But it's been nice to be able to say, well, as far as we know, 100% of all Arkansas pharmacies are online ready to get that. So I'm curious, we've got 750 pharmacies in Arkansas. How many of them do you have direct integration with now? Or is it all still the bridge?
Well, you put a cease and desist on, that clinic for using it, so we don't have anybody using it in Arkansas right now.
What systems do you have a direct?
Okay, I have a contract with McKesson, Enterprise RX.
Okay.
Walmart reached out to us, Best RX with 1,100 stores, and we have 4 or 5 small ones. And then the others were on the radar, their development. It takes a long time for these pharmacy systems to say, okay, and we don't have a lot of prescribers, so the need is great. You know, they might get a few on the standalone, but when they start getting hit hard, that's when they put a lot of pressure on their systems to connect with us, because they got to do another process to get that electronic file from us, you know, and so it's inconvenient, but it keeps them compliant with the law. So that's kind of how it works in other states, like in California, for example, they have an extra law that says you can't interfere with the legal prescription you have. So you can't, you know, you got to go do what you have to do. You have to connect to the system the doctor's using or whatever they're doing. So it's a little different there in California. So we have a lot more users there, and same kind of thing with Florida.
So if a Dallas doc sent a Weno script to a Walmart, it automatically is in the Walmart system?
No, Walmart has an opportunity, and some of their stores are allowed to use the standalone.
Okay.
And then a lot of times, the pharmacy like CVS and Walgreens, what they'll do is use that exception that says they'll take that fax notice, and if it's a Schedule 3, 4, or 5, and also maybe a non-controlled, they won't even bother getting the electronic file because they have an exception. Y'all's law does too. Your Section D allows them to, the pharmacy not to have to prove the doctor has to e-prescribe it. And then the biggest problem comes usually in those states with Schedule 2s, because those really should be e-prescribed. And so the pharmacy has to make a decision about that, whether they're going to get it on the standalone or get connected. And that there's usually where our friction is. And so what I tell our doctors that are upset about pharmacies not taking a legal prescription from them and they're required to do e-prescribing, as I say, there is an exception also in Arkansas law that says if you believe.
But not with EPA.
Pardon?
If it comes across the fax, it's supposed to have a handwritten signature on it, according to EPA.
Yeah, so that, the DEA requires the intermediary to just pass it through, that's what we do. But when it gets to that standalone pharmacy system, that's when we can alert them on the fact. So the intermediary doesn't, you know, we know as an intermediary, sends it directly to a pharmacy system, whether that's a standalone or Walmart system or the McKesson system, any of those systems, it goes directly there. It's not touched, it has, you know, the appropriate signatures on it. But when the software gets it, they obviously have to turn it into some legible form for the pharmacy to be able to process it. And so when that standalone gets it, they send it on a fax to notify them, but when they log in, they get the human readable version and the electronic version. So I was saying the rub is those Schedule 2s, and when the pharmacy, they just refuse to go get the Schedule 2 and call back and say, we're not going to take it because it's coming from Weno. And tell the doctor they have to get on sure scripts, the doctors get upset, you know, then we have this situation, right? So what we tell the doctors is just write a Schedule 2, because you have an exception that says if you do the electronic version, it's going to cause delays and that's going to harm the patient. You can write that one. So our audience usually we target, you know, doctors that are, you know, they don't have a lot of money in mental health. You know, they've got private pay and not, you know, so they're looking for, you know, reasonable price e-prescribing systems like the one in your state. A dentist, a lot of small rural doctors, they really need that price break. E-prescribing can be very expensive. They'll probably have a billing system, but in order to add e-prescribing, it might, you know, add that module to it. It's too expensive for them, so they look outside and find us. So that's kind of how our story goes.
So it's not integrated really directly to any system. It's always an add-on or a standalone adjacent to.
No, we have integrations. Yeah.
Okay. Who are your? Maybe I missed that. Who are your integrations? Like and I mean, I'm a pharmacist.
Yeah.
for
Best
these
RX,
guys.
do y'all have it, is Best RX in the state?
I don't
They
know.
have 11, Best RX software.
I don't recall that I've ever seen Best
Yeah.
RX.
McKesson is tested, they're not live yet,
Okay.
Enterprise.
That's, I use PharmaServe, the whole McKesson
Okay.
system in practice.
RX 30 and Computer RX, and then it's over on the fourth quarter
Yeah.
schedule with those guys.
We have a few, so they're
Pioneer.
coming.
Yeah.
For those.
Pioneer, the Steve, the CEO contacted me, had me, get with his IT development, and we're on the list. It's just, when it's not.
So is Best RX the only company you're integrated with?
No, we have some smaller ones, like telehealth. Sometimes they have a pharmacy system, and we also have mail orders that are connected, but there's a few of them.
Yeah, and they're proprietary.
Yes.
So we don't,
Yeah.
oddly, we don't have any major.
Right.
I was talking about the work using the legal construction. I think part of the question we had when we started this discussion early on was whether the Arkansas law allow that intermediary step.
Yeah.
When a prescription is prescribed, it's to go to the pharmacy. So does Arkansas allow it to go to them, and then they contact the pharmacy and say, hey, I'm.
Well, it's, I mean, I'll clarify, one. It's allowed to go through someone to get to
But
the
not-
pharmacy,
right.
but I think part of the concern, because I mean, we got a ton of phone calls and none of them were happy about this.
Yeah.
And a lot of the, I don't know if it's frustration or fear of the pharmacist was, if the board approved 6 systems like this, I'm gonna have my pharmacy system in 6 places to have to worry about getting prescriptions through, where, when I even work, and I don't work in a pharmacy now, but when I'm in the pharmacy, it literally is just, it's there. I just go to the other screen, or the button lights up below, and I can pull in those electronic prescriptions, and they're right there. So there's some fear, if it's the separate system, I'm able to look at the Weno script on this screen, but I have to do a manual transfer into my computer.
Yep.
So it comes to me
That's an extra step.
electronically, but I risk a potential issue moving that from A to B to actually make it operational in my pharmacy.
Yes, to address your concern about having these intermediaries, we're the only one that competes with SureScripts.
Sure.
It's hard to do. I've been at it for a long time.
But it's a precedent set, is the fear.
Yes, but the thing is, you don't want to support a monopoly in any industry. And so if you're saying no to any other intermediaries, you're in danger of those poor prescribers who can't afford that current system to have a hard time following the law. They might go out of business, or they might have to suffer another
But they can
way.
get an HHS waiver in Arkansas. I mean,
Well-
if HHS will figure out how to give the waivers on that, it's all part of the physician reimbursement models. And it acknowledges that HHS waiver. If they get that, Arkansas, I believe, would also recognize the waiver.
Well, I'm sure they would, but the point is this, they obviously want to e-prescribe. It's more convenient for them to do that and keep it all together in their medical record as well. It's safer, it's going through a digital signature. They're not worried about, anything scary when it's electronic. That file is securely moved from one point to the other. Their identity proof. Didn't say that right. They went through identity proofing according to the DEA. So there's a whole lot of reasons they would want to e-prescribe.
Yeah.
So.
I don't argue that at all. I think that the concern that we mainly heard from pharmacists was, as I described it, it is separate. I get the monopoly. SureScripts, I mean, they do have a monopoly until someone else gets integrated, I think. But that's a tough one. I mean, for Arkansas, I mean, you've got Walmart is the largest pharmacy group in the state. Walgreens, Kroger are about half of what Walmart has each, and then like Pioneer is probably the most common independent system. What else? I mean, there's some RX30, some Computer RX, and some McKesson.
Right.
I think if you get those 5, like if you get integration for like those 5 things, I mean, of course, I know you're working on like CVS has 28 stores, Kroger's 40 something. Walgreens
Walmart.
is 75, Walmart's 140.
Rite Aid, Rite Aid has intentions of,
No.
oh, not in Arkansas.
No.
Walmart, said they're interested in connecting to us. So, the idea is the pharmacy can dictate, they can ask their software system to connect to us. They don't have to use the standalone. The standalone is just temporary.
Sure.
And so it's not a permanent solution. It's one that helps everybody. You know, it's just a temporary measure that they can go through while their pharmacy system is getting connected. So the more times they request, hey, will you please, you know, connect to WeKnow, they're going to get that done. Those pharmacy systems need to connect. That if they're offering their stores e-prescribing connectivity, they need to connect to the only other intermediary in America.
What does it cost them to connect to the only other intermediary in America?
Zero. We have a free API they can get to. We have very fast integration. It's been done in less than 15 hours. The idea is it's already a standard. They're already accepting it. So we're just opening a channel up. So they don't have to do they don't have to do a whole lot of extra stuff to read our file because it's the same file.
So then why not go ahead and do like share scripts and get everything done, contract with these people and come back and say, hey, we have this system that absolutely competes with this, and we'd like to use it in Arkansas.
Well, it's because that's not my decision. We've contacted all the software vendors, but they have enough customers that want it. It's going to be lower on the priority to get on that.
She needs a critical mass.
Yeah.
For the software companies to do it, but I don't know that, I mean, the difficult part for you guys is, are you going to authorize it for use with that not being integrated or not? I don't know, I hadn't faced this in my industry.
Dr. Mack had her hand up.
I just, and then y'all may have said this, but, so if, say Walmart, Walgreens, whomever, were to accept this, does that mean they don't go through sure scripts as well, or they go through both?
Good question.
They do both.
Yeah, it's just another channel. In other words, the WeKnow doctors are not on SureScripts, and the SureScripts doctors are not on WeKnow. So you really need to open both channels up to be able to have the business.
I almost look at it like a delivery service, right? Like that's sort of outside of the triad. That's somebody outside that facilitates getting.
She has the first company that's tried to make an alternative. And the interesting thing is we've only heard of one group in Arkansas that was trying to use it. And I think their approach to it was very, very bad because it was, you need to start using this right now. She didn't send that, they sent that. And none of us had even heard of it. So, I mean, it literally flagged it like people thought there was a new fraudulent activity hub, which was unfortunate. But even dismissing all of the, you have to start using it ASAP, it's, you know, you guys have to decide if you're comfortable approving this at this time or not, or if you have a request to do something else.
So even for the fully integrated version, where you're not having to go through the intermediary step, there's no charge or there's no contract fee for the pharmacies, only for the providers or the
Right.
prescribers.
The prescribers are paying that. The lowest is $8 a month roughly, so it's very affordable for them. And that's why we gave it to the pharmacies free, even if it's just a little bit inconvenient. Also, those faxes, remember, you can take a 3, 4, or 5 and a non-controlled without doing anything.
No, I'm gonna stop you there. According to DEA, if you read the CFR, 21 CFR 13, whatever, if it comes in the pharmacy as a fax, it is supposed to have a manual signature, not electronically captured.
Yes.
So you do not have that on your system. So the
Yes.
pharmacist.
We do.
So I think that you have an electronic prescription that becomes a fax. Because what the DEA says is you have to have a piece of paper signed in ink or indelible pencil is the language they use. And then you can fax an image of it.
This has a DEA audit. That system is required to have that pharmacy system audit. What's sent to by the intermediary service is that electronic digital file, right? Nothing's changed, nothing. Remember that pharmacy application can turn it into anything they need to do to get the pharmacy to process it. So we give them the electronic file of that in its true form, right there, because that's required by the DEA. They got to keep it for so many years. And then the other version is the human readable version, so they can read it. And then we have a fax version.
But you fax it.
That pharmacy application does, not the intermediary. So do you understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. You're saying the pharmacy receives it and the pharmacy self-generates a fax.
The pharmacy application, if it goes to that application, if it goes straight to the enterprise, they do whatever they do to alert the pharmacy and put it on their screen.
That would, I don't know how our DEA agents in this state would deal with it. We're at a different division. We're at New Orleans instead of Dallas, but
It's national. I know the rules, and what confuses you, John, is we're both. We operate a pharmacy application and an intermediary service, but they're firewall.
yeah. But what does not confuse me at all is when you say it comes out on a fax machine. Like if you said it comes out on a printer, I think that's more clear. But when I see fax, I don't fax myself. A third party faxes me that may or may not be an agent of the prescriber, which I mean you could establish that you're acting as an agent of the prescriber. But the way I read the CFR and the way that I deal with the version investigators here, if they go to the pharmacy and they see fax prescriptions with electronic with signatures, I mean, this is a real issue that we've seen DEA take action on.
Yeah, I think Brenda's probably handing you a copy of the fax alert. And
Yeah, but that's a digitized signature.
yeah, well,
That-
it depends on who sent it and where it went. Like, for example, there is a digital signature if it's a scheduled on the electronic file. And then if we fax it, the doctor can manually sign that version and fax that. So we can do two different
Which
versions.
would no longer be electronic prescription.
Correct.
So
Correct.
it's basically, I will agree with you that if the doctor then prints it off and manually signs
Yeah.
it and faxes it to the
Right.
pharmacy, that works.
Right.
But if the electronic like this, I don't think our DEA would count this as a valid.
That is not an electronic version right there, what you're saying. That's not an electronic version.
Okay.
Yeah, the electronic version is the NCPDP version. That's the electronic file. So basically, there can be several types of files, and the pharmacy can choose which one they want to. In the DEA world, you got to void one if you get both.
Yeah.
So I have a question. If the pharmacy is not signed up with WIO, and the doctor is sending a prescription, you let them know that they're not signed up, they can sign a hard copy and they can fax it to the pharmacy.
Yes, so basically the doctor can choose, well, it depends on the EHR the doctor's using. So the EHR is kind of telling the doctor what to do, his system is telling him. So basically he's asking him, do you want to grant and sign it? Do you want to e-prescribe it? And so he makes that decision before it actually goes.
So if it's e-prescribed to a pharmacy that's not signed up, you said they could go into the WIO exchange and print and get a fax copy.
So if that goes to a pharmacy that's not signed up, we send the pharmacy a fax with instructions on how to get it free. Yeah,
right.
So they can get the electronic file.
But they're not receiving it.
That's a notice on how to get it.
How to sign up.
Yeah.
Get it. It's
It's like
like,
a free
On how they can sign up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It seems if it's this confusing to us, I just wonder how it's gonna be to the pharmacies.
And also complaints. Yeah, my thing is, do we have enough information to proceed forward with this? I don't think we have enough concrete information here. That's my opinion.
We have a DEA, what are y'all seeking to approve? We know as an intermediary, or we know as a pharmacy software application?
yes. I think because you're asking for approval for pharmacies to
Except.
to accept prescriptions through a different intermediary that could be done multiple ways. I think personally, if you said, I have a system that integrates just like SureScripts into the pharmacy system, the complaint we had is, if we have to do this, we have an entirely secondary manual process in our workflow. That's, I mean, the major companies that we deal with, you know, the Walmart's of the world, CVS, Walgreens, that messes with their entire workflow. And when you mess with the entire workflow.
You're messing with the doctor's workflow when you're not letting them pick a solution.
But they're not doing it yet, and we are. Like they're
required. They're required to e-prescribe by law.
Well, when it's effective, yes.
Plus, we're pharmacies.
Whenever SureScripts first came on the scene, you had to do things. You weren't just magically connected. Everybody had to get their systems ready. So there's a new kid in town. We know we're cheaper, we're faster, we're easier. We solve a lot of pain. And just, you know, basically allow us to operate in Arkansas. We are giving a pharmacy a free electronic version they can use as long as they like until their system gets connected. If they want their system connected, they can put pressure on their system to get connected, but the information still flows. Everything in your laws say you're requiring narcotics to be electronically prescribed. So let the doctors choose a system that allows them to save money and do it the way they want to. Otherwise, you're forcing them. You're forcing their hand to only use one system. So I'm humbly asking you to approve our small company and give us a chance in Arkansas.
Just because we approve it, doesn't mean Walmart has to accept it, correct? They can still have a policy that they don't want it because of the workflow issues. Yes or no?
They don't have to, but the push is going to be, if they're required to do it and people sign up with the system with no integration, it's going to be asking the pharmacist to figure out how to make it work.
But what is the process today for those providers or prescribers, whether it's dental or anything like physicians, practitioners that do not have the ability to participate in SureScripts?
I actually don't know that because I've asked medical board before, or well, I've asked medical community before, and they do not have an approval process like we do. So the fear is I have for years seen physicians sold package systems that are told will solve all their problems, and they just create problems. And I'm not saying that's what we know is doing, but the pharmacists who are having to deal with it on the pharmacist side, I understand it's saving all this for dollars.
Pharmacist side, they're having to deal with it coming in lots of different ways too, right?
Really, it's phone, fax, hard copy, or electronic. And the only electronic that is currently working is integrated into their computer system. So we're going to try to get rid of most of the fax and paper and verbal on most of this with EBCS. But the gripe that we got in here, you guys didn't hear it, we didn't invite them all to talk today either, was this is a separate way that I have to deal with a specific group of prescriptions. It's just different.
Temporarily. We also have been doing this since 2011 in Texas, Florida, California, other states. I mean, the same process, same pharmacies, big ones, same independents, you know, so it's Ohio approved this,
But it's not
Alabama approved
integrated in major pharmaceutical companies that are in
Right.
all of those
But
states.
they're able to handle it. It's not like, and if they don't, they call their pharmacy and get them going. So basically, that's how we got a hold, that's how Change Healthcare is, you know, basically that's Costco and a lot of times, we're in our fourth and fifth talk with Change. So basically, that process is a natural process, you know, if you have a new system in town and it's causing pain, then you get your software vendor to stop that pain. And like I said, it's a free API for them, will meet or beat any price. And so it's just a matter of them actually connecting with us.
I mean, I hear you saying temporary, but
The
it's a little alarming that this has been going for a decade, that part hasn't happened.
Well, I don't want to get into the reasons that, because it's not, I mean, I've been dealing with a Federal Trade Commission lawsuit against SureScripts for monopolizing the industry. There are unfair trade practices out there. And that's the reason there's no others. That's the reason I'm very small. And so I don't want to trash any competitor I have. I want to respect them here at this board, but it's been very difficult.
So you guys can explain the city.
Software, I guess, I feel like we're having a lot of conversation around, I don't know that we've seen a demonstration or have information on the security of each, and it feels like we need to make a decision on an integrated version and an intermediate version. To me, it feels like the integrated version, looking at what is available to us, is very similar and has the same standards as you would expect. The intermediary is the one that may have some challenges. But again, with my perspective from the prescriber's position, it feels like having another alternative if it didn't create any additional challenges on either side would be a good option to be able to offer multiple avenues, but it has to have all the security features.
The DEA audit on the standalone is proof that it has a third-party security audit, meets all DA standards. The DEA doesn't require any sort of special audit on intermediaries because we're not changing it. It's just like a post office. You're passing it over, and those channels are encrypted. So basically, what the DEA is concerned with, and that's why the DEA doesn't have any special rules for intermediary, is because they're concerned with getting from point A to point B without that file being, changed. And so when they do their audits on the DHR side, the doctor side, and the pharmacy side, that's what they look for. So I've provided you the full system audit to show that the use of the intermediary does not alter that. And that file is secure, and that's what they're concerned with, the security of that file, that it's not changed. It has integrity.
But the intermediary, this is what's going to cause the process challenges on the receiving pharmacy side. The integrated version, you still have all of the same securities, but would not present those challenges from the pharmacy.
Yeah, if it was integrated, it would be seamless. But I mean, it's the same as if your hospital takes up a clinic provider and they're like, we're not switching our computer system and getting on board with Epic or whomever. It's a mess. But
Dr. Richmond? Thoughts?
I'm just trying to adjust this, and are the concerns workflow issues or are the concerns legal compliance? Which are, I mean, I understand that we as a board want to protect the citizens from medication errors. We want to make sure that it's all legal. But where do you draw the line?
that's a tough question. I still have concerns about the concept that the pharmacy doesn't want to do it this way, it can turn into a fax. But it sounds to me like what that is, it kicks it back to the prescriber to have to generate the manual fax, cancel the electronic order, and then manually send it, which at that point means you don't even have to PCS. So the weird thing. Now you could try to fall into the there's a technical failure, but
Whenever you e-prescribe, there is a status, the doctor gets a status of that delivery. And he makes a decision on that from the screen. So that's part of the NCPDP rules. When you e-prescribe it, they, you know, if they flag it, they want to see a return receipt or field status, it'll come back to them and let them know what's going on.
So in your intermediary system, is that return receipt triggered by receipt of the fax, or is it triggered by actually opening the online portal?
We have different levels that will show them where that pharmacy is. Or did they just get notified that there's an electronic order, or were they a registered or directly connected pharmacy? So the doctor knows all, you know, every point.
So if the electronic file is downloaded from the intermediary, the doctor doesn't do that.
Mhm.
If the pharmacy doesn't want to go online to the intermediary, how does the doctor know?
The doctor gets a list, and his EHR, when I say EHR, his electronic record system, gets a list of all the pharmacies in that area and which ones are connected or registered and not connected. And so basically, they can make a decision from that. Like, let's say they know and understand that there's a pharmacy that's not gonna join, we know what, they can make a decision to an electronic prescription because delays, they could actually print it down and sign it. And so that's how they're operating in these other states.
Dr. Mack?
So that brings up two questions to me. My issue is what John spoke about earlier is the pharmacy even going to know if it's electronic or signed by the doctor or needs to be signed by the doctor, or did it look like a fax, but it was really signed? That has been a problem for years with EPCS. So I can see how that would be even worse with not being connected for sure. And then also, are doctors going to start saying, well, we're not going to send it to this company because they aren't signed up on the new system? I don't know that we know enough about this to really make a rule on it.
Well, it's very unclear to me what your requirements are for when Luke said, no, I need to be approved. Most states have a list of requirements for the software intermediary, and I can say, check, 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 check. I did not have that when I came. So I sent that to Luke and I said, is this enough? I traveled from Texas. He said, yeah, that'll be plenty. So I can load you down.
I think Luke said that in relation to either one of two things, in order to request for the board or like the DEA audit. Because DEA doesn't say you met the audit, like they do a review that you prove to meet their audit, as I recall.
A third party looks at all the criteria and tests it to see that you met all that criteria.
Yeah, DEA won't do it themselves, is the problem.
But my point on the board, I'm happy to give y'all anything you want or need, and I don't see it in the law that there's a list of things that I need to do to be able to meet, to be able to operate as a software or operate as an intermediary at all. So that's what confused me, or I would have certainly brought it. And so when I asked Luke, is this enough? I'm kind of vague at knowing what's going on. To answer the doctor's question, it's clear to the pharmacy when they get a fax that it is instructions. If they read the top part of it, if they get the first one, sometimes they're like, what's this? I don't understand. There's an 800 number they can call us. We also encourage our new doctors to kind of let their pharmacies know what's going on in the area when they start. Since we've been doing this since 2011, we're kind of getting a little better at making them aware of it. And things settle down. Things don't stay in a tizzy. Things just go back to normal and people just get adjusted to it. But the pharmacies are obligated, if they use that software, to look for that audit. They're supposed to, according to DEA rule, they've got to make sure their system that they use for e-prescribing to get a message from a prescriber has that audit. And so it's required that we put that on so they can see it, and McKesson or any of them should have it for theirs too. So we meet every rule. And again, Ohio was before their board, Alabama before their board, Nevada, I had to be reviewed before, them, and I mentioned Indiana. And none of them had a problem with it, with our security, with our audit, with the way, they did have concerns because it is an extra step. I'm, not saying it isn't, but it's the way things need to be to change things. You can't have one company, always. I think every state should allow people to choose, and allow doctors to choose. And if they stop liking Weena, they can stop using Weena. Same thing for pharmacies. You just want to be an alternative.
So we need to make a decision. I think if the decision is that we want more information, then we need to be able to describe exactly what additional information we're asking for. I know for myself, any specific information on like the security protocols would probably be over my head. But I think we owe it to this woman to tell her exactly what information we would like to see, if what she's supposed to say and not have the board to make a decision either way.
Brenda and John, y'all don't seem very comfortable.
I don't know, I think it's because Dr. McCready and I bore the brunt of all the phone calls, as well as Dr. Fain, Dr. Robertson, Dr. Holland, on people upset about, trying to get the system, not understanding it. I mean, in a lot of ways, it would almost be helpful for Arkansas pharmacists at least to have some opportunity to see presentations on how this works and how they would have to use it before they're getting it thrust on them potentially by, a peppering of small groups of prescribers here and there.
But I think that we've also dealt a lot with the issue of an actual signature versus a digital signature that actually is not signed. Our inspectors deal with it every day out in the store. And I think we have some real concerns about how this fax option works. And maybe if we had a presentation of the system and how it actually works, maybe that might help. But I have some real concern about whether this is, when it says that you can dispense from the electronic version or this fax, it doesn't appear to me that it goes back to the prescriber for him to sign it in.
No.
And we've talked about that a lot, and the appearance of what it is may not be correct. And that's why I'm saying possibly this board and the Arkansas Pharmacy Association maybe would like a presentation of how the system actually works.
So Brenda, on your question there, that it qualifies that you can bill it if it's legal. We operate in every state. So every state has all these different rules. And so it's up to that pharmacy to verify if that's a legal prescription or not and decide, if it's valid to prescribe, if that fax is.
So when they pull this back and it says it's up to them to verify, the pharmacist is going to have to stop and call the doctor to get a valid prescription.
It depends on the law. For example, if your law says wet signature, then yeah, it's not going to work. If a non-control doesn't require signature on a fax, they don't have to do that. So it's very dependent on that state law.
So control prescriptions require wet signatures.
So a control, right, so then they would need to get the electronic version. So there's a legal version, and if that's legal, what that says is, if that's not legal, here's a way to get the electronic one.
And how is that?
You use that code that's on there, log in, register free, and grab the electronic version.
I think it would be good for the board and, like I said, possibly the association to see how the system works before. There seems to be an awful lot of confusion about how the system works, what's legal, what's not. And I think it's important to ensure that the Arkansas pharmacists are reading the requirements that they have to, and we don't put something on them that they can't verify, it's gonna make more work for them. It's gonna be difficult for them to know if this is legal or if it's not. And I think it's important that we all know on the front side what the legalities are and what the Arkansas pharmacists are going to be dealing with before this is approved.
So this is not built by state. This is a generic solution.
Say again, Debbie.
Well, I don't think this is built by state. I think it's just a generic solution. And then that just presents pharmacists with thinking, oh, it must be okay. And then there's a problem.
It is not state specific from what I understand. And so what we need is something that is state specific for Arkansas. So that we know that our pharmacists are meeting the requirements and we're not putting legal burdens on them that they can't. That's my point.
Well, currently you have a law that says you have to e-prescribe Schedule 2 through 6, and they have a way to do that. They have a way to get that electronic file and follow the law.
Sounds like there's enough discussion that we're not saying no, we're just saying not right now. And that we would like additional information. And Dr. McCready has given some specific examples of information. And I think we all agree, you and us as well, that we don't want to implement something that, due to lack of education, that unwittingly it creates problems and ultimately fails.
Yeah.
So rather than have a rush one way or the other, it sounds like that if we could follow the not now with more specific follow-up, let's have some presentations with the board and the association, perhaps other pharmacy stakeholders in the state. That might be a good way to begin to move forward.
I think I would feel better if the facts that they received said something on there that this fact may not be a valid prescription.
Okay.
Well, and Dr. Holland, part of what we've dealt with lately, and we've actually seen this, the very last part of the very first paragraph must be manually signed by the prescribing practitioner, not electronically.
And I want to point out, I 100% agree. That it may not be a legal prescription. You have to be electronic.
This is not a legal prescription.
Then you have to go
But
get
it
the
says at the
electronic.
top that you can accept it if it is a legal
Right.
prescription, rather than saying this is not a legal prescription.
Well, that's not, this state has different rules than other states.
That is a DEA rule.
If that might be a non-controlled drug, that's a
This is a
standard.
Norco 5325 prescription down the top, unless reported temporary failure, dispense with electronic version, or this fax notice if fax isn't otherwise valid prescription.
Correct.
There should not be any confusing language on an Norco prescription that it may or may not be valid if received in this manner. And I guess that's what is upsetting to me is this is not a valid prescription.
Okay, let's stop now.
Yeah.
Because no one is getting anywhere. We don't have enough information to give you what you want today. It's gonna take a little time. It's gonna take some training. So let's just table this for a moment until we can get enough information to go forward.
Motion, can I get a
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second.
Okay, additional discussion before vote. Forward up to for recommendation of making some very specific parameters around what additional information. If we set that today, we want to ask the staff to help draft something with their knowledge and expertise to get.
And I would also like to just have a caveat that when she comes back, she can do it virtually.
Yeah, and
Oh, that'd be nice.
the other thing I would
Thanks for
say
being
is,
here.
I think that it'd be helpful for you guys and for her to present exactly how the two options would appear in the pharmacy. Because I think trying to paint that picture mentally is a lot different than you actually showing us a PowerPoint of here's how it worked in a
So
specific pharmacy.
this is case scenario 1, how it works, case scenario. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that, but I didn't understand.
It's okay. We didn't understand.
I think
Motion and second on the floor, I want to take a vote. The vote Dr. Mack.
Just one more thing. I think that should not only come from her showing us on a piece of paper, this is how it's going to look. I think if she can, and if people are really interested in using her program, that some pharmacists in Arkansas should sign up and see how it looks. So we actually have a pharmacist to be able to say that it does work smooth, and we can tell if it's legitimate or not, and we know what to do, because a piece of paper might say one thing, and I'm sure you can make the piece of paper look beautiful, but it's going to be confusing. And if pharmacists can see it, and if some pharmacists would come forward and say, yes, it works beautifully, we understand it, that'd be something that would mean something to me.
Allowed to use it yet. So, Dr. Mack, I can do it, we can do a beta. I would need but I can just send test prescriptions.
That's what I'm saying, like, I bet we could set up a test prescription account.
Okay.
I think anything you can show us, like what we discussed, but it also reduces the likelihood that a faxed prescription would be deemed a legitimate prescription, when in fact it is not. From a federal standpoint, I'm not expecting you to customize it for every state, but from a federal standpoint, that's pretty clear.
Well, the only problem about a real prescription if you can't send a test narcotic, because it has to go through ID proof, and the doctor has to have the DEA number. So the only thing I'm going to be able to do is non-narcotic in a testing environment. If I had, an Arkansas prescriber that was already, like the clinic that's trying to do it, send a couple out.
But we can see the intermediary versus usually the.
Yeah, but it won't be DEA.
No.
It won't, I can't do that without a real doctor saying,
But you could show us a new mock-up of what it looks like.
Absolutely. I can redact real ones and do things like that. Okay.
So I think we could send a letter or send some correspondence back. This is what we'd like to see. This is what the board, staff, et cetera, would like you to present to us, so that we will have a better feel for the legalities of what the pharmacist will do.
Okay, great.
So is that we sure?
May I just ask, it is going to be virtual. Will I have to wait for another board meeting in the next board meeting, or can I do that in between?
I think you want to present to them.
Okay.
Not just staff, but actually to the board itself.
Okay, so at a board meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, and I can be virtual, and y'all give me a letter list and clarify everything, okay.
Unless we fall. Or like, that gives some time to get it all worked out.
Pharmacists Association and other stakeholders was mentioned, that would be valuable information, would be feedback to us.
Yeah.
So it sounds like that should happen before we.
Yeah, you might want to connect to the gentleman in the red tie.
Good. Well, what about the prescriber side? Can we hear from them as well? Because prescribing is a two-way street.
You're welcome to bring them.
That's on me, okay.
It gets interesting when or if the approach is, if we send you legal prescriptions, you must fill them. I mean, it's an ongoing kind of argument. It's weird.
Well, yeah, I look at it like you don't have to feel, but you need to record what you did with it, right? It's not an obligation to expense.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor and a second, and after further discussion, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor of making notice issue today and sending a letter requesting additional specific information for presentation at a future date. The full board, all in favor, say aye.
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 The motion carries unless we're vote wishes. And I believe we're going to adjourn the lunch.
What time do you want to start back? Or 1 o'clock polls are here?
Oh.
You take 30 minutes. I think that the 1 o'clock, it's review of the point of care testing protocol. I don't think that's going to take us an hour, but I know we do have a hard stop at 2 because we got to the veterinary, but the veterinarian is going to be on pulling away from his practice.
Okay. Well, thank you for for your time.
When are we coming back? 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Okay.
Which I'm okay with. Okay with it, but I'm just that.
If she's doing it.
I need to come over to the start. Call me back to order.
I have got us back going on our microphone. Dr. Matt, can you hear us?
Our microphone? Dr. Matt, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
So I will tell the board members we had a couple of requests that because the only microphone is in the camera, if you guys can speak up, so people are having trouble hearing the board person. Yeah, the camera side.
Okay, we are back on the record.
Has that more information I just got for you. So we have presentations, and I'm gonna let them tell you who everyone is that you're looking at today. But we have a couple of presentations based on Arkansas Action 2021, dealing with point of care testing and also for statewide protocols as well as oral contraceptives. So John, if you can lead off and we can figure out who all we're talking to.
Sure, John Benson, CEO of the Arkansas Pharmacists Association.
Nikki Hilliard, Director of Professional Affairs at Arkansas Pharmacists Association. Marlene Brown, I'm a executive coordinator with Arkansas Pharmacists Association.
I'm Megan Smith, I'm a faculty member at UAMS College of Pharmacy and actually APA.
I am Brittany Sanders, co-owner of the Pharmacy Home.
Dr. Mitchell, I will tell you that I could hear John excellent, but everybody else was a little low.
So Dr. Mack, I just reminded the board members, I'll remember, or I will remind the folks in front of them also, if you'll project, because if it doesn't get a camera, then he can't hear you. The funny thing about that microphone is it is very sensitive, so if you have a sidebar, she'll probably be able to hear it perfectly. It's funny how that works. So we've got three of these. One thing that we did have, and I'll have to figure out how far it is, that it's a really easy ask, I believe, is that I had sent you guys an update to the naloxone protocol, and it was literally just to add in that there are 2 different strengths of naloxone nasal spray available now, because the was it Cloxado or Cladaxo, I think it's Cloxado, is now an 8 milligram nasal spray, so we're going to ask the board to approve that. That's an easy one that I don't think had any other concerns. Other than that, the statewide protocol is unchanged, but we do have to have a pharmacy board and present to medical board to see if we can get that approved.
So. I have a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Dr. Jolly. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries, and let the record show it was unanimous.
Which one do y'all do next?
I just want to real quickly, Brenda just passed out a 1-pager. And it's really just for reference for the board members. I think the medical board members really, appreciate this when we present to them in future meetings as well, because when a statewide protocol is approved by this board, it then also has to be approved by the medical board. And it goes back to 2017 when the original definition was created with naloxone. And then since then, there was a law in 2019 for nicotine. And then in 2021, there is strep throat, flu. I think the rule includes potentially COVID, although we don't have a COVID protocol today. And then finally, contraception. And so the laws are there for your reference as board members, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Hilliard to discuss the first protocol.
All right, well, in February, you approved the statewide protocol for oral contraceptive prescribing by pharmacists. And we're just here to give you an update to the protocol that's just been tweaked a little bit. It's been reviewed by a member of the medical board, and based on their questions, we just added some information to clarify. not only for them, but also for pharmacists. We added an algorithm so that it is clearer to make sure when to refer, and when you can go ahead and treat someone. So that was added to the protocol. We also added some definitions and frequently asked questions, just in case the questions came up from pharmacists. And it was also reviewed by Dr. Mike Riddell and Dr. Sam Greenfield, who are OBGYN physicians that work with the Arkansas Department of Health. And they reviewed the protocol, and I made a few little tweaks to the program, like adding age and adding a couple of different types of contraception to the form itself, minor changes, those were added as well. And they fully support this program and the protocol itself. And so those were the changes that were made to the protocol since the last meeting. Now, the other thing is we've also been given a link to a training program that's geared to the protocol itself, just to make sure pharmacists are aware of the protocol and when to refer, when they can treat, and give them some basic information, and also resources for education and where to get additional training as needed.
It starts on page 22 of the link handout is the oral contraceptive one. I know as Dr. Hilliard, Dr. Benson and I had discussed on that, we had what I think was a really great protocol that really followed the Arkansas statute. But then, after the discussion, they went and had some MD eyes look at all of these just to see like, what is it that you would want to be sure is on there as a physician leader, to be sure we don't miss anything for later. And those were the updates. They're fairly basic.
Nothing really changed in the protocol, it was just some additional information for clarification.
Any questions any board members have on the oral contraceptive protocol?
Just to be clear, this is purely for the use of birth control or contraception for the purpose of contraception. So this is not for treating dysmenorrhea.
That's what the legislation is for.
Dr. Mack?
I had a couple of either clarifying or just questions, but so I know it's a protocol, but the doctor on record, is that going to be a pharmacist? Whoever the pharmacist that's dispensing them?
Yes, the law gives direct authority to the pharmacist for this.
Okay.
So not another prescriber of record.
Well, I know the first thing that came up in another state was, can that prescription be transferred to another pharmacy? So let's say Dr. Jolly did the questionnaire, filled out the prescription for him, and then they go into Dr. Mitchell's pharmacy. Can that be transferred over and they get the rest of their refills? I don't see why not, but I know that came up.
I would answer that I do not believe the law says it has to be a pharmacist in a specific pharmacy for the evaluation and prescribing. You have to be in a pharmacy to dispense it.
Right.
So
but if it's a different pharmacist, because they go into a different pharmacy, it should just transfer just like a doctor's prescription. But it doesn't really clarify that. So I just wanted to make sure.
It does set itself up if somebody wanted to do telemedicine and have a prescribing pharmacist, and then they could write a prescription that could be filled at a pharmacy. That is a potential for care.
I think it could be either. I think you could have the prescription sent to whichever pharmacy you want to send it to. But also if there are refills on a prescription, then it can also be transferred unless the board feels differently about that. But from our perspective, both could work.
I mean, I doubt that most places are going to automatically try to do a multiple month supply necessarily. I mean, I think that a lot of this is going to be closing gaps in care that are short term. The other thing I would add to that is even a discussion that I know John and I had with medical board staff last week. I know he and I both really hope that in, especially some of our rural areas, but even in larger cities, that we'll have some prescribers, you know, APNs, PAs, physicians that would say, hey, if you're doing this, I'm available to see patients if they don't have a primary care provider. And I think that that link to care, since so many of the steps in this include referral, I think that will actually really strengthen this whole process more than anything else we could do.
But we do want to have freedom of choice. Our group agrees that if the patient wants to use a different pharmacy at any point, they can fill the prescription wherever they like.
That's kind of how I saw it, but I wanted to make sure. And then I know it says if they haven't been seen by a provider in 6 months, you can only provide 6 months worth. But what if they had been seen by their provider? How long can this prescription be for with refills?
We had that discussion.
Yeah, I mean, the way we understand it, as long as the prescription is valid, so.
So 1 year? I mean, technically 1 year or?
But, I mean, there's judgment involved based on, can you get them in to see, are you gonna refer them, all those kinds of things. It'll be on an individual patient basis.
But they have to be seen by a primary care provider for it to go any longer than 6 months.
Right. But then we didn't close the loop of when does it end?
So the scenario, I guess, is if they saw their primary care provider 2 months ago, John, and the primary care provider didn't prescribe contraception for whatever reason, maybe it wasn't part of the visit, or it wasn't discussed, or they weren't ready to start it, I don't know, but in that scenario, can the pharmacist prescribe it for only 6 months, or can they prescribe it for a full year because they saw their PCP within the last 6 months? I think that's what Debbie's asking, and the way this is.
That is, exactly, and it really doesn't clarify that.
It would allow for up to a year because they saw their prescriber within, or their PCP within the last 6 months.
I don't disagree with that.
Right, that's the way it's currently written.
If you have not within 6 months, it's limited to 6 months.
Correct.
Any prescription in the state of Arkansas is limited to a year.
Correct. That's how it's currently written.
So it would appear to me that the expectation is that annually you're supposed to see primary care prescribed.
At least.
Right.
The other
Okay.
I can see is that if they haven't been seen within the previous 6 months, you can give a referral and run for 6 months, but there's nothing to say how many of those you can do. So.
Right.
I know that it could go on for, there's not any definition around how many of those reassess, resubmit the referral, and then keep going.
I mean, I would think it would be good if it said within 12 months of the PCP visit, that you could refill it till that stage and then make them go back. But I don't know if we want to get a little more clarity around that or leave it kind of open.
The statute doesn't say that. And I think that what they really try to do, and Dr. Hilliard can speak to this, they really try to stick to here's exactly what the statute says you can and cannot do.
Right,
Yes,
I get it.
I was written to make sure that they were following the legislative intent. You have to get into practicality sometimes when you're in practice, and yes, we would encourage any woman to see their primary care physician or women's health provider within a year's time. And so even if they came up to say 10 months and you said, well, you should go back and see them, but you don't want to have them have a lack of care during that time, you could extend that to make sure that they were.
It says shall, so it's not encourage, it's here's your referral. I don't know how we're tracking that, or if it's just a recommendation.
Well, you would have to document it as the treating individual. And the other thing is, whoever utilizes this, the pharmacies are going to have to report that to the Department of Health. And I mean, we're still trying to work with the Department of Health to see exactly how and how often they want that, because we don't want it to be, exactly, it's, the Department of Health is going to want the overall, metadata in some period of time, but the association and some of the other people that are engaged in will probably want more often, snippets of data than that we work through.
That was one of my questions, how often to the Department of Health? And then can the pharmacist just believe the patient that they've been to the doctor in the last 2 months or 4 months, or there isn't any proof to show that they have to have been to the doctor, right?
It's not required that they have proof. I think one of the most important things is we have counseling and we talk about the importance of seeing a physician. A lot of these people may be coming in and not have a primary care provider, and we will be able to refer people to local providers as needed, or local health units that may be able to provide that care. And so I think just having someone that they trust to give that referral will be important for women to get the care that they're lacking. And we didn't make it specify where we had to get proof of treatment therapy.
I was gonna take a history and screen for it. And if they give you the information through the history, then that would be sufficient the way it's currently written.
And then the only other thing I had, and I think this, chart with the green and red and everything helps a whole lot, but I was kind of reading the health history, how many can be yes? Well, I guess if all of them are, all the ones that are yes, you go look on the chart and it still says it's okay, then that's how you work that, because they may have 5 yeses, but they may not all be very bad compared to the chart. Is that how y'all see working using that chart?
That's part of the training program that.
Okay.
There's 2 requests today. One is this protocol acceptable to the board? And if so, we would seek a vote to approve it. If the training protocol is acceptable as it's written, they have a training, or if the statewide protocol is acceptable as written, there's a training protocol to train people how to use this specific protocol that we're asking our board to approve for use, which in my looking at it, it literally is walking people through how to utilize this type of a screening tool.
There is
Okay.
a app also that's available from the CDC that's very helpful. And also that if people graduated since 2012, they probably have been trained to the USMEC chart and they know how to use it. If it's been before that, that will be part of the assessment. You need additional training, and it's suggested they go through that additional training.
Well, I think the protocol was excellent. It just, just a few clarifying things to make sure that we provide all the information we need to.
I was gonna add is on the algorithm, if it's a green box with a 1 or 2, then it's okay to proceed to the next step. If it's a 3 or 4, then that means it's automatically to be a referral. So that'll help as well.
So any further discussion on the protocol itself? Guess we can take a motion and a vote on that first. Does anybody else have anything to add on this protocol, or are you good for it? Okay. I have one.
I was gonna say, just answer my question a bit, and let me preface, so that you understand where I'm coming
Good
from.
teacher.
Yeah, preface where I'm coming from. Another state, pharmacists had scope of practice covered oral contraception. They issued prescription in double the dose for bleeding. Patient developed PE and died, became convulsive. I've read through this. I'm impressed with the depth. I think that it covers what we intend for it to cover. But is there anything in here that would somehow suggest that it could allow for a pharmacist to somehow interpret that it would be okay to do that sort of thing. Okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
My question is really just a tiny little verbiage thing, but at the end where it says, when it's talking about what we're reporting, required to report to the Department of Health, it says number of women who receive oral contraceptive without a prescription. It's not really without a prescription, it's a pharmacist generated prescription. I don't know.
Right, I read that too.
Okay. I didn't know if that would cause any issues in the future, if
No.
I was gonna say, actually, technically, the way it's written, there would be no reporting at all. You know, the way the statute is written, because this is a prescription.
Well, ACOG, the group for obstetricians and gynecologists, actually are in favor of OTC contraception.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times you'll see them talk about OTC contraception, I mean, for prescription drugs, and that's, so they say that, but that's really not what the intent is.
it's more a technicality of hospital future, but.
I think it's a drafting issue. I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't want to criticize the drafters of the bill, but I do think there's a contraindication between the definition of statewide protocol and number of scripts that were reported without a prescription, because by definition, statewide protocol is a prescription. So technically, you would report nothing to the health department, but under the spirit of what they were trying to do, we will report anything generated under a statewide protocol as the Arkansas Department of Health requires or asks us to do.
Like I said, we don't want the reporting to be onerous, so it's going to be once a year reporting, but we would, as an association, we would like to have data to see what the uptake is and encourage people to report more often than that. But we don't want to box them into requirements and have, you know, something that would require action by the board of pharmacy or recommend or something.
Less reporting, the better in terms of regulatory compliance, if you will. It's easier. The more often it's required, the easier it is to miss a day or something.
Other healthcare professionals aren't required to report.
I'm not trying to rush you, but I know we've got other people about to walk over.
So on the protocol itself, I need a motion, what we want to do as far as approving the protocol.
I'll make a motion.
To approve?
Yes, I made the motion to approve.
So Dr. Mack has made a motion and Dr. Newsom seconded the motion to approve the oral contraception protocol. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries and let the record show it was unanimous. And now I will entertain a motion for the training program as presented. All right, I have a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Dr. Richmond to approve the training program as presented today. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let the record show it was unanimous.
So I'd also sent you guys two statewide protocols that do not have an additional training aspect necessarily needed. For influenza and streptococcus A, everybody just talked about streptococcus A. Influenza starts on page 10 of your packet. And I also handed out copies because the one thing that was added to this is right here on your front page, and it adds treatment due to exposure. This is actually a suggestion that was added by the Arkansas Department of Health physicians, because just much like expedited partner therapy, if I have a positive test in my household and I share that much space with my wife consistently, then it can cause her to have prophylactic treatment, just like we would do with exposure for expedited partner therapy or anything else when that has happened. So my request would be that if the board would consider approving the protocol as written, and if it becomes a major issue that the exposure coverage is a problem with the medical board that we can proceed without. That makes sense. So I did not think that our board would have any issue with that. We work with our Department of Health with primary care physicians for years on other issues where they know they have an exposure and need to treat prophylactically. We already have the authority with COVID to do that right now on anti-respiratory responses. But with that, I'll turn it over if you have any questions for the crew that helped develop influenza and streptococcus.
Thank you, Dr. Kirtley. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Smith again, and I am so proud to be here at this table with Neil to present these protocols to you to fulfill Act 503. I have been following, learning, training, and diagnostic testing for the past 6 years. I've provided a lot of the training to the pharmacists here in the state and education to our UMS College of Pharmacy students over the last 5 years in this area. And I've also been researching the implementation of point of care testing services across Arkansas for the last 6 years. And so for those reasons, I helped to draft the protocols that you're reviewing today. I'm also joined by Dr. Brittany Sanders, who is a pharmacy owner at Pharmacy at Wellington in Little Rock, who can help providing clarity, explanation, or just impact into what this would look like for our businesses, for pharmacies here in the state, and our patient care. I'm happy to walk through how we developed it, all of the folks involved, or we can spend our time focusing on specific areas that you have concerns. But thank you. I'd love to entertain any questions.
Thanks for your efforts in putting this all together.
You're welcome.
Great.
And the group A strip starts on page 39. But they're both, what we did with the rule itself was we had to adopt a formulary by rule. So the formulary is it had to be a drug indicated to treat it. So we were not in any way entertaining off-label treatments for streptococcus or for influenza. I mean, I'm sure that I've seen it firsthand in a pharmacy where people really wanted something prescribed for influenza, and I'm going, I don't think there's any way that's going to work, but you can go ask your doctor about that. This is only for FDA approved products for these treatments, as outlined in a very clear stepwise approach of how you would evaluate a patient.
I think they were written very well.
And these have also had physician review on them for some minor points and clarification questions that people have.
Hearing no questions from the board, we need a motion to either approve or reject this protocol.
I'll make the motion.
We need to.
You go together.
Okay, I have a motion.
I'll make the motion that we let them go, both of these go.
I have a motion from Dr. Mack and a second from Dr. Newsom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Let the record show it was unanimous.
So,
Let me clarify just real quick.
okay.
Sorry. There are some over-the-counter items on some of these.
Yeah.
They're actually not needed on the protocol. They're there for simplicity to help. Just wanted y'all to realize that.
Yeah. The pharmacist can still, even without testing anything else, recommend or prescribe over-the-counter items
Under the same act.
for ailments under the same Act 503. So we have, I don't know how many of us are going to be there, but several of us will be at the medical board Thursday morning with these as well. We will forward them an updated copy. Thank you, Megan, for that, Dr. Smith, of the household exposure for the influenza as well. So we'll be there Thursday morning to present that. Whatever happens for this meeting and that meeting, I should also be able to present Friday afternoon at the Pharmacists Association meeting is the newest news we could possibly have.
Yes.
At least in a Thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you.
The red letter day.
All right, I see Dr. Jenkins, I see Rodney Baker. done for us. Hey, guys, Dr. Jenkins, I know you're between patients and trying to get us a little bit of time while we can. If you guys don't mind, tell us real quick, again, who you are so the board members know, and I think you've seen most of them.
Well, hello, thanks again for having us. I'm Dr. Paul Jenkins, and I'm a veterinarian in Valonia, Arkansas, and I come before you today representing the Arkansas VMA. We're about approximately 600 members in the state of Arkansas, practicing veterinarians. And as you may recall, a few months ago, we became interested in having available to us compounded medications within our practices. This is geared, at companion animal medicine as well as exotic animal medicine. We obviously know the food residue constraints in food animal medicine. And we have found ourselves challenged in practice with the variations in our patient size, physiologies, species, weights, you name it, on having compounded medications available to us. And not only do we each kind of have our own unique practice environments across the state, whether that be emergency practices and the inability to be able to, during normal business hours, have a drug compounded for us. So that's why we have been here, and we really have appreciated the opportunity to get to work with the board, and particularly be in contact with Dr. Kirtley and the other members of the staff at the pharmacy board as we work together on this. I said the very first time that I got to meet with you, and I'd want to echo it again, that as veterinarians, we have no financial gain or benefit to this. Our focus is creating better care for all of our patients, and as I said a while ago, the uniqueness thereof. And just thank you again for having us and all the work that you've done to look at this.
Dr. Jenkins, thank you. And Rodney Baker is the professional lobbyist for the veterinarians in Arkansas. And thank you also, Rodney, for your consistent contact. He stayed on us to make sure we didn't forget about him. And we've had some great conversations through this. Real quick for the board, you'll see in this, I've got page 1, which is kind of my final thing of what I've come up with, but I want to be sure that you guys see the documents behind that. Page 2 starts, and we knew when we started talking to Rodney and Dr. Jenkins and other folks about this, that there were some things coming from FDA allegedly to help shed some light on what they were and were not going to be okay with as far as veterinary compounds, especially for companion animals. So this is their guidance for industry, their GFI 256. I'd sent a copy of this with some specific highlights that I had made on the form myself that I thought were things that were important, like page 4. It's not about investigational drugs, which is a big thing. Page 5, you can see some of these where the FDA is outlining why it's not legal to do it. This is the information the FDA has told us for years. Like, you cannot compound for bulk, you cannot do this for food producing animals or even non-food producing animals. And it almost muddies the whole thing to me when you start reading the first half of this document. Where I think it gets interesting is page 7. Law permits compound animal drug when the source of the active ingredient for compounding is a finished FDA-approved drug and not a bulk substance. I take that to mean what I've been told for almost 2 decades with FDA. You can take any human drug or any veterinary drug and remake it into something else for animals. Like, that is not their major area of concern. The major area of concern has always been taking bulk powders, even for companion animals, which seems ridiculous, but that has been their stance, in making it for animals. The idiocy of some of this, or idiosyncrasy of it, is you could take that bulk powder, especially in 503B facilities do this all the time, and make something for a preemie infant in children's hospital, but not for your dog, is the way it's been approached. And you tell that to people and they think you're crazy or you're making it up, but that's literally the way it's been said. That statement in itself is helping clarify you can take commercial products and compound them into something else, even though they may not be the best option for them. Where it gets more interesting is page 9. They talk about circumstances where at this time FDA does not intend to take enforcement action against drugs compounded from bulk drug substances for violation of the Food Drug Cosmetic Act, for approval, adequate direction for use in CGMP. It's talking about patient-specific prescriptions for non-food producing animals, office stock, which is the first time they've really helped answer office stock. Office stock for non-food producing animals. And for food producing animals, there's a specific section that includes antidotes, and that is a much more complicated, convoluted issue than what we're discussing. If you go to page 10, or it's actually page 11 in your handout, page 10 of the document, it talks about how you can sell it as office stock. And it talks about, however, FDA recognizes in some limited cases an animal drug is urgently needed in a time needed to compound drug in response to an individual patient prescription may result in animal suffering or death. It goes through some directions for that as indicated. The guidance explains the limited circumstances in which FDA generally does not intend to take enforcement action for compounding office stock at this time. It will further describe a whole other document in here that shows the bulk drug substances that are currently approved at this time. When this first came out, there were no other, when I checked it, there were no other drugs being requested for consideration. I've explained to Mr. Baker, I've explained to Dr. Jenkins, that if the veterinary community feels there are other drugs that really should be on that bulk list, it's really up to the veterinarians to push FDA to consider for addition those other drugs, not necessarily the pharmacy community. They have to argue why it's necessary for these emergency needs. It goes into compounding for non-food producing animals. It's compounded under the direct supervision of a veterinarian or pharmacist in a state licensed pharmacy or federal facility. Full compliance state laws, bulk drug substance and active ingredients. It goes on, the drug is dispensed by the pharmacy after receipt of a prescription for a specific patient from the veterinarian acting within a valid veterinary client-patient relationship, directly to the prescribing veterinarian or the patient's owner caretaker, or the veterinarian to the owner. This is a whole lot of words to basically say, it explains to me that for emergency needed medications, a 503A community pharmacy in our state could take either drugs off the bulk list or commercial products and develop compounded preparations, not patient specific, to help people like Dr. Jenkins treat animals in emergencies in their office and enable them to even dispense a take-home supply of that medication necessary to get the patient through until they could get another supply of medication in a patient-specific manner, which is a complete 180 degrees from everything I feel like I've heard from FDA for years. I think Dr. McCready, I think our other inspectors would probably agree with that as well. So I say all that, you've got those, you've got, there's some other stuff I've highlighted, I'm not going to go through it completely exhaustively. There is the list of bulk substances that starts on page 24 of your handout. And what you'll see is it is a fairly short list. I believe this is 3 pages. Oh, I've added, it's a couple pages. There's other drugs that are currently under review. So it is showing now. I actually put this in there because when I first pulled it, there were no drugs in that. So it shows me that FDA is apparently listening and adding drugs and reviewing them. And we would expect that some of those would make it onto the approved bulk drug substance, but at least they are showing that they do have other drugs in review. And then after that, starting with page 28 in your handout, when we worked with Dr. Jenkins, Mr. Baker, and some other veterinarians, they had a list of medications that they really felt like, it's not an exhaustive list, it's a brief list, that are critical to their ability to treat some patients in emergency, some of the animals in emergencies. When we looked at it, almost pretty much everything in here, I think according to our staff, is either available as a human or animal product that could be changed to compound for the animals or would be on the approved bulk drug substances list. There are some ingredients on here that I'm sure everyone wishes were on the bulk list, but it's simply not at this time. But it should be able to help. There are a couple of weird examples, like the ophthalmic, because an ophthalmic would have to be prepared in a sterile fashion rather than a non-sterile fashion, which is going to be a higher level. But overall, all of that takes me back to, we went to the NABP meeting nationally. They had open mic session. I got up and asked if anybody else was dealing with this or was facing this. I heard from 3 other states, 2 of which just immediately emailed me what they did. Iowa actually had a very good example of a rule they were working through right now. I adapted it based on some of the feedback I had here, which is what you have on page 1. Some states, it is absolutely wide open. Some states, it is absolutely closed. I thought Iowa actually had a really great approach to use an outline to where this is my suggested language potentially for consideration by our board to feedback from you guys to see if you want to pursue a rule change to this effect. And I think with that, there was one change that I know Dr. Robertson pointed out. I made it in my original copy, but it was already scanned for this, that FDA does not permit facilities, they register 503B facilities, so just making a clarifying statement. So it could be 503B facilities with their FDA registered and permitted by our board. They already have a broader sense of what they can do because they're 503B, that we would not be limiting that for them. That's a lot of information in like 10 minutes.
I assume Dr. Jenkins has seen this.
Yes, Dr. Jenkins, I think you've had a chance to see the approach that I had sent you and Mr. Baker as well.
Yes, sir. Was there a question about that, John, that I may have missed on the front end?
No, he was just, Dr. Richmond was just making sure that you had seen this. He probably has a question, what do you think of it?
Yeah,
I'm thinking ahead, Brian.
yeah, we have, and we're comfortable with it.
My only question was around with the supply not to exceed 5 days. Because veterinarians, just like physicians, are treating multiple patients. So if they need, you're gonna be like, are we defining that as 5 days for one person is the most, or one animal is the most, that like, especially with a wide range? I just wonder how open that is for interpretation, because I don't think it's intended to limit what the pharmacy can send to them.
No, that's what they can dispense to the patient.
Yeah.
That we would say, so some states say like 3 days or until pharmacy services are available. I think some that I've heard from would even say 14, but the simple fact is many of these products are going to have a BUD shorter than 14 days if they're in an aqueous space, unless you've gone through all kinds of additional testing. So what we were trying to say is, especially, and Dr. Jenkins and I actually talked about this, is, if it's 3 days, man, that barely gets you to a weekend. I don't know that you can find a pharmacy that can get it prepared by then. 5 days is a pretty good mix, or even 7 days. If the patient is having ongoing emergency issues at 5 days, Dr. Jenkins is probably going to see the animal again to make sure that something else hasn't been missed. But we were saying that the expectation is that the pharmacy on these types of products could supply to the veterinarian, and veterinarian could dispense 5 days, and it gives 5 days to figure out where they're going to get continued supply if needed patient specific, or come back and get another 5 days.
Well, on that point, though, if the patient was seen on Monday and they got 5 days, that gets them to the weekend problem. So would 7 not be better for that example?
I actually anticipated that it may be a difference between a discussion of 5 or 7 days. We even discussed that in office.
Given that could happen.
Yeah. The funny response I got was, well, if you start on Friday and you end the next Friday, you also cause another weekend. So you back to 5 or you go to 7, go to 10. But
gives you enough leeway. 5, you gotta start thinking about what's going on day 4.
Sure.
Distribution of supply chain.
Yes.
I like it. I would suggest 7 instead of 5.
So you can make a motion and say change it to 7 and start a roll process.
Like change it to 7 and start a road process.
Okay, what she said, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
So I have a motion from Dr. Richmond,
Sort of.
And I will point out, we've said Class A pharmacy or a 503B. A 503B would be anywhere. Class A pharmacy would mean being inspected. We just know that there are some places that the inspection process is not the same. So if it's someone that has either gotten us to come look at them wherever they are, or we've already looked at them in our usual practice, that is, something we were comfortable with.
So does that raise an issue for an out-of-state pharmacy?
They could have the opportunity to request an inspection by our agency. We do have the ability to charge them for that. But we have seen some incredibly risky situations out of state that we have not necessarily had the best of luck getting another state to look at. That's why we actually pursued, statutory language that would allow us, if need be, to go inspect another pharmacy in another state for that reason.
So the way this is worded would.
Class A. Because, what we're saying is if you can't do a good enough inspection for us that we would allow you to train students, then we probably don't want to get into this expanded area of practice.
so I have a motion on the floor. A motion from Dr. Richmond and a second from Dr. Richmond. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries, and let the record show.
So Dr. Jenkins, Mr. Baker, what that means is I have about 100 documents to try to produce that go start a rulemaking process on this for review by ADH, review by the governor's office. And then at that point, it would go up for public feedback and discussion. So I'll be sure you guys are engaged in that as well.
Be happy to. Thanks again for the opportunity for us to be here and what you're doing for our profession.
Absolutely glad to help. Thank you for taking time away from those patients for us.
Absolutely. No worries.
Thank you.
Al, you want to go ahead and get out of the way, man? Sure. You waiting on anybody else?
I'm here.
All right. Coming up, so we'll skip to Washita County Medical Center. I know what drive you guys have on back.
Yeah.
This is under tab 12 for the board members. Al, if you want to tell them who you are and where you are, we'll kick off.
Sure. Okay, my name is Kyle Hyde. I'm Director of Clinical Operations representing the Washita County Medical Center. Here before the board today to ask for approval of our offsite order verification process. We have pharmacists staffed in the hospital 7 days a week, 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and 7 to 3 on the weekends and holidays. After hours to ensure continuity of care for our patients, we want to make sure that we feel like our pharmacists can do a better job of that than outsourcing that to somewhere else. We're familiar with the prescribers, we're familiar with the staff, good relationship with them, and we know what's going on with the patients. So what our policy is to alternate between the pharmacists, regular full-time clinical pharmacists, as they call after hours. We have 2 different secure methods to access the electronic medical record remotely. Both methods ensure our password protected and ensure that no patient data is stored on the computer that you're accessing it from. It's all thousands of computers for the hospital server. So it's done securely and remotely. And while at the same time making sure that pharmacists have access to all the resources that they would at the hospital. That's the general overview of our program, and we happy to take any questions.
So I want to make sure I understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. So you're currently using outsourced facility from your after hours, using outsourced facility from your after hours.
No,
That's what you're asking for.
no,
We're asking for your own staff to be able to do it offsite from the hospital.
yes.
So what was that? You don't have a offsite setup. You want to do this remote with your own pharmacist?
Correct.
Okay.
Just curious, what do you use now?
This is the process that's currently in place. It was in place prior to my arrival. There was initiated from a 2017 state health survey. They found that medication orders after pharmacy hours were not reviewed by the pharmacist, and this process was put in place.
So how does it work? You've got somebody on call that takes care of the 7 days a week, close it in the night or?
Yeah, we're there 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and then 7 to 3 on weekends and holidays, and then after hours, the hospital has a switchboard, and then the on-call schedule is also made available to all the departments and things, so they all know who to, what pharmacist is available, and they contact the pharmacist if they need anything. Pharmacists typically will regularly check throughout the evening for orders and things, just to make sure to keep that, to expedite that care for patients. If they need something in an urgent manner, they can always give us a call.
So y'all have been using this, you just want permission to use this?
Correct.
Okay.
You have fixes?
Yes.
Profile or non-profile?
We have, since I arrived at the hospital in June of 2018, we've got automated dispensing system house-wide, and in our emergency department, cath lab, and our surgery department are non-profile fixes, and all the other units are profile.
So after hours, your pharmacists do have to stay on top of orders, right? For those
They do.
profile stations, and
Right.
to be able to do that.
Right. The pharmacists and the nursing supervisors have override ability to access any medication that's in that automated dispensing system. So in emergencies that can be utilized, that's a override process is something that we review those overrides daily on anything that was retrieved from the automated dispensing system by override for appropriateness.
In your profile.
In the profile areas, yes.
Well, what's the average number that you see? After hours?
Number of overrides after hours, it's not very many, a handful or less.
How many beds is the hospital?
Hospital's licensed for 99 beds. It's an independent community hospital where average inpatient census is maybe 20. We have 3 full-time pharmacists and some part-time pharmacists.
This is an issue that came up on inspection, we discussed it with Kyle, board, Dr. and himself, staff don't have an issue.
You guys are okay? And this was a board pharmacy inspection, so like a 24/7 service.
Have a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Dr. Jolly. All in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. So let the record show it was unanimous.
Thank you all so much.
Be careful going home.
That's safe travel.
Good to see you.
Thanks.
So we can try to skip ahead to Turner since he's here, or if we've got other people that are waiting online thinking it's 3 o'clock, we can postpone.
I would like to just take a note of where it is schedule.
Yes.
Let me tell you, some of the notes that I've gotten passed to me, you better enjoy it.
Oh, good.
I like the fact, because there was a moment when you took charge about 30 minutes ago.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, yes.
So you guys went ahead, go ahead with Turner, or you, okay. So we also have like, we've got orders to consider, that you guys have a bundle of.
If Turner's people are here, then I would rather not keep them.
It's mainly Turner. We've got some more stuff.
Yeah, if you have anybody that's not here, then we will wait on them, but everybody.
Let me text the one pharmacist and tell them.
Okay, yeah, because we've got a couple people coming to get, consideration for increasing their hours and stuff as well. So, Dr. Brady, you want to flip to your orders real quick? I don't think this will take just a few minutes.
So we have consent agreements, we have 3 voluntary surrenders, William Wallace, PT 07402, Scott Wayne Strasser, PD 09206, Barry Jason Durban, PD 08477. We have 2 probation consent orders, Leanne Brewer, PD 09601, and Benjamin McMurray, PD 13193. We have some consent agreements. We'll start with Medline Industries, which is, they have medical gas licenses. It's a change of ownership violation. There's a penalty of $40,000. Lynn Gas, with wholesale licenses, there's a penalty of $5,000. Cloud Frontier Incorporated, WD 04835, change of ownership violation, $2,500. Meridian Medical Tech LLC, WD 03211 and WD 03210 for a penalty of $5,000. These are all non-disciplinary penalties.
Yeah, the paperwork.
Investigating costs. Haggis.
Because it was so much.
Because it was so many locations. Haggis US LLC, WD 03761, 05226, and 04222 for $7,500 non-disciplinary costs. Dustin Wayne Patterson, PT 10393, met before the informal committee and penalty non-disciplinary penalty of $250. Lake City Drug had a pharmacist in charge, non-disciplinary investigation for $2,500. Caritas Pharmacy, PIC violation, non-disciplinary $2,500. And here are X, PIC violation for $2,500. Walgreens 15756, $2,500 pharmacist in charge violation, non-disciplinary and investigative costs as well. Metro Drugs LLC, pharmacist in charge violation for $2,500. So we received one that's not on the list, Daniel Incorporated, WD 04405, which is a change of ownership violation for $2,500. And one more for investigating for non-disciplinary action for Eclipse Meds, WD 05085 for $2,500, for a total of $77,750 of non-disciplinary investigative costs.
Any questions for me and board members on these orders? I have a motion to approve. Motion from Dr. Doyle. Second from Dr. Richmond. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let the record show it was unanimous.
We also have the authorization to conduct board policy oversight activities, which every June we have to renew. They expire at the board meeting, as the board meeting for next year. These are effective from today, June 7th, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. We have on board Dr. John Kirkley, myself, Dr. Susan Payne, Dr. Brandon Hall, and Dr. Kevin Robinson, who we approved today. So.
A motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Dr. Jolly. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries and let the record show it was also unanimous.
I have all your orders to decide.
Are you need anybody else? Good.
No, Leanne got on.
Okay.
I thought we could,
Good. Oh, yeah, I see her now.
yeah, I thought we could do her advocacy first. Dr. Brewer, her preliminary consent order was signed on 3/9/2021. Her pharmacy support group contract was signed on 6/4/2021. She came before y'all on March 6th of 2021 to get advocacy to return to work. All reports are that she's doing a fantastic job, loving it, is really happy to be back at work. You know, she's doing everything she needs in the pharmacy support group. Since March 6th, she's had 6 additional tests, 6 negative, 0 missed check-ins since March 6th, 2022. I will say this, at the beginning, she really had some problems with some dilutes, some out of range that has been occurring. She's got back and got in sync with that. You know, executive committee voted for advocacy to work no more than 32 hours per week this past Sunday on June 5th. Thank you.
We've got Dr. Brewer on with us. If you guys want to hear her as well. This is her request.
Hello, Leanne. Yes, I am enjoying my job. It's really laid back. It is at the Christian clinic, but it's really enjoyable, and we help a lot of people without insurance and people that can't fill their psych meds on Medicaid, because those do take up slots on their Medicaid. So I just feel like you know, and then I also am doing the volunteer work there at the Christian clinic, helping the homeless. You know, we have dentists and eye doctors on Thursday nights, and we are starting to go 2 times a month because the doctors are so needed with pulling the teeth and eye care that people do not have insurance for. So I feel like I'm helping the community as well as, you know, fulfilling my pharmacist duties there. And I'm here today to try to go up to 32 hours without supervision, because I would like to get some more PRN work, just put my name out at Independence, and whoever would use me, could use me for PRN around here. So that's why I'm coming to hopefully get more hours so that I can just put my resume out there and do PRN for people that need a pharmacist on vacation, especially in the summer. And as far as recovery, I'm doing my 4 meetings a week. I do drug test and talk to my sponsor when needed, and my mentor, Jennifer. So I think I'm doing pretty well in recovery. I don't think that working at a pharmacy so far has hindered, my want to, maybe use, but hopefully, that's not gonna, and I know how to handle that. I have tools now that, I don't have to. So with that, I think that's about all I have to share.
So hearing no further questions from board members, is there a motion to approve this request?
We'll work the 32-hour week. Request.
All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Ms. Ford. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Ford.
Thank you.
All right, the only other pharmacist I had to discuss was Dr. Sampson.
Yeah,
But
yeah, we've got him scheduled for 4. If he couldn't come, that's fine, but I know he's also sound like working it.
yeah, no, I can stick around.
So after a couple of discussions, you guys have behind tab number 10, just some of the background information on support group. I know that Turner and I, actually our staff, Luke, before you departed, had discussed with Turner coming in and kind of doing an overview of how the support group contracts actually work on the ARPSG side of that equation, in addition to how we go through the board. In this, you can see part of our discussion on this in the first couple of pages, and then I included, because I know that from time to time we have had a review, I think by the board, where we look at some stuff. I know Dr. Newsom had asked for remarks of what some of the concerns were with the support group contract, so you have a couple of pages of letter for that. I included a policy that's been around for almost a decade that the support group executive committee had approved, and then the board also endorsed of why we do comprehensive evaluations. We do have questions from time to time, why can't I just go meet with the psychiatrist at my choosing, or a counselor or something else? And so we go through, or this really helps to attest to why you need an intensive inpatient evaluation through a team approach to really get a good, valid information on what someone needs, what their status is, as far as being able to safely practice, or what they might need as far as medical treatment or therapy. Right behind that, I also have several of these are the statutes that really affect how the support group functions, how it is literally an arm of the board itself, and the administration functions of it, and board review for it. How we do have some opportunity for funding of it, which we use, and that's really about it. And the last thing I have is, since we have this question come up periodically, because the board has adopted intensive inpatient evaluations, we have 4 centers that we have used for years and years that we have ongoing relationships with. It's really, it boils down to really, there's a couple that we see used most of the time, but in my couple decades almost, I've seen all 4 used at one time or another, depending on who is available, if there is insurance coverage or there is not. The other thing that I passed out, and this really gets to what I know Turner had discussed with some of us as staff, is how the recovery contract actually works. I think there's a lot of confusion as to what it means, what people have to do, and how different issues are handled. I can't take it for granted that I understand it just because I've dealt with it so long, whereas for many of you as board members, you see periodic issues with it and not necessarily the whole nexus of a whole. So I think for Turner, I think one of the big things is kind of how monitoring works, and drug testing, and call in and all that.
I mean, monitoring is every day of the year, okay? Unless they get a monitoring interruption. You know, one thing I think is confused, there's not anything about monitoring interruptions in this contract.
Yeah.
They're
allowed.
Yeah, they're allowed, and the monitoring interruptions were made by the executive committee, by the pharmacy support group, okay? There's lots of, a lot of people want to go on vacation and not check in, okay? Because they feel like if they are chosen during their vacation, they'll take time away from their families. Totally understandable. I understand. The provisions of their vacation or their monitoring interruption, on no exemptions are granted the first year of monitoring, because the first year of being on a contract and sobriety are very important, and you need some accountability. I believe that's why that was put in place by the committee. This was made before I became executive secretary, okay? After the first year, they get 7 days total. And then after the 5th year monitoring, the maximum 14 days per year is allowable, providing that these days are distributed over a maximum of 2 interruption periods per year. Now, all exemptions are contingent upon a sustained record of monitoring compliance and being 100% compliant. I said it before, I've been on this contract, when I go on vacations within the continent of the United States, you can check in anywhere, okay? I do understand that the pharmacists in the support group would like extended vacations where they don't check in. I can see that view. I can also see the other. I've not publicly stated what I thought the length of contract should be, and I won't, it's not that's an opinion, okay? So I've never said anything like that. I know there's some pharmacists that are on lifetime contracts that want to visit with y'all. And I've said, and Dr. Hughes has also sent in some paperwork about things that Dr. Newsom had asked her to last time that she had some concerns with. So she's available to discuss it. But I've also said, if you come back and talk to the board about your contract, the whole book gets open. And I do believe the whole book should be open on anything, because one thing about this disease that nobody understands is it's out there doing push-ups right now. If we're not doing what we need to be doing on a daily basis, it's going to get you. And the thing about this disease is it's sneaky. It'll jump up on you. And, most of the pharmacists are either alcoholics or they've been addicted to benzos or painkillers. And it's scary because that's where they're walking into on a daily basis. It's right there. All they got to do is push in a code and do something. So I'm very, very supportive of all these pharmacists in there, because I've told y'all before, I chose not to go back to pharmacy school for 4th year, and it cost me 10 years of my life for this. But I wish I would, because I remember sitting in front of Tim White's desk, and he goes, "Man, you can't drink alcohol either," because I just thought I had the COVID. He goes, "You can't drink." I go, "Well, this pharmacy profession is not for me, so I'll just drop it." After 3 years of pharmacy school, it's my biggest regret not becoming a pharmacist, because I think the pharmacist profession is highly respected. Most respected profession, I think, because my dad was, and I was one to be one, but I didn't. So this contract, it's pretty straightforward. It outlines a program of recovery to get these guys back into practice of pharmacy. Not only that, but get their life back. How many stories have you heard of people going down and not knowing if they're going to be accepted back to their family who has kids things such as that. You know, this thing outlines a way for them to get all that back. And how many times, how many times have you seen these guys come before you that have been on this contract and they've gotten everything back? And then we've seen people who come in here that check boxes. They come in, they don't really do it, and then they're turning in their license, you know? You know, I'm all for reevaluating things. I'm all for listening to everybody that is in the pharmacy support group, all for listening Dr. Using what she has to say. You know, I'm here to do what y'all want me to do, and that's what I'm doing. And you know, this contract's very straightforward. I don't know if there's any explaining.
And I think, Turner, I think some of it, even for the board members, while I understand very well, like the check-in process. And
Yeah, let me go through the check-in process. So we work with the vendor, okay? You know, I don't want to go into the number of UAs and things that they do each year. Well, I mean, they probably, Shannon, do you know how many UAs you do a year?
It says an average of 18, we usually do
That's-
2 a month.
Yeah, well, that's what it said, okay?
Yeah.
I say,
And I know there's, except like if you miss check-in or.
yeah, if you miss a check-in, I'm gonna go. But you're able to start checking in at 3 a.m. in the morning, and it goes all the way to 6 o'clock at night, okay? So you check in, you know, it'll say you're not selected today, or you have been selected. Proceed to whatever. So you get selected during the day, you gotta go take a random UA. You know, there's several panels, there's, you know, one for, you know, alcohol, benzos, I mean, they cover everything. And you go check in, and you go do your UA, okay? You check in every day. Now, Dr. Hughes will say, and most of the pharmacists say, you really don't have to worry about the weekends. I mean, you check in, but there's so many places that are closed, you can't really go get one done. So Affinity rarely accuses anybody on the weekend.
It's an extreme case almost.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'll interject, because it hadn't really happened with Turner, other than a couple times I've asked him like, hey, something sounds weird about so-and-so, when's the last time they tested? And half the time, they literally have just tested within the last 2 or 3 days. I'm like, we're covered. But for Turner, there were several times when it's like, well, you know, because it is random, well, it's been 4 weeks. And I'm like, it would be helpful for the board to know that they had a check-in in this time period. Now, if you miss, you automatically.
Now, if you miss a check-in, you don't check in at all. You self-test the next day, okay? Now, you can miss, I mean, you can check in and just forget about going, you self-test the next day. That can add to the number per year of the UAs. You know, I've talked to several pharmacists, you know, it's an accountability issue. You know, if they start acting a little bit weird around their family or something, then I go, uh-oh, here it goes again. Well, they've got this is one of the parameters that serves as a backup for them, where they can have accountability and things. You know.
Can I ask a question? If they forget to check in and they self-test the next day and everything's good, does that show up on our list as a missed check-in, or is it?
Yes, I did that on that. And I also, what I do is, a lot of times, you know, the missed check-ins, it'll be something like kid related, and these guys have got it, and we'll talk about it in the executive committee.
So that people with a spouse getting birth.
Yeah, pharmacy support group. Now, you know, I might be a little bit more lenient than the previous executive secretary, but if you're sick and throwing up, I don't expect you to go and do a UA, okay? If it's icing outside, the weathers are, I'm not gonna say, go do a UA if you get chosen. I've excused many a UA, and tried.
With a follow-up plan.
Yeah, with a follow-up plan. And I try to be as fair in the situations as possible, okay? You know, this contract also spells out the number of meetings they go to. It's like normal stuff. It's like 90 meetings in 90 days. It's stuff that the rehabs that they go to spell out to them in their discharge form, basically. I think every treatment center will go to 90 days, meetings in 90 days, get a sponsor. I don't even think we have a sponsor here. You know, they've got to go to at least 90 meetings in the first 90 days. Then after that, they've got to go to 4 meetings per week for the remaining 9 months of the first year. At least 3 meetings per week during the second year of this contract, and at least 2 meetings per week for the remaining term of this contract. Okay. Then what they do in Affinity is they keep track of these meetings that they attend, and they submit a report to make, you know, sure they went to the meetings. Now, you know, people always go, well, Turner, you do a lot of trusting, don't you? I mean, because these people are just telling you they went to the meeting. Well, part of the program of them getting sober is developing a trust, isn't it? And I've got to trust them that they're going to meetings to get better. You know, they're also required to go to 8 monthly meetings of the ARPSG, that's the Pharmacy Support Group. We usually meet on the first Sunday of each month unless it's a holiday. You know, those have become a lot easier to attend because we used to have them in person at St. Vincent. You know, the people from Northwest Arkansas or Southwest Arkansas, that's a long drive. So we've been doing them by Zoom, and it's a lot easier. It's something that we thought about, or I've thought about presenting maybe to the executive committee to continue doing because it's easier on them, especially with gas prices, you know. You know, they're well attended. We also have regional meetings, okay? We'll have a central region, we've got a northwest region, a southeast region, and a southwest region, where they have 4 meetings a year, and they can attend those also as part of their trip.
They can do part of their eight.
Yeah.
And Turner missed this earlier, but I mean, you heard from a pharmacist in another state, he had to go to a meeting every week. Like his support group type contract, every single week, he had to go to at least one organized meeting of the pharmacy group itself. And we've heard that, I think I know at least 2 states that is their structure. So I don't think it's 52 a year, but it's like 40 or something.
Yeah, yeah. So we have 12 a year. They're required to do. And then, you know, the rest of this is, you know, about if they want to relocate to another state, you know, they've got to come through y'all. You know, they can petition the, you know, pharmacy support group for advocacy that we just had one of those to go back to work. They've got to get the executive committee's approved before we bring it to y'all. You know, if the pharmacist fails to fully comply with terms, you know, we brought back before the board to see what y'all want to do. But that's the basis of the contract. The vacation stuff, it's really set by the executive committee of the pharmacy support group.
Thank you for that report.
What now?
Thank you for that report.
Thank you so much, too.
And I'll add, because I'll have a couple of questions specifically for Turner, just to help everybody. But there have been times where, you know, in the past, either we would talk to him or now we would talk to Turner, and we've dealt with the complexity of testing is getting more and more detailed, I'd say. And so we have some things where if we miss something on a urine test, there are some things that are exponentially more difficult to test if you've already missed your window on a urine test. There are some things you simply can find fairly easily on a urine test that you cannot find on a hair test. But I'm not going to advertise which drugs those are because we can start to use them. But we've dealt with that. And some of it is they may be able to test for it, but they haven't really validated fully the test themselves. So it's kind of like, you know, if you're going to do a COVID test, is it a good test or is it a bad test? And we can't rely on a bad test or a non-validated test, really. So I've dealt with that a handful of times here at the board, where sometimes it's if you miss that first shot, you've missed your window.
Yeah, and I would go further and say, I don't think there's many pharmacists when they enter this drug testing protocol get through it at the end. They're using a lot of drugs. The nature of the disease is you might use one time and go on a bender, maybe on a vacation or whatever, and come back and pass your drug test. HUD's got you, you're gonna do it again. And again and again and again, you're gonna finally get caught. So the randomness of this is the beauty of it. It's truly random. I think, 18 is probably a good number for it, because some months you might get checked 3 times and then a month you go by, you don't get checked, so.
And if, the other thing I was going to point out, there are areas where, if you live in a rural area, you generally are going to have to figure out where is available to test, to know that you're going to have to do it, before work, on a lunch break, after work. But even like in St. Lawrence, there are places oftentimes like emergency room, Conway.
Oh, you're 24 hours.
Yeah, it's 24 hours. Like they will act as a collection site for you after hours. So if you get through the day and you go, oh my gosh, it's 5 o'clock, I haven't logged in, and you get hit, you go, oh my gosh, I worked till 8 tonight. You could, in Little Rock or from, Little Rock, I think that's the most recent example I've heard. Well, you go up to Conway ER, you take your chain of custody form, you keep your copy of it so that you know that you've got proof that you did it. You can from here. Now it is more expensive. It may cost an extra $15 or maybe an extra $20 to do it after hours, but that is an option. I know Turner already pointed out, like, it's very, very seldom. I think maybe a couple times I'm even aware of that we've actually tested on the weekend, but we have had people continue to log in on weekends, so it's a 7-day week, logging.
I will say this, though. Affinity is a Canadian company, okay?
Oh,
So there was some tests on Memorial Day because Canada does, I don't think they recognize Memorial Day. So I had some pharmacists saying, well, where do I go? I don't know, everything's closed, but we got through it.
So the other thing I was going to ask, so in terms, my understanding long-term has been, like, if you are in your like 4th year of a contract, whether that be a 5, a 10, or a lifetime contract, you want to go take a week international vacation. Given it's generally, I think it's generally encouraged that it's a week at most to be off monitoring, but you need to make arrangements, reach out to the support group and let it be known a month or 2 in advance of, like, hey, I'm looking at going to Central America. We're going to be there for 7 days, and I don't want to have to test the day I fly out, the day I get back, and I don't know that it's really an option to test there.
Yeah, they have to put their notice in. They had to meet with the executive committee 30 days before their vacation, so they can talk it. In theory, they could go on vacation for 365 days a year. They just need to be somewhere where they can test and check in, but it's like Dr. Curtin said, you're flying or something, you don't want to check in and think, uh-oh, I just got zapped. What am I going to do? I'm flying, I'm going to find something. And they don't want to take time away from the family. Not COVID, I got to go enjoy your time with your family. The first 5 years is probably so important. You can get 5 years, Grace, 7 years it's amazing. What now?
It's a milestone.
Yeah, 7 years is a milestone, but there's a lot of relapses that target 7 years for some reason. When you get up to 10 years or 50, those are great milestones. But it happens. I was talking to a guy the other day. He had 25 years and he went out to Vegas. They had him a bottle in his ring or whatever. That looks good. 25 years as a body and spent 2 weeks in Vegas and then had to come back home and go to rehab. I'm just like, it's insane. It's insane. But it's a reminder to me and everybody, hey, this is out there, so.
So on vacation, is it generally 7 days, or is it longer than that?
They usually request 5 days because
it's a week.
And I'm always honest with you. They know in the support group, usually they're not tested on Saturday and Sunday. So they can go on vacation and check in and on those days, so they usually ask for the 5 days. That's what they do. Some ask for 7 days, so. And I'll say this, when the executive committee meets on some of the people, if they're going on an international trip, they might extend it a little bit, okay, for, just because they're going across seas to 7 days, you get there, you're 2 days off.
Well, and I point out, that's not the support staff or turner making that suggestion. We can give input, but it's the support group executive committee, which the board members approve, you know, they're standing on that are making those calls. We do not micromanage it to where they have to come back before you to say, I would really like to go, you know, to Paris for a week. It's that way. Now, I also, you know, I have friends that I swear I think that they go on an international trip once a month for a week. So I don't think it's really set up to where you can get a week off a month.
No,
It's
it's a week off per year, basically the first four years. So first year is nothing, you know, and you know, if you're in your first year, I say, go take a vacation, go down to Florida, you know, there's places all around Florida to go check.
well, I mean, it's most, I mean, if it's got an airport, you can test there.
Yeah.
And if it's within an hour of an airport, or there's, I mean, if it's a town with 25,000 people, there's some place you can generally test.
I usually can find some place to check within a half an hour.
You know. So it's not like you say you have to be in New York City or Orlando.
No.
It's, you know, there's places.
You can be anywhere on 38.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd like to ask a question, but I don't, it seems like just an educational give and take and just some discussion. So I know there's been some discussion in the past about the propriety of indefinite or lifetime contracts.
Mhm.
Whether, I mean, given your last statement that you said 15, 25 years, if somebody has a relapse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I have my own bias, but I mean, what's your take on whether or not, I know you said a while ago that you generally don't comment on the length of a contract, but generally speaking, irrespective, just say ongoing, that's until somebody goes, passes. I guess, what's your opinion?
Okay, this is the therapist coming out, okay? I've got two different things. I've got a therapy side, and then I've got an executive secretary side, okay? So I sort of do two things. So the therapist side tells me every pharmacist who has become or is an alcoholic or addict should be on a lifetime contract if they're working in a pharmacy. Because as a board or as an individual, my job is to protect society. And I want to make dang sure that they're drug-free and they're working a program. Now, as executive secretary and looking at the guys in my support group and stuff, you know, it's tiresome. It's tiresome doing some of this stuff. And I can see, hey, you know, I'm sober, just let me be, you know, on this thing after I've done my time or whatever, okay? So, I mean, you know, the 5-year contract's great, but, you know, if you relax on a 5-year contract, I'll say the executive secretary and lifetime contract for sure, you know, because you realize, you know, you're going into a candy store every day. You know, how many stories have we all heard that it started with one hydrocodone or one Percocet? Or I don't even know Percocet because I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still around.
Yeah. You take one of them and then the spree is on, you know? You know, I know that we have several that are on lifetime contracts that are very sober, that are living productive, great lives. You know, thank goodness I'm not sitting in y'all's seat because I don't have to make this decision. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a hard decision to make. You know, they're on a lifetime product. Then you have to open up the whole book. What did they do to get on this lifetime contract? Because if they're on a lifetime contract, there's some stuff that has happened, okay? But have they turned the new leaf and turned that corner and doing the things they need to, and that's just in their past, you know?
I guess my thought on that, though, we all agree addiction is a disease.
Yeah.
So is hypertension. We agree with that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we treat hypertension with any hypertensive. You take it, you're compliant with it. assuming it's idiopathic, it's gonna more likely than not be a lifetime illness.
That's what I was gonna ask you.
And
Usually,
so when you take the antihypertensive, you expect what to happen to your blood pressure?
it's
You
go down.
expect it to go down or normalize.
Yeah.
So since the blood pressure is normal, do we take away the blood pressure medicine?
No, and I was about to say, I see what you're saying there, because most of the time when you get put on heart medication, you're on it the rest of your life.
So it works because you're taking it.
Yeah.
And it would seem to be that same analogy would apply.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the direct analogy that most of our law enforcement partners have taken. I mean, I think that, I'll be careful how I say this. I think in Arkansas, we have enjoyed an almost unusually close alliance with some of the law enforcement entities that would be the ones to either prosecute or take a look over pharmacists that have diverted or that were in recovery, for impairment or anything like that. And I mean, I've had some pretty frank conversations with them that, there have been times that an extended contract or a lifetime contract specifically, or even the intensity of a 5-year contract has been the difference between pharmacists being criminally prosecuted. They're like, you know what? If they're gonna be a pharmacist and they gotta do all that, we're gonna watch this until, it would be too late to prosecute, and they'll check in on people. I mean, they're not sending official documentation. They're like, hey, so-and-so, we don't call. So-and-so complying with their contract, any problem? I'm like, nope, no problems, we're good. And the next thing you know, it's, they are able to plead down to misdemeanor, or they're actually not having to sit down with DEA and have some sort of drawn out memorandum that has requirements on them or on their employer. And there appear to need to be states where that is just simply not the case.
It's almost like they're grateful. When the prosecutors call me up, it's like they're grateful. But they're like, they're in that. And, I mean, I don't know, being on the contracts also like having someone have your back, because once they got advocacy, who gave them the advocacy to go back to work?
And all we did.
Yeah.
I have a lot of those.
So the board trusts me to go back to work. I've had this problem. I'm on this contract.
I think the other thing is concern or questions from the board as a part of this. I mean, like I said, I mean, I've dealt with this so long, it feels like common knowledge to me, even though it may not be for you guys.
I would say from the perspective of a new board member, 2 or 3 years ago, it would be helpful to have that write-up that you did. I'm assuming you did summarize that. Page 5, that talks about the, page 5 that talks about the pharma testing center, pharma comprehensive. Would be good information just to read as a new board member, as well as the pages following that, and then just have a copy of the contract so that you have some kind of context. Because this is a big part of what you do. It happens at every official board meeting, and a lot of informal. So this is good information.
Yeah, we can absolutely
provide it to.
That's my fault. I should have been more persistent in bringing that.
There was a transition happening.
Yeah.
And we generally try to have criticism.
And I got a little bit like this, Dr. Newsom, Dr. Mitchell, both been here. Dr. Newsom probably understands this stuff better than anybody. I mean, she was here when I first got here, and been here for a while. So and back, I mean, Dr. Mitchell has a good understanding, but that's my fault. I think with new board members, you're exactly right. Is to throw this information to them and let them look over it.
And we'll include it in the new board member packet too. That's an easy one for us to fix.
We have a request from Dr. Hughes in this packet. So you want to talk about that?
Yeah, she's here, available.
And she had some specific suggestions. Yeah.
First of all, Dad, I appreciate it so much. Giving us a chance to communicate some of the things that we feel like about us.
And, I gave you a list of maybe some suggestions, you know, with the support of the addiction specialist, Dr. Martin, and based on her evaluation, I'm still of the opinion that my lifetime monitoring contract, should be reevaluated and maybe reduced. I mean, I know y'all had a lot of back and forth about that, but in the interim, I feel that these changes, could provide some relief. The lifetime and indefinite contracts. I sent some information to Dr. Hartley, you know, that he kind of had the responsibilities and guidelines of being on contract and this, and that came off the Affinity website. I don't know if that ever got dispersed to y'all or not.
I've shared.
Okay, it's on there, kind of, it's basically what y'all just went over, it's kind of like when we're.
Oh.
Yeah, and Shannon, the microphone's actually over here, she'll have to speak up, it's in that little camera.
Oh, okay.
Here, let me switch.
But anyway, Dr. Newsom had asked me, and Dr. Mitchell, to get some information together and come back and share that with y'all. And I got with some of the other guys that are on these lifetime or indefinite contracts. I don't really know what the difference in the two is specifically. But we kind of put our heads together and we came up with some things that we felt were reasonable requests. In fact, they were even discussed amongst the committee members this past Sunday. And Turner can elaborate more on that. I feel like that they felt that they were reasonable requests. And what we had come up with was, and this would be after 10 years on contract, if you were in good standing with the support group. Obviously, you don't have a lot of check-ins or no positive screens, but you're in what they would consider good standing with the support group. Maybe we could increase the vacation time a little bit, like the 4 weeks a year. And this is, like I said, after 10 years on contract. There's some pharmacists, not me, but some get 6 weeks vacation a year. And you know, when they're limited to 2 weeks, and it has to be split into 2 different increments. You know, there's a lot of the time, a lot of their vacation time that if they use it, they're not exempted. I mean, wherever they go, whatever they do, they still have to get tested. And, you know, that was the request of a few people, was maybe we increase the vacation time, the exempted time to 4 weeks after 10 years. Of course, you still have to give notice and so forth, but you can take that in a 7 or 14 day. Another one of the things that we had talked about, maybe to make it a little better, is if we decrease the testing down to like 12 times a year after 10 years. Because really right now we're more at like twice a month. I mean, I know it says 18, but it may average out to that, but for the most part, it's like twice a month. Or, you know, we could do the hair test. I think y'all pretty much decided y'all
I would not be for that.
you are not for that.
I've played that game and not successfully.
And the other thing we talked about was maybe the 8 monthly meetings a year of the support group. Now, those meetings usually last, the monthly meetings usually last from 1 to about 3. So that's 8 Sunday afternoons a year, you know, you're in meeting basically. And now 4 of those 8 can be regional meetings, which are only an hour. So, and each region of the state has its own set schedule, and they have 4 of those a year. So, and you know, the other thing was to allow us to come back after a length of time and request a reevaluation. I know a lot of people, when they sign their contracts, and they said indefinite, part of the agreement with that was they could have a reevaluation at some point. I know when I left treatment, 14 years ago now, in my discharge summary, in my exit interview, their request was a 10-year monitoring contract. And I actually ended up with a 5-year contract with the board and a lifetime contract with the support group. So when I came in to sign the contract with the support group, it was a 10-year contract. But due to some relapses and some other treatment situations, it was changed at that moment in time to a lifetime contract. So, you know, I didn't, and there's been a discrepancy to me between the two, I guess, ever since. But anyway, just at some point, could we have a reevaluation? You know, we've changed our lives. I've changed my life. I mean, I'm not the person that came here 14 years ago. And, you know, one of the things that Dr. Light had asked me, he said, you know, while you're off work, what are you going to do? You're going to get a job? I said, well, you know, I have an insurance policy that'll pay me like 60% of my salary. It's a short-term disability policy. And he said, well, why do you want to take the easy way? Why don't you just go get a job? I said, okay. So.
And let me interject here, why he said that is because in most times when you're sobering up, a job helps you because it takes away all your idle time. So, and you know, we can talk about what Dr. Light said, oh, well, the Dr. Light's not here, and I don't get into, you know, I don't know, I just, what Dr. Light said, whatever, I just don't like it. So, but that's up to you.
Okay, anyway, I started my own cleaning company, and within 3 months, I was cleaning 11 apartment complexes. And that was all to move in, move out, cleaning, doing all that. And a friend of mine was helping me, and at the time she was in her 60s. But anyway, she was there, she supported me, and she was like, help. Well, some of these apartment complexes were not in the best parts of town. And I can remember there were a few times I quit cleaning, go outside, throw up, come back in, clean some more. And you know, there were several evenings, I mean, I cleaned till 2 or 3 in the morning, you hear gunshots. It was a scary deal, but you know, I want to be here. I really, really do. And I got through that and went back to work. And actually, I sold the cleaning company when I came back to work as a pharmacist to a local company here in town. So it turned into a successful business. I learned a whole lot about a whole lot, and a whole lot about me. And, you know, I'm not that person.
Thank you for being here and for your input.
Sure. Again, thank you guys.
And Shannon has about everything on her contract. Everything. You know, and I will say this, she's the only one that's come forward about the lifetime contract to come before me. So, I mean, yeah, that says something.
Dr. Mack?
Sorry, y'all can hear my puppy. So on the 1 and 2 and 3 of the suggestions, I just wondered, is it the board specifically that decides those, or is it, you know, I don't know that we, not us, but any board before us decided 7, how many vacations was right, how many times per year you have to get tested. Was that, is that a board change?
What that was is that was a recommendation from the executive committee of the pharmacy support group that was backed by the board.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a both issue because, you know, in my time here, I want to say that years ago, there was hardly even any allowance to potentially have vacation at all. And, you know, over the years, we've had just pepperings of, hey, if the support group is thinking about this, the board would go, oh yeah, that's okay. So, I mean, I don't know that the board would be opposed to someone getting a potential 3rd week of vacation, but I think the board or at least I think staff would be opposed to saying, we're gonna do hair tests instead of urine tests predominantly for longer periods of time. The 18 tests a year, that's never bothered me. I don't know that that's ever bothered the board. We're talking about an average of 1.5 a month, but it's 18 touch points in a year that we can go back and say, we can absolutely prove that this person was compliant now. I don't know that 12 is the same. I don't know that.
12 is not the same.
12 doesn't, I don't know that it's the same evidence for all of us to say, this is the paperwork we have to show this person. Because I mean, maybe 8 weeks between tests, that's a long time.
And then on the number 4, I do understand they should be able to come in and ask for something, but it's very hard for a group of people in a board that didn't go through, all the things that occurred to get them to that lifetime. I mean, Dr. Newsom would be the one person that has been here, but it's very hard after the fact to go back in and try to change what a group of people that saw them at the time of need and made that decision. So I think it's pretty hard to reevaluate. And you want to believe everybody that they've changed her life, and we hope they did, and she certainly sounds like she has. But how do we, as a new group of people just seeing all this, how do we really decide if that's a fact or not?
Dr. Murray.
I would just like to say that as Turner and Dr. Curley mentioned earlier, the support group is an arm of the board. The board and the support group have worked together for years, and they've set up an executive committee, and we have a board, and they've worked together for years to set the guidelines. And I think it's important to look at the consistency of this program and understand that this is a person coming, not the executive committee. And I think these should be going to the executive committee, and they should come. Is my opinion.
I would do the exact same thing, that we need to empower the executive committee, because they're going to know on an individual basis that are going to be with, for all the reasons we've already talked about. They're going to have that more consistent, longer term relationship. They're going to know when somebody's been there 10 years and they've just checked the boxes, or somebody's super engaged and really doing all the things. I think we empower them.
So would our action be, let's say we're just talking about, I think we're all in agreement that 2, 3, we don't feel super comfortable with, and I think number 4 is already in law. At any point, they have the opportunity to come back and ask about this.
Well, the board has said at this time, they're not entertaining renegotiations of these. And I think part of that is, I mean, if things turn around, we got Dr. Newsom and Lenora has seen basically everybody, I think, in the support group, even under a lifetime, and has that memory. But, we had people that got a lifetime contract where Dr. McGinnis was involved in that decision, or Dr. Robertson was involved in that decision. And quite frankly, some of Dr. McGinnis would predate me. Like, I don't even know all the details. And it's fascinating that everybody agreed to something, and I understand that people would like to revisit it, but everybody agreed to it. I don't know what deal may or may not have been cut, or decisions may have been made, not only by the board, but also by law enforcement, by other oversight authorities, by OIG, by anybody else that were kind of pending on that. And I hate to erode that. So what we have kind of said to the staff is, well, we want to revisit it. Let's take the license, start over from scratch, and see if we can come up with it. But my fear is there's a lot of that no one at this table may actually know, and the public may not even know. And you're going to uncover every bit of that again, which could actually be far more destructive. But I think that we have a lot of times where people say, let's just revisit it because of how well I've done for this period of time, which is absolutely admirable. We absolutely support. I mean, I get more, I think how to say this professionally, but what I want to say is I get more crap from people about the fact that this board and this agency had given people who are drug addicts a second chance, when all I did was such and such, like, I did criminal activity, I'm not a drug addict, I didn't steal from a store, I didn't practice impaired. I'm like, yes, but that's a disease that we can show is being successfully treated. Like, I can take the stand or a stand for someone who is in recovery much easier than I can someone who did other strange criminal activity. If you're going to Walmart, and you're just stealing stuff because you don't feel like paying for it, it's a whole lot different than now we have someone that we can prove is sober, is working these steps according to this contract, and all this paperwork to show why they should have it. But if we went back and said, it's been 15 years, let's bring in the old witnesses that don't think you should have ever gotten a license. Let's bring in your old employer who you may or may not have made amends according to him. You've done the best you can in recovery. Sometimes you have living amends, and I do the best I can do because they're never going to accept it. But that's a tough argument.
It'd be a utter mess. That's what it'd be. I mean, they opening up something 15 years ago, because the thing about it is, there's a pharmacist on a lifetime contract, they probably relapse or something, okay? So the pharmacist is in a bad situation once they relapse anyway, okay? So they're gonna need to try to sign something to get back to work because they're not working. They just had to pay 30 grand more to go to rehab. So they're sort of got their hands cuffed, you know? And then once they get through here and they've got a lifetime contract, they get down 5 years down the road, they're going, man, I don't know if I should sign that because, you know, look at how good I'm doing. So.
Can I say one thing? You know, we go to treatment centers, obviously, because we need the services that they provide. And part of that service is they make a treatment plan for you, a recommendation of when you leave that facility, what they feel like is your best recovery. And they make a recommendation of a length of a contract, monitoring contract that they feel like would be adequate for you. Well, in the past, that has not even been considered when the contract was on.
No, that's not true.
Okay, mine was 10 years.
That's not true.
Okay.
Your argument is you got a shorter contract than was recommended,
No, I got a 5-year with the board. a
which is
lifetime.
shorter than recommended.
Right, but a lifetime with the support group.
And, but Shannon, when you came back before the board with several issues, because you had a lifetime monitoring contract with the support group, at that meeting, the board chose not to add any other stuff for you or have any more flags on your license too.
Well, the thing about part of what was submitted at that point, and John, Dr. Hartley, I'm not argumentative, please don't take it that way. But, you know, there was a series of missed check-ins, there were some things that were brought to y'all's attention. At that point in time, there was no rules or regulations on check-ins.
I'm gonna stop you, just, this discussion is about the support group contract, and I don't want to get into your specific personal case, because that's not fair to you or to the board. So I'm just gonna pause that conversation if I can.
Sure.
I think we, as a board, we asked for these ideas that you, gave to us. I thank you for doing that. Having looked at them, I think, I agree with Brenda. I'm very interested in knowing what the executive committee's thoughts are on this, or a version of, you know, these. And so I would like to ask maybe Turner if, at our next meeting, could you give us a kind of a synopsis of the executive committee's thoughts on these requests?
I can do that, because in the Sunday meeting, Shannon came and they were like, we're gonna let Shannon go and talk to him first, and then we're gonna see what the board says. Now the board has given the Richard Executive Committee, come on in and let's talk. So that's what they'll do.
I would be comfortable with entertaining if the executive committee had ideas on how we could better outline or define our their guidelines. So do we say that we want to make sure that they're empowered to adjust weeks of vacation per year based on their expertise? that might not necessarily be something that would have to come back to the full board, but what does have to come back?
And they do that exactly, we'll do that. We had a pharmacist about 2 years ago that had, y'all, you probably remember, a young pharmacy, he had. Yeah. And he asked for a thing to go to Europe for 2.5 weeks. Second, and he said, yes, y'all agree. So we do those things. And by the way, he's cage free now, doing great. And he just found out last week that they're pregnant twins. And they never thought they were, so, because I talked to him last week, so that's just a great story. But yes, there's special services, like if you're going over to London or, they'll put that.
I didn't know if there were specifics around what we would be comfortable, not having it come back to the full board, or like hair testing versus like that stuff we absolutely want it back.
I think you almost, and maybe I think you need to, at an informal, that's where we generally deal with support group issues. Even having, if there's 5 of them, even if only 3 of them or 4 of them.
I'm just gonna say, the executive committee, the pharmacy support group is probably tougher than y'all.
That's what I was gonna say. I think you actually want to talk directly to them, and let's just have to say like, hey, look, are y'all worried about a 2-week straight vacation, except in some condition, and see what they say? Because I think if they say they would be comfortable making that decision on a case-by-case basis, and you guys say, we are comfortable with you making that decision, then it's clear. But they may say no.
Yeah, and I guarantee they'll put a parameter in place. They go on a 2-week vacation. When they get back, they're going to do
They're all the tests.
Yeah, to make sure they're all. So.
Of course. Yeah. Chairman, thanks for getting this together and bringing this back to the service. But the thing is, it needs to be run by your executive committee.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we're gonna negotiate and see what kind of outcomes.
Well, I appreciate y'all entertaining any kind of thing.
Yeah, but what's most important to me is for you to set a safe place. And I think right now, you're in a safe place because of all the parameters that we have around you.
Thanks, Cap.
Okay, so Spencer's on screen.
Number 14 on, where do we have Spencer? Can you hear us, bud?
Yes, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Awesome. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. So Spencer Sampson is with us. Spencer is done with pharmacy school and out working, in one of the clauses in his contract, he was asked to appear before the board to discuss the termination of his contract, I believe 2 years out of pharmacy school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that is where he is now. You have on page 2, you have all of his history with the support group, check-ins and everything else, original copy of his probation consent order. And Spencer is kind of in process of traveling the world, it seems like, for pharmacy jobs and nuclear pharmacy. And I'm sure the board members kind of love to hear what you've got going on now.
Oh, yeah. So currently I'm working in New Orleans, back home in the state of Louisiana for Cardinal Health. When I graduated, nuclear jobs are kind of sparse, so you kind of go wherever there's an opening. And so initially I took a job in Minnesota. And then from there, there was an opening back home. And so that's where I've been since January. And I finally got my family. We've kind of like separated whenever we've made that move at certain times. And so my family moved in about a month ago, and we're getting all squared away, and everything seems to be going well.
So I think part of Spencer's is, if you look at his order at the very it's on page 7 of the order. Hold on. So you guys may, here we go, on page 4, number 2, or page 4 of the document itself. Suspension shall be probated, includes practice in pharmacist period of 2 years, so long as the respondent remains full compliance with the order. For completion of the 2nd year, which is why he's here today, our respondent shall submit himself for re-examination by the board's impairment committee to determine if the respondent shall be required to continue on probated suspension of his license or end his suspension. So he's here today to see, are you going to end his probation consent order, or do you want to extend it?
Would he stay in the support group?
You would not have to. Okay, Spencer's was a little unusual because it was not a full diagnosis, as I recall. It was, you should watch him for at least a couple of years, and so what the board decided to do was watch him through pharmacy school plus an additional 2 years. So it was not a full lethal disease diagnosis. It was a cautionary monitoring contract. I believe is the way I would express it.
And Spencer, you've done well,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And you life is good, family's good?
Yeah. Family's really good. We just sent my oldest, we have a 12-year-old. We just sent him to a kind of similar to your guys' governor's program for gifted kids, but in Louisiana. And then we, throughout the program, I've had a 3-year-old since, because the contract I've been on, like Dr. Kirtley noted, started when I was in school. So it's been about a 3.5-year process. And we just found out recently that we're pregnant with our 3rd kid. And so we're very excited about that. Work seems to be going well. I've learned a lot about the different locations and whatnot. And as far as my sobriety, I've learned a lot from the support group. I've learned I feel like it's helped me grow as an individual, and it's enlightened me to a lot of things, because a big part of the AA process is also just taking ownership and learning a lot of doing an inventory on yourself and learning a lot about yourself. So I feel like it's been a very positive experience for me, and I feel like I'm doing very well, to answer your question.
Any other questions?
Yeah, you're not gonna go to any more LSU football games at Cowboy Stadium, are you?
No, that's and if I do, I'll definitely choose to abstain, because there's the risk and reward that I've learned through this process is just not there. So
I will say one thing about Spencer. He tested positive for COVID in December. Okay, and there was one other person too.
Yeah.
And I called Spencer up. He was cool as a cucumber. He was just like,
I didn't do that.
and then I get another call from him, I think later that afternoon, Spencer, that you called me and go, yeah, I've been eating these muffins every morning that's got a bunch of poppy seeds all over them. Could that have done it? So we went back and forth with the medical director at Infinity and stuff, and brought it before the executive committee. And, but the whole time he was just like, what I need to do, so.
yeah, that was a very stressful moment.
You weren't stressed. You didn't seem stressed at all.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the program too, learning to control what you can and let go of what you can't.
And if we decide, in this positive favor for you, do you recognize any, if you start to get in trouble, that you'll come back and something happens in life that will cause you to go back and you come back to the program voluntarily?
Yeah, I think for the first step for me would probably be to reach out to the mentors that I've grown through the program, and the mentors I've grown throughout without the program, but in a way tied to the program. Like my personal sponsor, that we've had a great relationship since the program started in Conway. And so I think, that would be my first step, is to lean on my resources and my team. And then I've definitely seen as an example, members in the support group who have decided to take on contracts more. I think I could be incorrect saying this from a technical standpoint, but I believe Turner kind of does this, where he kind of has a contract more from an accountability than anything else. And so, that would definitely be a secondary step as well to consider.
Thank you.
What is the will of the board? Not everyone will.
I think it would be good to have. If he follows and do the things he just told me that people do. He's got a lot to look forward to.
So the request is to terminate his
Probation consent.
probation consent order.
Basic completion.
Okay.
What did Dr. Newsom say?
Pardon?
What did Dr. Newsom say?
Oh, I said that I think he would be good to go. I think from listening to his testimony and the fact that he's got a lot to look forward to. And I asked him about what would he do, if he found himself getting in trouble, and he gave me a positive answer. So I think it would be good to go at this point.
So I need a motion.
Put that on the motion.
Okay. Do you have a second? Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Ms. Ford. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Let the record show it was unanimous.
Congratulations, Spencer. I'm gonna take you out of the system here in a half an hour, no more check-ins.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, All right, I think that's all we have for support group, isn't it?
Yes, now I get to go put my daughter on a plane to Europe,
Oh,
so.
no.
Okay.
No, this is great. She's good. And she didn't have to get a monitoring in.
Thank you, y'all.
We'd be safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have Light Point Hill National Park. Come on up, guys. You want a 5-minute break real quick? All right, we're gonna do a 5-minute break, and as soon as we get done, we'll be on to you guys.
You don't get to work.
That's okay.
So.
We were pretty sure.
All right, I think we're all back. So you guys are, the board members should have life point number 11 of your files. You guys want to tell us who we're talking to? I think you've already heard who all's at the table.
Yeah, my name is Brian Jones, and I'm the director of remote order entry for LifePoint, and I have with me.
I'm Brittany Green. I'm the pharmacy director for National Park Medical Center in Hot Springs.
We're here today because we would like to transfer our remote order entry service from an outsourced vendor, currently Pipeline, to our internal service. LifePoint has had its own internal service since 2007. So it's a modeled after HCA service. We have, LifePoint has 4 facilities in Arkansas. We are not currently servicing any of those because we need to get our pharmacist license in Arkansas, and all that has happened just as of today, actually. So we would like to request that the board allow us to convert from the outsourced vendor to our internal LifePoint program. All the LifePoint pharmacists are employed by LifePoint. We do have policy and procedure manual. We do have an agreement that we signed with the facility. The LifePoint pharmacists become an integral part of the staff of the hospital, and we actually do conduct annual satisfaction surveys, and those pharmacists that are the LifePoint pharmacists always score higher than the outsourced vendors because they are dedicated to our LifePoint facilities. So that is, if you have any questions, I mean, I can go into more detail if I need to.
And you guys have already been through all your own P&T corporate compliance, I'm sure.
Yes.
And for LifePoint, your center, you have a brick and mortar center that's doing it, or is it from other hospitals?
They're from home.
Or from home base, okay. We've had one other group before that's done home based and
On that.
And on that, your farms all have a fully HIPAA compliant workspace at home, like separable from everything else.
Yes.
All the information is not on the computer itself. It's a like VPN login.
Yes, they VPN. That's in the system.
Did we lose one from that?
She's on this screen. She's just on that. So the video feed is actually off that computer over there. So I can see her. There she is.
We have about, we have about 30 pharmacists that are divided into 4 different groups. We do it in state where it makes sense for us to do it. If we have hospitals we may have states where we only have 1 hospital, it makes more sense for us to outsource that. But if we have a concentration of hospitals in the state, then we like to do it from our internal service.
And are you just asking for National Park, or are you asking, is that the only one you've got?
Currently,
right now?
Currently, we would like to have Saline and St. Mary's. They currently do not have remote order entry services, and so we would like to, we're going to provide for them, or we want to provide for them in the future. I didn't know if I would need to come back for them, with them or not.
So generally, each hospital is considered individually. You've already got it in the network. I mean, it's a fairly simple request once we get the policy procedures. That correct, our option?
The way we normally do it is every facility has to come in.
Okay, so if they'll apply, 30 days before a future board meeting or even an informal meeting, like we have an informal meeting this month, we may have one at the end of July or in August, just depending on our schedule. But once we've had like a company approved, we can allow them to come in and add their sites to an informal meeting. So we have a request like 30 days ahead, we ask for basically their policy procedures that shows how they're going to do it there. A couple of things when you're adding on companies, this is always to add service, not to lose service.
Correct.
And we've only had an instance or 2 where people thought, well, once I get this done, well, I can cut FTE. And like, no, that's not what this is about.
No, and the only time we would work in the daytime to say something like COVID happened. We had called in, hey, can you jump on and help us out? We would be able to do that. But our service is only after hours.
Yeah. If we just don't, our board has never considered it appropriate to say, we're gonna do after hours, so we're only gonna be there till 4:30 in the afternoon instead of 7. That type of stuff is a fear, because we had people ask about that.
No, we don't look to do that. We just feel like, I mean, I think everybody probably feels like it's much better for a pharmacist to review, either verify or enter orders after hours than, so actually, they might not want me saying this, but Selena and St. Mary's are only two in the hospital in our system that don't have service right now. So we're looking to actually I was at Selena earlier today and they're on board with starting that service. So
What are your current operating hours?
Currently, Monday through Friday, we're 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then Saturday and Sunday, we're there from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have a local pharmacist that's always on call, 7 days a week. And then that rotates between our full-time staff. So we always have somebody who is quickly accessible within the hospital. The benefits that I see as well for transitioning from pipeline over to a LifePoint facility is we'll have 2 standard pharmacists that rotate through us. And so they can be in my pharmacist distribution. They can receive the P&T minutes as soon as they're approved. And I'll also be able to follow up one-on-one with them if there is like a medication incident or any kind of issue that occurs.
All right, sounds like the board is good with it, but I'll need a motion.
Make a motion to approve this request.
I have a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Dr. Richmond. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let the Jolly vote.
thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. And when you get ready for those other requests, feel free to call us if you have any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Unidoses. Is that not your sidekick?
No.
Okay.
I just met him.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna make sure if you knew that you both come if you want.
Right.
So Unidoses is a multi-dose packaging machine. It is the specific machine that I had been asked about was a little bit different than some of the others I had seen. So because it's a new piece of technology, we had asked, they requested to potentially have a review for approval. So if you want to tell us who you are and who you're with, we'll.
Yeah. My name is Sujit. I'm with the Unidoses. We do the multi-dose packaging, and we provide the multi-dose packaging for the small pharmacies.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I've got pulled up the same slides that you had sent in. And if I recall correctly, there are systems, we think how to show this on the third slide. There's pictures of a couple of different systems. I think the specific request for this one was a system where a box with a disc on top, and you have to manually fill the disc for it to package, which is different than most of them we've approved. Most of them we've approved have an automated pill dropping mechanism where that side of it is automated. That makes sense. So we have seen single package use where you manually load it in the past that some hospitals might use for unit of use packaging, but we've never approved that type of a manual system packaging for multi-dose. Have I confused anybody yet?
So different drugs in the same package?
Yes. He's brought some examples you can see from here, the orange and the yellow and the green, the yellow and the orange. So if you have like 4 dosing regimens during a day, all 4 could be different.
Correct.
What is different to me about this product is you would have to use it much like a manual fill process in a multi-dose bubble card, where you go, the first bubble is the same all the way down, the second bubble is the same all the way down, the third is the same, the fourth one is the same. but you have to skip which hole you put in on the top of the disc, on the top of this machine.
Right.
And then it runs them all in packs, and then you have to manually check each bowl, make sure it's done right. So this is the picture
Right.
that
Yeah.
I'm looking at, although I've increased. You can see that each one of those slots, whatever you put in that slot will be put in one package or package. You mind if I pass that around? Sure. Any, thanks. Yeah. So most of the automation that we've approved has either been a fully manual process or a fully automated process on those. This one's just a little bit different. You can see the other picture of the machine, that one.
Right.
That would be what a lot of hospitals would use
Correct.
to do unit of use packaging. So that it just runs through, puts one pill per thing and it labels them. And I haven't seen the labels on these, so interested in that.
There's two different machines, two different requests.
I think the only one that they're requesting is for small pharmacies to be able to use.
Yeah, that one,
The one with just a manual disc. How many holes in the top is it? 30?
30.
So this one could do 30.
It's like for a 7-day cycle. So
Yeah,
sometimes-
so you do 3 for 10 days or 4 for 7 days.
Right.
So multi-dose they're all patient specific.
They are.
Yes.
But on this example, and then because of the example, it lists the medication, but doesn't list the administration or how you're supposed to take it.
So
how do you know this one's supposed to be given, this packet is at 9 a.m. and this packet is at noon or?
Right. Yeah, this is just a sample.
Okay.
But our software, we can actually put all kinds of information, like the seed information, the medication administration time and date. Yeah, pretty much we can actually put icons, like is it for morning or afternoon, things like that.
So his last slide, you'll see some of the other packaging systems, like we've approved RX Safe, but RX Safe has slots of meds, and the robot literally will pick the specific meds out of it and self-load. Parata Pass can do basically the same thing. I haven't seen the Euclid directly myself.
I have a weird question. These candies that are in here as examples, they look a bit damaged.
Right.
Right, as the shiny film is gone off the Tic Tacs and the M&Ms, and some of the M&Ms are missing some of the coating, like that. Can you
It's been
reassure me that your machine doesn't like break tablets and?
right. This has been used. We used that for testing. That's why it's just so multiple times that we used it. It's going into the process.
That's good, that's all I wanted to do.
Yeah, just that. And I'll say the concern for staff right off the bat was, it's weird that this one combines a fully manual process with an automated step at the end. And it would appear that you're going to have you guys, when you package it in a box. The box has full labels
Correct. Yes.
on it, and each label has like a description of the pill and how it's supposed to be taken.
Yes.
So it would be a box similar to what you have on the RX Pass, but with the labels on it.
Correct. Yes. If the pharmacy choose to buy the box, and we can print the labels for the box. And on the last slide, all the way to the right, that's a fully automated system that we sell that also.
Okay.
That's kind of in competition with the RX Safe. Yeah. So that has the canister. That's kind of fully automated system. The only thing we don't have is the vision limitation. You still have to manually check.
Yeah, because the fully automated, if you've got 6 drugs that need to be in there, you can, how many modules does it have on that?
So standard 24 canisters, but we can expand up to 36.
Okay.
So it's 2 different machines, but primarily at CrossFit Arkansas, they want the manual.
That was the manual.
Is this for retail pharmacies or?
Yes.
Hospital?
Not for, well, hospital would be just a single repack, right? But for retail, multi-use bubble packs. So we're in, our little looking at this, it would be like lisinopril and fluoxetine, and then it could be, hydrochlorothiazide and Prilosec or something. And it would label what is supposed to be in each one of the bubbles. Is the way that I've seen every one of these in the past.
Right.
This is, I'll tell you, this isn't a great example. My suggestion would be that it says 1 is M&M, 2 is Tic Tac, 3 is, what else you got in there? A Skittle or something, but Dr. Mitchell's right, these look pretty, like they've been, how hot does this get?
And I was like, I would not eat these.
No.
Is this a recent packaging, or is this one, you've been carrying this one around for a while? It looks pretty fresh.
Yes.
They look like they got awfully hot.
I don't know if it's got hot. It's actually, the seating temperature is 140 degrees Celsius.
See, I don't think they look hot because they're not like, it's not melted on the plastic. They're just like heat up.
So, right.
You're right, but I mean,
So we've approved this before.
not this one here.
This is dated 5/26/22.
Yeah.
Right.
So it hasn't been in this package that long.
No, but I reuse that, candy.
Oh, so you've used the candy over and over again?
Right. For testing.
I think that's the point. So Dr. Richmond, we've approved RX Safe, Parada Pass, we've approved half a dozen of these systems before, but most of them, every other one that we've approved for multi-dose goes from bins to the robot selecting the drugs to put in the package. This one is just different than any of the others. I mean, in many ways, I'm sure it's a much lower price point because your people fill this, and then you hit the go button and it fills 20 packs, or it fills up to 30 packs.
Right.
And then you have to reload.
So the reason I'm
What kind of
asking.
error rate do you have?
I'm sorry.
What kind of error rates do you have?
Well, it's kind of, if they put the wrong pill in the slot, then it will package wrong.
But how often do you see that happen? Do you get to sort of studies or anything to show you that?
Not that often, because, on the software, when they actually pick up a drug bottle, when you scan it, it tells you which slot you need to fill it. So they're actually going to fill almost same process like they fill the multi-dose bingo cards, multi-dose cards. So that's what they do. Yeah.
What's the barcode code, on your package?
We can put several different type of, information in there, like NDCs. That particular one is like, multiple NDCs into one barcode. So other system, they can scan it and they extract out the NDC numbers that are actually packaged with that pouch.
Dr. McCready, I couldn't quite get that. What was the error rate?
If the human messes it up, it's messed up.
Yep.
It is basically, if the human misfills the top, it would be the same as a manual multi-dose card if they misfill it.
Right. So after that post verification, so another pharmacist needs to actually validate that also.
I'm just trying to clarify, slide 2 says there was an installation in Arkansas, and I thought that he had. I mean, has this been installed somewhere in Arkansas?
It's in the hospitals, not this particular system, the unidose package.
This one is in some hospitals.
Okay.
In that one, if you are going to package a specific drug, you set it up to say lisinopril 10, this lot, this expiration for the or beyond use date, and you can pour 100 in there and it'll run 100 through. And that way they have the unit of use packaging go in their excess or Omnicell or whatever else. I imagine, Dr. Robertson left, but I'm sure he's seen that in a lot of facilities. Kyle, you don't have one of those? You going shopping this afternoon? The biggest issue that we've actually dealt with in hospitals is some people want it and they want to pour 500 pills in it and it gets a reduced BUD because of the heat seal on it. And so if the drug on the shelf and the bottle has a year and a half dating and they shorten it to 6 months by running through, well, they don't need to run 500 of them through, like run a month's worth through. And then when you run out, run another month, because you get a short time of use every time you do that. And some people got upset with us a few years ago, like, no, you can't give like 2 years of dating when you run it through one of these machines, because it's a heat seal process. It's being handled, it's not the original container, it changes all that.
Hey, John, regarding the heat seal process, when we revisit that temperature,
140 Celsius?
That's 284, 290 degrees Fahrenheit.
No. It's not, well, we make. It runs
Dr.
through.
Kirtley, sorry.
Yes,
Could you
ma'am.
describe what do you see different about this one again? I think I got it, but I just want to make sure.
Well, the main thing is, in this one, do you have, number 13 on your packet? Or it's file 13. If you pull it up on the third set of pictures, there's one on top and then on the left and the right. This is the bottom one on the left. And what
Okay.
you'll see is that disc on top is a manual fill process. You pull up the bottle, you scan it, it says you're going to put this pill in slot 1, 3, 7, 12, like whatever the schedule it is. It could be random, or it could be like every third one, it could be 1, 4, 7, going like that. It tells you which ones to drop that pill in. And then you pick up your second bottle and it tells you to put it in 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and it's all the even ones. However that is, you have to follow that process to fill it. So it's just a more manual process, similar to using cards. Once you fill all the little blanks, however they're supposed to be filled, you press the button on the machine and it sticks them into a strip of like Halloween M&M packs. So I think the difference is it packages them automatically, but you have to prep it manually to run through the package.
So you're really manual, but you then end up with a multi-dose package, more or less.
Yep.
So it's all up to that pharmacist that started.
If you like to pouch package, like compliance package in a pharmacy, and if you want to get automation, it's very expensive. So this is like if your patient wants some pouch packaging instead of compliance package, you can still do it, but at a very lower price point.
Yeah. So this packaging system, especially Dr. Mack, because of the way it is, you do not have to pay for the technology for your computer system to talk to a robot to pick all the pills out of whichever one of the bins. You still have that as a manual process, but you have a finished product that looks very professional as the M&M strips. We're talking about though you're not here to see it, but I understand he's saying that he's used this candy several times to go through the machine, but it looks adulterated. Yeah, it's adulterated. Like the candy's not pretty and shiny, if that makes sense.
Is the heat still temperature different on this model than any of your other models that are already used?
No, ma'am.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, and I think that like the RxA, so the temperature is 140 Celsius, but it zips through and just presses it on the sides, is the way that I've seen it.
So it might be a less expensive way for a smaller, say, group of pharmacies to put this together versus getting their whole computer system to do it for them.
Yes, or to have this, and seeing some patients in like borderline memory care issues. If you have a box, it just feeds out one at a time from the box instead of having a card with AM, noon, afternoon, PM in 4 rows. So, I mean, it should not be any less safe than the fully manual card process that it's a heat sealed card, but it's a different approach.
So your machine connects to a computer, right?
I'm sorry.
The machine
connects to a PC.
Yes.
To print the labeling.
Right, it has a good.
You can get a barcode,
Right.
scanner attached, and scan the bottles, and you're only doing the same, let's say it's 4 different pills in one bag. you're gonna do that 7 to 10 times, you're not gonna be changing out drugs in between each strip pack. You're just gonna do those 4 drugs per pack for X number of packs. Well, right.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong though. Is this meant to where one strip has all 4 subsequent doses, or is it 1 pack for AM, 1 pack for PM? Or is it one strip is like AM, PM, AM, PM, AM, PM?
We can package it, we can sort it out.
Either one.
Either way. So if you want to package on AM pills, it will, guide you. That's what you want to do. So just a setting.
So you can have it as one strip and it can do 30 packs with one manual fill process, or you can do a 30-day supply of just AM. You have AM box and a PM box.
Correct.
Or if it's 2, a 15-day supply of AB.
And if you have more than 30 pouch, the machine will pause and you will just need to reload all 30 or the next 28 slots and hit go. And this will also interface with the pharmacy information systems. So you can pull the order from the information system. The only thing it doesn't do, it's not fully automated. So it is fully automated, it's really expensive for mom and pop pharmacies. They cannot really afford to actually offer this sort of package to their patients. So that's why we came up with this semi-automated device.
Motion to approve this.
All right, I have a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second from Dr. Richmond. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carried. Let the record show it was unanimous.
All right. So we'll get you a letter showing that that has been approved for use by community pharmacies. The one thing, and they'll have to have an MOU with us, memorandum of understanding for multi-dose, which will spell out when they can and cannot use multi-dose.
Okay.
But you're good to put that one across and let them have fun with it. Just don't reuse the candy too much.
Right. Thank you. The MOU said, is that for the pharmacy or for?
That's for the pharmacy.
For the pharmacy.
Yeah, it's basically them letting us know that they intend to do multi-dose packaging so that we know if we're going to inspect everything else.
Right, okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Kelsey, come on up, guys. Yes, ma'am. All right, Dr. Newsom is going to recuse from this discussion.
Personally, I need to as well.
Okay. And Dr. Richmond is going to recuse from this discussion. We're handling this as an informal. So we actually kind of figured that this could also happen. So we have 4 board members. We did not call this as a full hearing. I'm gonna say this for the board's benefit, and then Jeff, I'm gonna get you guys introduced as well. This is one of the things that we had decided to handle informally, just if nothing else, we can have a better direct conversation back and forth. So Mr. Singleton, you want to tell us who you are and who you've got with us?
Yes, my name is Jeff Singleton. I'm here today with Dr. Kelsey Mallett. And we are here for, in hopes of presenting a probation consent order that we have been working with staff on. And Dr. Mallett is here to address any issues you guys may have in hopes that we can get this done.
And Kelsey, Dr. Mallett, also thank you for coming today. Since we're treating this as informal, I'll give my usual spiel for that. You both seem kind of on this side of the table. We are staff members on this side of the table, and with Dr. Mack on screen, those are our 4 pharmacy board members today that are decision makers. We call this informal because we're not swearing everybody in and taking witnesses in a formal procedure, but we will have kind of a chance back and forth to have a discussion in this. The biggest things about an informal versus a formal, since we have more freedom to speak, is at the end of this, the board members are going to come up with some suggestion, and you guys have the ability to either agree or disagree with what they come up with. If you agree to it, you go forth with what the board has asked us to memorialize and go from there. If you disagree with it, then it basically punts us to a full hearing at a later date. Let's see, Mr. Singleton, if it's okay with you, I'll give a brief overview of kind of how we got here. And I'm generally, I'm going to stutter around a bit, but I'm going to be as forthright as I usually am. Quite frankly, some of this started due to, as you see on your message from a former spouse that Ms. Malik was diverting medication, and it was non-controlled substances from a place of business that they were expired drugs that were otherwise going to be destroyed or thrown away. Whenever we get any type of information like that, we immediately ask for a response. Kelsey was forthright with exactly what was going on in that. We asked her to surrender her permit and suggested that she get an inpatient evaluation, which she did. That evaluation, you have copies of it in here, did not show any call for treatment or any abuse of controlled substances or anything along those lines, and basically came up with saying that she could return to the safe practice of pharmacy basically once approved by the board, and I think with some potential oversight just for any other activities by the board. With that, originally Luke had come up with a proposed probation consent order along the lines of what we usually do. Mr. Singleton had some suggestions on there, which Dr. Craig and I have both discussed, and had no problem with the rewording of some of that. It had some references to like not being able to even have alcohol. That's not an issue in this case. There's no allegation of alcohol being an issue. There's no substance use disorder or addictive disease, and it's probably at that point not necessarily appropriate to say, well, we're going to drug test you for alcohol, which you don't have a problem with. But if you'll see the probationary consent order, it would actually show that we do have a suggestion in there. Let's see what page. In the order itself, this is just what we came up with. You guys can agree with this or negotiate something else, especially now that it's here. That it would have been a suspended license for 2 years from the day of the order, but it basically is probating that suspension basically saying she can work as long as she is working and in compliance with it. We've already gotten a report from mental health professionals, and we're basically asking if we want her to take a drug test, that she would be willing to do so within 24 hours, and that she would do some community service during the 2 years of the order. That captured pretty well.
It does.
So now that you've seen all this, I know that you guys want to talk to Dr. Malik and the council. So I'll turn that over to you.
Okay. Floor is yours.
So if I can go first, I know you don't want to hear from me. What I have discussed with Kelsey is, obviously, if you guys have any questions, I think you'll see she is not at all run from this at any point. She's been completely contrite, forthcoming, honest, done what's been asked by staff to do. Obviously, I know she's a little nervous. So if you have any questions for her, I'm sure she would love to take those. But if you'd like, she can tell you what she's done, what her plans are, the support group she has in place going forward, those types of things. So that she can hopefully get back to work and meet the board's expectations for what's expected.
So I'm trying to scroll and read, and John, so he may have said this, and so I apologize for that. Is this only non-controlled drugs?
Yes, sir.
And were they all expired?
Yes, sir.
There's some muscle relaxants involved.
So it doesn't mean.
Can we hear why she did that though?
Yeah, I would like to know.
Sure. So it was definitely a mistake. There was some relaxing Claritin on top of the box. And I was like, oh, those are about to expire. Like I use those all the time. Like, I'll just take those home and so they're not going to waste. And then there was some the Flexeril and Xanadine. I was like, oh, I might need that one day, but just I have it. But I actually haven't seen the medication since I took them off. They're not in my possession.
Did you give them to anyone else?
No,
I have my suspicions where they are.
did you give them to them?
No,
You did not give them to who?
no.
Did you sell them? I'll explain here, so I have to ask.
I'm getting a divorce and my husband was also there the day that we took the drugs home together. And I suspect he took them when he left. But I have not seen them. They're not in my home.
You said you didn't give them to anyone, you also did not sell them. Okay, just want to clarify, that's put there a little bit.
So I couldn't quite get that, but what would make you think you could take something home just because it's expired? Explain that to me.
And you may have to speak up a bit because the only microphone is in that little camera.
Sure. I really don't know why I thought I could. I understand that it's diversion, but at that time, I just thought, oh, I use these all the time. They won't go to waste if I use them.
So you understood that you were taking prescription drugs without prescription?
You use tazanidine all the time?
No, actually, I've never taken Xanadine.
Why did you take it?
I just thought that I might need it one day.
But that's stealing, and the company might have gotten credit for that. So you're stealing money, if nothing else, and you're stealing a drug that you don't have a prescription for. So any way you look at it, in date, out of date, whatever date, it's stealing, right?
Do you have an answer for Dr. Mike's question?
Yeah, I understand.
So well, the hospital would have normally sent these back for credit. They just- or-
I'm actually not sure what their process is for that.
Then on the nursing home thing, what about that?
So I do donate one of my nursing homes has a contract with a charitable clinic, and I am the person that transports those. They're all logged in the book at the nursing home. I took a signed copy of the log, and they're all logged in at the charitable clinic. And they've all been accounted for.
There's a process. for that.
We have no,
There's not an issue.
we have no evidence of diversion that was alleged.
Can you explain this?
Yes. So it was on Christmas Day, and I was talking about how I felt like I needed to take a nap, and I was like, oh, look, we guys don't have a pot here, but look, you can make almost anything a pot or anything a bed.
So you weren't actually asleep?
No, it's not actually asleep.
I will tell you that I've never run across a case in the Board of Pharmacy in over 17 years where there was a pharmacist asleep on the job that it wound up well. But you understand the allegation
Yes.
made against you was you were asleep across two rolling chairs, which that looks dangerous. If nothing else.
So, the letters are in here. I've never dealt with a case where we have so much outside influence towards this. We received complaints, anonymous, numerous, from one side that says it's Kelsey's done all this, and then on the other side that her ex-husband's done all this. I finally sent a letter to those people and said, unless you want to sign your name, we're going to track you through your IP address, and you can go on the board also.
Well,
They all seem unfounded. This is the only evidence we have of any diversion, is what we have right now.
what Dr. McCrae's partially talking about is, we have continued to get anonymous reports that she was actually lying to the board and was working, doing consulting. She wasn't. I mean, I can confidently say she was not, that she was still working as a pharmacist in the hospital. She was not. I mean, we verified with employers, we can say that, or we would allege that it appeared that there was somewhat of a smear job going on with unfounded information or gossip that people were spreading to the board of pharmacy. what we said, it appears that this is someone with a vendetta of sorts, of whatever it is. If we find out that you're filing continual false reports with the board, we would consider that unprofessional conduct with your registered.
And we did verify that she was on.
Yes, they're both employees.
So.
She wasn't working, but she stole from this company. Is that,
I mean, the funny thing is that the entity she was working at that she's admitted, yes, I took these out of date drugs, has said, no, she's not, she's not working in any way as a pharmacist. You can work not as a pharmacist in places, and then the other place she was accused of having stolen from, that we have no proof that she did, don't believe that she did. She didn't even have a login to be able to do the work she was doing for that company. So we know for a fact that she was not doing that either, but kept getting messages of, oh, she's doing this now and she's doing that now. And it wasn't true. So Dr. McCrady's expressing some of the staff's frustration that, you know, there was a whole lot of stuff accused that appears to us was not true information. We got down to the one thing that from day number one, Dr. Mallett told us, well, yes, I did that. Well, yes, that was stupid. Oh my gosh. But yeah, she hasn't tried to hide what she says she did and what we would be able to prove she did.
And she continues to work at the same location in a different capacity.
Yeah,
She's not working as a pharmacist, but they have kept her on in a different capacity at this location.
and why was she sleeping on the chair while she was at work?
I wasn't sleeping.
She said it was a joke picture on Christmas of how tired you are and how you can sleep anywhere. So she laid on the chair like she was asleep and somebody got a picture.
It seems kind of odd that a lot of her stuff is being told. So many things are being told on her that aren't quite true, but I don't know. Sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire.
My predecessor would say, when you deal with toxic relationships, there's no limit to how much you can amaze us.
But nonetheless, she stole from the company.
I think, Kelsey, haven't you already made amends to the company? And to that point, the company, I think, has reiterated policy on how they deal with out-of-date, over-the-counter items, and had even requested from us to be able to keep her on in a non-pharmacist capacity. I guess because of her value to them.
And Dr. Mack, if I can, I certainly understand your concerns. I would point out that at that time, Kelsey was working 3 jobs. 2 of those jobs, fully aware of what transpired, had kept her on through this process and have offered her an opportunity in the event she is reinstated. So while I do understand your concerns for what occurred, and certainly I know she regrets that she did that, I do hope that her whole body of work and the fact that these companies have stood behind her and are giving her a second opportunity speaks on her behalf as well, to overcome any concerns you may have.
Thank you.
So the current state of the license has been suspended, right? And then subsequent to the suspension, you did a multi-day evaluation upon that?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Mack, something you can't see on screen, but and the board members may not be aware of, but she literally has a couple of employers in here watching that I think would both tell you they'd take her back in a heartbeat, and would, if called up, they would be supportive of her. I think I go back to part of the staff's frustration, and Luke started this probation consent order only knowing the basic facts and the way we would handle a general diversion thing. It may be more action than you guys want to take, but that is where we started before we even had all the facts. This has been a bit of a ringer for our staff, as well as I know for Dr. Mallett, in having to figure out how to continually defend herself from things that not only it's not saying that we're not able to prove, we're able to disprove. I mean, when we investigate cases, there are things that we seek out to prove, and at times we go, not only are we not able to prove that, we can absolutely disprove it, or we can't even attempt to charge on it. So I'm not trying in any way to be dismissive of the fact that she did take some OTCs, and we were very alarmed that there were some muscle relaxers in there. But she has been, how long have you been out of work now from this?
Since March 28th.
Yeah, so for 2.5 months, she's been unable to work as a pharmacist already while we did all this and got to this meeting.
Well, Augmentin was in there as well, right? That's not OTC.
Well, no, there were a couple-
Identity.
Yeah, like I said, this is about me, but my husband was there. He was involved in it, and some of the, I told you what I took.
So what about the, John, no one will know now, what about the part that Palmetto put about monitoring?
I think,
Is that still applicable if there's no evidence that there's a?
I think that it is applicable in the sense that anytime you have a pharmacist that makes an apparent knowing decision to divert drugs, that is alarming enough to where most facilities are going to say, you ought to have something for the next couple of years where the person, whether it's by order or by letter of agreement that can be disciplinary, doesn't have to be disciplinary, whatever, they agree. If anything else happens and we say we want a drug test, we want to monitor you on that, or you may say we want you to come back in 6 months or a year and tell us how you're doing. But having the acknowledgeability up front to say we want a drug test is, I think, fairly standard in those types of cases.
And then the random drug screens, how would those be administered?
We've done it via staff a few times before. It's not something that we would call for a support group contract with ongoing monitoring fee. We might pick a random date, and when the date hits, call and say, we want to test. In all likelihood, it's going to be, we're going to talk to the employer a couple of times. She may not even know it and say, how's this going? Any other red flags? Oh, and this one, in some ways, I hate to say this because it's not great. I'm sure we're going to have someone else accused or some random person anonymously accuse her of doing something. And we look at that stuff, but we're frustrated.
Well, goose chases.
Yeah, we've got goose chases going on for nothing.
So if I can speak, for sure, I do hate that the spouse is doing, or ex-spouse, I should say, is doing all this to her. So that aside, all we have to look at is, for whatever reason, she believed that she could take this product home, which no company really lets you take any product home when it's expired. And the two were prescription that I can see, but I think because it's a pharmacist, it's not even like a student. This is a pharmacist. I just feel like we should do the probation, monitor. I don't say with any kind of support group, just some kind of probation, at least for a couple of years, so she understands the importance of it and it doesn't let herself get put in that kind of position where she's doing these kind of things that are always going to be found out, of course, possibly a small fine. But I think something has to be done. We can't just say it's okay, because it's not. But I do understand that, this other stuff is going on too.
Okay, so voting on this hearing, this informal, would be Dr. Jolly, Ms. Moore, and Dr. Mack. So, Dr. Mack, is that a motion to accept staff recommendation?
Well, I thought staff's recommendation said probate. What exactly was staff's recommendation? it was all going pretty fast. I was trying to read it as fast as I could, but what was the actual order?
To reinstate her license on probationary status for 2 years with random drug screens.
We could probably put it in a simpler order than this. Like, this order is probably uglier on the surface than what, because we started as a support group type case and it changed. So if that's the will of the board, we could probably make a simpler order than this one looks like.
I would say my motion would be to probation for 2 years. Potentially a fine with that, but probation for 2 years at least.
Yeah, because the way the order would say, it would say that her license is suspended and it's probated. If the board wants it on probation, we could just write a probation order instead of saying, because suspended and probated is the language we use for support generally.
Well, technically it has been suspended the last 2.5 months, right? So imagine.
Oh, it was voluntarily suspended.
Okay.
She did a preliminary consent order with us and followed all the directions of it to get her eval. But the eval doesn't necessarily translate into a full probation consent order like we do for support.
Just probation period for 2 years.
And bring it for drug screen within 24 hours of request.
So who is it? Amy and Dr. Jolly, me, and that's it that are voting? That are talking about this, I should say.
I'll vote if there's a tie break, but I don't think there will, because there's.
Okay.
And I think what we do is, if the board gives staff direction to do the order, we would handle it like we would these others. Like, we would go ahead and work with Mr. Singleton on final language for an order that would be amenable to both us and for him, for his client. And as soon as it was signed, which I think we could do pretty quickly, she would be able to go back to work, and the board would do a final official acceptance of it at the next full board meeting.
So it's probation can be non-disciplinary.
Probation is.
What did Amy say?
Amy was asking if probation would be disciplinary. We were saying probation is all.
Since it has to be disciplinary, and she already had to go to Palmetto, I feel, and she made restitution to the hospital. I don't feel strongly that we should levy an additional fine.
I can't make out what Becca's saying.
I don't feel like we should levy an additional fine.
Oh. But I think it should be disciplinary and 2 years probation. I could see that.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, my motion would be to make a board order that put the license on not suspension, just probation for 2 years. And if we want to have the drug testing in there, it's already in there, that's fine. But then she could go back to work, I think, immediately once we got this put together for her. But I wouldn't make another fine, I guess. That's right. She had to spend money to go to Palmetto and everything.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
So, Jeff, I think we can get something to you
Yeah.
the next day or two to look at and look over.
Perfect. And just so we're clear, once we get that signed, she's able to go back to work. even though it hasn't gone through forward.
I will just gonna throw this out there. I hope we're being very understanding, but if you come back for something else, like it would probably not go very well at all.
All right, thank you, guys. What else do we have? You're not waiting on us, are you? Not Kyle in the back.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna hear you.
Okay, it's on.
Okay.
It's the only one I haven't seen it, so.
All right, Mr. Lott, you've already heard of some of this process, who we are and who you're speaking with today. I'm going to give a brief overview, and which is what the board members have right here, just real quick, and then I know they're going to talk to you some as well.
Okay.
So Mr. Lott is a pharmacy student, senior pharmacy student, I believe you were. And during a rotation, he was requested to take a drug screen because he was found asleep in his car. And was therefore late to clinical rotation. And when he took that, he was found positive for THC. He signed a preliminary consent order and went and got an evaluation, which you guys can see the result of. This one is another one that is, you know, it's funny because everybody tells me they always say the same thing. And what I tell them is they never say the same thing as each other. Each one is a little bit unique. In this specific example, if you look at page 2, their recommendations were similar to the one you saw earlier today, a 2-year monitoring contract. And instead of inpatient and intensive outpatient treatment program with random drug screens and everything along those lines. So I think staff's recommendation, we've talked to Mr. Lott a couple of times, is that he follow the suggestions, specifically number 4 that you'll see on their suggestions, discontinuation of any other types of medications that they did not feel were indicated at that time, and that once he had engaged in an approved IOP program and a monitoring contract was approved by the board, that he, in their opinion, from having supported access and everything, would be okay to go back to rotations. So this is another one that we have seen that did not call necessarily for inpatient treatment, but for IOP. We don't see a lot of those, but we do see that every once in a while.
But you said he's in the recovery, he has joined the recovery group?
Not yet. I believe he was waiting to come talk to us.
Yeah, so I did send my application to Turner over the weekends, Friday. Last I heard of, he has gotten it.
Okay. So I think you're hearing Dr. Mack. So he's got the paperwork that he sent over to Turner. So I know, Mr. Lott, they're going to want to know from you in your own words, what happened that we got here.
Absolutely. So as far as like the day in question goes, where I was asleep in my car, it was over lunch break, I gone to lunch, came back early. At that time, my wife was actually, this was 2 weeks before she her due date. So she had a little bit of a tough pregnancy. She had a lot of anxiety about the upcoming date. She didn't sleep well that night before. So I didn't sleep well that night before. I was up with her. That day, I just, when I got in there early, I just kind of reclined my seat a little bit. I had 30 minutes before I was due back. So it's like, I'm just gonna take a little break. Obviously, that break became a lot longer break than I expected. That's when I do understand why, I want to get, people wanted me drug tested for that. That's obviously a weird thing. As far as the THC use goes, that was previously in December. I wasn't on rotation at the time. It was a specifically just a kind of a marijuana gummy to try to help me sleep at the time. I did do it a couple of times, there was 2 nights in a row. After that, it actually made me too tired. I couldn't be up like the next morning, I was groggy, so I stopped taking it. It wasn't a repeated continued use thing, and it wasn't at the time in January. But it did happen to show up on the drug test, it was still in my system. That's kind of what led to the thing.
They called it cannabis abuse. The letter from Palmetto said it was cannabis abuse.
Yes, it is.
Yes, I didn't know that. I mean, I told them the same story. I don't know if the abuse part was just because they have different feelings about it, or if they just think any use is abuse when it comes to cannabis. That I wasn't sure about.
Did you have a prescription for it?
No.
So then it's abuse because it was not prescribed for you?
Yes.
That's the clearest definition you've ever had.
Right. So, and this is an open question to anyone in the room that can answer it. I think the drug screen given by the clinic was positive, but the hair test was negative. What's the significance of that? Or did I make that, or we
As far as I know, the one here that's on that negative for both. Full for marijuana, that's what we're talking about. They don't have to.
There could be a couple of reasons why you have a difference in that. Urine obviously tests the more recent, although THC has a longer period of time for which it can be detected. Hair shows growth over a long period of time. There are different types of tests you can either use. Usually they take 1.5 inches of hair. You can do 2 types of tests. You can either take and chop up that entire sample, or you can do a segment test where you take segments of the hair and you can actually say,
Time period.
given the X amount of hair growth per period of time, and then say this was a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. It may even be that the amount of uptake in the hair did not get above the cutoff value, and so therefore you could have a positive urine test but a negative hair test. So there's a lot of salts, especially when we're talking about those things.
And urine is a concentrating, medium versus.
Right before the recommendation, it says that the hair, cannabis wasn't present in the hair testing, which supports his not an extended use.
And I think part of the stress with this one, and generally we at least have a brief discussion of like, hey, what does this mean or anything else, was the other things that were positive in the test, which you got on page 29. That's what they were saying. We don't see medical indication for this, even if it was prescribed, and they would suggest not taking that any longer. And we discussed that with Gerard. He seems fine with that. So in fact, I think part of his hesitation in signing the immediate contract was, okay, I'm going to spend the right amount of time to no longer be on this stuff, so that I'm not going to pop my test day number 1 because of that. That makes sense.
How has your stress level and how have your grades been since?
Our 4th year is just rotations, so we don't have grades. All we have is, and because I did the preliminary consent order when it happened, so I haven't been able to do any rotations since then.
He made it to the 4th year.
Yeah.
But
What does that do to a school year?
What was that?
pass fail.
It's just pass fail.
Yeah.
So John, so what if he hadn't been going to school since January, or not school, but rotations?
No,
No, I haven't been allowed to.
because of his voluntary suspension of his intern license, he cannot do rotations. So he's here in part, I think largely asking if we'll agree to give him really a probationary consent order, and you need to determine the length. I can tell you that traditionally when we've done this, and it says 2 years, oftentimes it's 2 years as a licensed pharmacist. So if he gets through his rotations in, say, December, and gets a license in January, it generally would be during your time as an intern in 2 years as a licensed pharmacist, where you would expect to see that.
That was similar to the last case when he had the gentleman, he was a student, and he had to go for 2 years after he graduated.
Yeah.
So that seems to fit that deal.
I think so. John, have you found an IOP program or started that?
No, I wasn't sure whether or not that was going to be the official recommendation.
I think it's very difficult for our board to have that as a recommendation with, potential drug use issues. Because what they're saying is complete an IOP program. And then you would, you can start your contract before then. But I don't know personally how long that IOP program is going to be. I would get with Turner to check on where that's available and how long it is.
The Palmetto recommendation number
2.
I'm on page 6, and there's 3 number 4s, which is.
Yeah, I know.
Says they believe he could continue the safe practices of pharmacy as soon as he is engaged in a program. So it doesn't say he has to complete it. But I don't know how this works, and it's going to be possible to be in one of those programs while you're doing applications. I don't know.
I would almost say if we've got 2 days of informals in a couple of weeks, get with the support group, figure out your IOP, get all your paperwork in order, and we can have a status update and see if he's got everything in order at that point. And if they say, hey, he needs 3 or 4 weeks of IOP or something like that, or a month of IOP, that'd be probably better advice for us than us trying to figure that's up to
Also, I noticed on the draft preliminary consent order, item number 1, it says he has a pharmacist license.
So pharmacist should say pharmacist intern.
So, because my concern is this really has been going on since January. And when did he come back from Palmetto?
March.
It was in March, where, when all this started, Dr. Mack, he and his wife were about to have a newborn any day. And so we, in this instance, we did not say you absolutely have to get this done within 7 days. We basically put Mr. Lott in a holding pattern, understanding that he had some weird timelines going on that we were not about to say, do this or else.
Okay. It just seems like it would have been wise for him to go ahead and get involved, get this set up prior to coming to us, but I guess.
He did do the evaluation, and he has talked to us a couple of times about taking care of some of the recommendations in the evaluation, like the first number 4, prior to meeting with us or engaging with the support group. So we're not rushing him, he's not rushing us.
Well, I think the 2 weeks, since we have a board meeting in 2 weeks, that would be good if he went and got everything set up. Because it's going to happen for him to be able to go back to school or even rotations. He's going to have to more than likely, I would say he would have to join the support group. So if he got all that taken care of, came back, said, you know, I'm good to go as far as every requirement, I would think that would be better for us to wait the couple of weeks.
I mean, it giving 3 weeks to get with Turner and the support group, start monitoring and figure out getting enrolled in IOP.
I mean, we could pretty well say we wouldn't let him just go right back into practice without doing any of that. So, I mean, that just stands to reason it's going to happen.
So let me ask you this, does he need to come back in 2 weeks, or are we okay if he can show staff that he's enrolled in the IOP and he signed an agreement with the support group for monitoring?
I think the only caveat I would put is we would want to know from the support group that they had something from IOP that he was engaged and they did not see a problem. Because you're right, it doesn't necessarily say he has to complete it, but it doesn't say he has to complete it before he can return to work. But we want something saying he is engaged in this process and okay at this point to go to work. That'd be the caveat I would put. That come from the support group or from the IOP.
Okay, that makes sense. I just was trying to avoid like a whole duplication of all this.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion?
I'd like to just make a couple comments.
Absolutely.
You look like a clean cut young man, but you know, sometimes looks can be deceiving. And I'm not saying that they are in this case. You realize the sequelae that has resulted from the decisions that you made. Yet you're a educated P3 student who's completed pharmacy law, who knows that marijuana is Schedule 1, unless you have a medical marijuana card, which you don't. You then, although it sounds like you casually took a couple of gummies and then decided not to, that to get those gummies, you couldn't just walk down to the 7-Eleven. There are dispensaries, but you have to have a medical marijuana card to get them. So you had to be purposefully some way to go find these marijuana gummies. The regulations say that unprofessional conduct, that you can be held accountable as you are. I don't know what your thought process was, sort of how you casually ended up with marijuana gummies. But I encourage you to stop and think about what you did and don't let that casual thought sort of happen again. Be very purposeful as you think about things like this that affect your practice.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I understand. I do regret the mistake, you know, that I made that, and I obviously did not think it through at the time. I was definitely preoccupied with, you know, the birth of my baby coming soon, which honestly probably should have been, I should have taken on, you know, for that reason alone. But, you know, I did make a mistake, and I could apologize for that. I'm definitely going to be more thoughtful.
Anybody else?
Oh, did the baby get here okay? Is it fine?
Oh, yeah, he's wonderful.
That's a little boy, okay.
Yeah.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
On coming here. But you've got some responsibility there.
Absolutely.
And you could have done something that could have derailed your career that you worked hard for all these years.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, don't be very careful about it.
Absolutely, yeah. That does terrify me a little bit, you know, with everything, all the responsibility I have, so I'm just doing my best to work back from where I'm at.
Do I have a motion?
The motion would be to give her the support.
Get going on the rest of these. And we'll look for IOP support group reporting. If maybe have not next week.
I mean, it's just an informal, we got that person.
If you're wanting to return him to practice, I think the motion, or if you're wanting to see him again, I think you can just go back. That's an easier way to say, if you're gonna come back to the 20th, 29th, whatever day we're getting, we're gonna expect you to bring this stuff, otherwise you might want to come back to a later date. To live preliminary consent, we have that motion, but I don't think you're at this point, you know.
Right, table it with the advice to do all the things and come back to the normal.
About 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Can you get your virtual? You live in Northwest Arkansas, right?
If you're virtually. I think we're doing some virtual. We're doing that with some of the distance folks, since he's already been here.
Anyway,
What was some of that, Dr. Kirtley?
They were saying that basically tabling it for now, telling him to go work on this, and if he wants to come back at the informal in 3 weeks, he can do so virtually.
Okay,
are you good with that?
yes, I just think we need him to fulfill his end of the obligation before we have to make a decision on ours.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so.
We're good? We're not gonna take any action today.
Okay.
We would like to see you back.
Oh, no, those exact dates.
We'll send you a notice.
Thank you very much for your time.
Be careful going home.
I think that's all I have.
Full
Full day tomorrow.
Good day.
We're gonna let Joe talk a lot tomorrow.
Is that your silence all day?
Yeah.
I'll hear plenty of me tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's all we have for today. If you guys adjourn, we can kill this feed. I bet Jennifer's waiting.
So second,
Second.
anybody opposed? We are adjourned.
All right.
Welcome to